Translator's Introduction of On the Education of an Orator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Education of an Orator by Quintiliano, translated by H.E. Butler. Introduction. Marcus Fabius Quintilianus was, like Seneca, of Spanish origin, being born about 35 A.D. at Caligaris. His father was a rhetorician of some note, who practiced with success at Rome. It is not surprising, therefore, to find that the young Quintilian was sent to Rome for his education. Among his teachers were the famous grammaticus Remius Palaemon and the no less distinguished rhetorician Domitius Afer. On completing his education, he seems to have returned to his native land to teach rhetoric there, for we next hear of him as being brought to Rome in 68 A.D. by Galba, then governor of Hispania Tarraconensis. At Rome, he met with great success as a teacher, and was the first rhetorician to set up a genuine public school and to receive a salary from the state. He continued to teach for 20 years, and had among his pupils the younger Pliny and the two sons of Domitilla, the sister of Domitian. He was also a successful pleader in the courts, as we gather from more than one passage in his works. Late in life he married, and had two sons, but both wife and children predeceased him. He died full of honor, the possessor of wide lands and consular rank. The date of his death is unknown, but it was before 100 A.D. He left behind him a treatise on the causes of the decadence of Roman oratory, De Causis Corruptae Eloquentiae, the present work, and a speech in defense of a certain Nivius Arpinianus, who was accused of murdering his wife. These are the only works known to have been actually published by him, though others of his speeches had been taken down in shorthand and circulated against his will, while an excess of zeal on the part of his pupils resulted in the unauthorized publication of 2 series of lecture notes. The present work alone survives. The declamations which have come down to us under his name are spurious. Of his character, the Institutio Oratoria gives us the pleasantest impression. Humane, kindly, and of a deeply affectionate nature, gifted with a robust common sense and sound literary judgment, he may well have been the ideal schoolmaster. The fulsome references to Domitian are the only blemishes which mar this otherwise pleasing impression. And even here we must remember his great debt to the Flavian house, and the genuine difficulty for a man in his position of avoiding the official style in speaking of the emperor. As a stylist, though he is often difficult owing to compression and the epigrammatic turn which he gives his phrases, he is never affected or extravagant. He is still under the influence of the sound traditions of the Ciceronian age, and his Latin is silver-gilt rather than silver. His Institutio Oratoria, despite the fact that much of it is highly technical, has still much that is of interest today, even for those who care little for the history of rhetoric. Notably in the first book, his precepts as regards education have lasting value. They may not be strikingly original, but they are sound, humane, and admirably put. In the more technical portions of his work he is unequal. The reader feels that he cares but little about the minute pedantics of rhetorical technique, and that he lacks method in his presentation of the varying views held by his predecessors. But once he is free of such minor details, and touches on themes of real practical interest, he is a changed man. He is at times really eloquent, and always vigorous and sound, while throughout the whole work he keeps the same ideal unswervingly before him. End of Translator's Introduction. Letter and Preface of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marcus Fabius Quintilianus, to his friend Trypho, greeting. You have daily importuned me with the request that I should at length take steps to publish the book On the Education of an Orator, which I dedicated to my friend Marcellus. For my own view was that it was not yet ripe for publication. As you know, I have spent little more than 2 years on its composition, during which time, moreover, I have been distracted by a multitude of other affairs. These 2 years have been devoted not so much to actual writing as to the research demanded by a task to which practically no limits can be set, and to the reading of innumerable authors. Further, following the precept of Horace, who in his Art of Poetry deprecates hasty publication, and urges the would-be author to withhold his work till 9 long years have passed away, I propose to give them time, in order that the ardor of creation might cool, and that I might revise them with all the consideration of a dispassionate reader. But if there is such a demand for their publication as you assert, why then let us spread our canvas to the gale, and offer up a fervent prayer to heaven as we put out to sea. But remember, I rely on your loyal care to see that they reach the public in as correct a form as possible. Preface. Having at length, after 20 years devoted to the training of the young, obtained leisure for study, I was asked by certain of my friends to write something on the art of speaking. For a long time I resisted their entreaties, since I was well aware that some of the most distinguished Greek and Roman writers had bequeathed to posterity a number of works dealing with the subject, to the composition of which they had devoted the utmost care. This seemed to me to be an admirable excuse for my refusal, but served merely to increase their enthusiasm. They urged that previous writers on the subject had expressed different and at times contradictory opinions, between which it was very difficult to choose. They thought, therefore, that they were justified in imposing on me the task, if not of discovering original views, at least of passing definite judgment on those expressed by my predecessors. I was moved to comply, not so much because I felt confidence that I was equal to the task, as because I had a certain compunction about refusing. The subject proved more extensive than I had first imagined, but finally I volunteered to shoulder a task which was on a far larger scale than that which I was originally asked to undertake. I wished, on the one hand, to oblige my very good friends beyond their requests, and the necessity of treading where others had gone before. For almost all others who have written on the art of oratory have started with the assumption that their readers were perfect in all other branches of education, and that their own task was merely to put the finishing touches to their rhetorical training. This is due to the fact that they either despised the preliminary stages of education, or thought that they were not their concern, since the duties of the different branches of education are distinct from another, or else, and this is nearer the truth, because they had no hope of making a remunerative display of their talent in dealing with subjects which, although necessary, are far from being showy, just as in architecture it is the superstructure and not the foundations which attracts the eye. I, on the other hand, hold that the art of oratory includes all that is essential for the training of an orator, and that it is impossible to reach the summit in any subject unless we have first passed through all the elementary stages. I shall not, therefore, refuse to stoop to the consideration of those minor details, neglect of which may result in there being no opportunity for more important things, and propose to mold the studies of my orator from infancy, on the assumption that his whole education has been entrusted to my charge. This work I dedicate to you, Marcellus Victorius. You have been the truest of friends to me, and you have shown a passionate enthusiasm for literature. But good as these reasons are, they are not the only reasons that lead me to regard you as especially worthy of such a pledge of our mutual affection. There is also the consideration that this book should prove of service in the education of your son Jetta, who, young though he is, already shows clear promise of real talent. It has been my design to lead my reader from the very cradle of speech through all the stages of education which can be of any service to our budding orator, till we have reached the very summit of the art. I have been all the more desirous of doing so, because 2 books on the art of rhetoric are at present circulating under my name, although never published by me or composed for such a purpose. One is a 2 days' lecture, which was taken down by the boys who were my audience. The other consists of such notes as my good pupils succeeded in taking down from a course of lectures on a somewhat more extensive scale. I appreciate their kindness, but they showed an excess of enthusiasm and a certain lack of discretion in doing my utterances the honor of publication. Consequently, in the present work, although some passages remain the same, you will find many alterations, and still more additions, while the whole theme will be treated with greater system and with as great perfection as lies within my power. My aim, then, is the education of the perfect orator. The first essential for such an one is that he should be a good man, and consequently we demand of him not merely the possession of exceptional gifts of speech, but of all the excellences of character as well. For I will not admit that the principles of upright and honorable living should, as some have held, be regarded as the peculiar concern of philosophy. The man who can really play his part as a citizen and is capable of meeting the demands both of public and private business, the man who can guide a state by his counsels, give it a firm basis by his legislation, and purge its vices by his decisions as a judge, is assuredly no other than the orator of our quest. Wherefore, although I admit I shall make use of certain of the principles laid down in philosophical textbooks, I would insist that such principles have a just claim to form part of the subject matter of this work, and do actually belong to the art of oratory. I shall frequently be compelled to speak of such virtues as courage, justice, self-control. In fact, scarcely a case comes up in which some one of these virtues is not involved. Every one of them requires illustration, and consequently makes a demand on the imagination and eloquence of the pleader. I ask you, then, can there be any doubt, wherever imaginative power and amplitude of diction are required, the orator has a specially important part to play? These 2 branches of knowledge were, as Cicero has clearly shown, so closely united, not merely in theory, but in practice, that the same men were regarded as uniting the qualifications of orator and philosopher. Subsequently, this single branch of study split up into its component parts, and thanks to the indolence of its professors, was regarded as consisting of several distinct subjects. As soon as speaking became a means of livelihood, and the practice of making an evil use of the blessings of eloquence came into vogue, those who had a reputation for eloquence ceased to study moral philosophy and ethics, thus abandoned by the orators, became the prey of weaker intellects. As a consequence, certain persons, disdaining the toil of learning to speak well, returned to the task of forming character and establishing rules of life, and kept to themselves what is, if we must make a division, the better part of philosophy, but presumptuously laid claim to the sole possession of the title of philosopher, a distinction which neither the greatest generals nor the most famous statesmen and administrators have ever dared to claim for themselves, for they prefer the performance to the promise of great deeds. I am ready to admit that many of the old philosophers inculcated the most excellent principles and practiced what they preached. But in our own day, the name of philosopher has too often been the mask for the worst vices. For their attempt has not been to win the name of philosopher by virtue and the earnest search for wisdom. Instead, they have sought to disguise the depravity of their characters by the assumption of a stern and austere mien, accompanied by the wearing of a garb differing from that of their fellow men. Now, as a matter of fact, we, all of us, frequently handle those themes which philosophy claims for its own. Who, short of being an utter villain, does not speak of justice, equity, and virtue? Who, and even common country folk are no exception, does not make some inquiry into the causes of natural phenomena? As for the special uses and distinctions of words, they should be a subject of study common to all who give any thought to the meaning of language. But it is surely the orator who will have the greatest mastery of all such departments of knowledge, and the greatest power to express it in words. And if ever he had reached perfection, there would be no need to go to the schools of philosophy for the precepts of virtue. As things stand, it is occasionally necessary to have recourse to those authors who have, as I said above, usurped the better part of the art of oratory after its desertion by the orators, and to demand back what is ours by right, not with a view to appropriating their discoveries, but to show them that they have appropriated what in truth belonged to others. Let our ideal orator then be such as to have a genuine title to the name of philosopher. It is not sufficient that he should be blameless in point of character, for I cannot agree with those who hold this opinion. He must also be a thorough master of the science and the art of speaking, to an extent that perhaps no orator has yet attained. Still, we must none the less follow the ideal, as was done by not a few of the ancients, who, though they refused to admit that the perfect sage had yet been found, none the less handed down precepts of wisdom for the use of posterity. Perfect eloquence is assuredly a reality which is not beyond the reach of human intellect. Even if we fail to reach it, those whose aspirations are highest will attain to greater heights than those who abandon themselves to premature despair of ever reaching the goal and halt at the very foot of the ascent. I have, therefore, all the juster claim to indulgence, if I refuse to pass by those minor details, which are none the less essential to my task. My first book will be concerned with the education preliminary to the duties of the teacher of rhetoric. My second will deal with the rudiments of the schools of rhetoric, and with problems connected with the essence of rhetoric itself. The next 5 will be concerned with invention, in which I include arrangement. The 4 following will be assigned to eloquence, under which head I include memory and delivery. Finally, there will be one book in which our complete orator will be delineated. As far as my feeble powers permit, I shall discuss his character, the rules which should guide him in undertaking, studying, and pleading cases, the style of his eloquence, the time at which he should cease to plead cases, and the studies to which he should devote himself after such cessation. In the course of these discussions, I shall deal in its proper place with the method of teaching by which students will acquire not merely a knowledge of those things to which the name of art are restricted by certain theorists, and will not only come to understand the laws of rhetoric, but will acquire that which will increase their powers of speech and nourish their eloquence. For, as a rule, the result of the dry textbooks on the art of rhetoric is that by straining after excessive subtlety, they impair and cripple all the nobler elements of style, exhaust the lifeblood of the imagination, and leave but the bare bones, which, while it is right and necessary that they should exist, and be bound, each to each, by their respective ligaments, require a covering of flesh as well. I shall, therefore, avoid the precedents set by the majority, and shall not restrict myself to this narrow conception of my theme, but shall include in my 12 books a brief demonstration of everything which may seem likely to contribute to the education of an orator. For if I were to attempt to say all that might be said on the subject, the book would never be finished. There is, however, one point which I must emphasize before I begin, which is this: without natural gifts, technical rules are useless. Consequently, the student who is devoid of talent will derive no more profit from this work than barren soil from a treatise on agriculture. There are, it is true, other natural aids, such as the possession of a good voice and robust lungs, sound health, powers of endurance and grace, and if these are possessed only to a moderate extent, they may be improved by methodical training. In some cases, however, these gifts are lacking to such an extent that their absence is fatal to all such advantages as talent and study can confer, while, similarly, they are of no profit in themselves unless cultivated by skillful teaching, persistent study, and continuous and extensive practice in writing, reading, and speaking. End of preface. Book 1, Chapter 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I would, therefore, have a father conceive the highest hopes of his son from the moment of his birth. If he does so, he will be more careful about the groundwork of his education, for there is absolutely no foundation for the complaint that but few men have the power to take in the knowledge that is imparted to them, and that the majority are so slow of understanding that education is a waste of time and labor. On the contrary, you will find that most are quick to reason and ready to learn. Reasoning comes as naturally to men as flying to birds, speed to horses, and ferocity to beasts of prey. Our minds are endowed by nature with such activity and sagacity that the soul is believed to proceed from heaven. Those who are dull and unteachable are as abnormal as prodigious births and monstrosities, and are but few in number. A proof of what I say is to be found in the fact that boys commonly show promise of many accomplishments, and when such promise dies away as they grow up, this is plainly due not to the failure of natural gifts, but to lack of the requisite care. But, it will be urged, there are degrees of talent. Undoubtedly, I reply, and there will be a corresponding variation in actual accomplishment. But that there are any who gain nothing from education, I absolutely deny. The man who shares this conviction must, as soon as he becomes a father, devote the utmost care to fostering the promise shown by the son whom he destines to become an orator. Above all, see that the child's nurse speaks correctly. The ideal, according to Chrysippus, would be that she should be a philosopher. Failing that, he desired that the best should be chosen as far as possible. No doubt, the most important point is that they should be of good character, but they should speak correctly as well. It is the nurse that the child first hears, and her words that he will first attempt to imitate. And we are by nature most tenacious of childish impressions, just as the flavor first absorbed by vessels when new persists, and the color imparted by dyes to the primitive whiteness of wool is indelible. Further, it is the worst impressions that are most durable. For, while what is good readily deteriorates, it will never turn vice into virtue. Do not, therefore, allow the boy to become accustomed, even in infancy, to a style of speech which he will subsequently have to unlearn. As regards parents, I should like to see them as highly educated as possible, and I do not restrict this remark to fathers alone. We are told that the eloquence of the Gracchi owed much to their mother Cornelia, whose letters even today testify to the cultivation of her style. Lilia, the daughter of Gaius Lelius, is said to have reproduced the elegance of her father's language in her own speech, while the oration delivered before the triumvirs by Hortensia, the daughter of Quintus Hortensius, is still read, and not merely as a compliment to her sex. And even those who have not had the fortune to receive a good education should not, for that reason, devote less care to their sons' education, but should, on the contrary, show all the greater diligence in other matters where they can be of service to their children. As regards the boys in whose company our budding orator is to be brought up, I would repeat what I have said about nurses. As regards his pedagogi, I would urge that they should have had a thorough education, or if they have not, that they should be aware of the fact. There are none worse than those who, as soon as they have progressed beyond a knowledge of the alphabet, delude themselves into the belief that they are the possessors of real knowledge. For they disdain to stoop to the drudgery of teaching, and conceiving that they have acquired a certain title to authority, a frequent source of vanity in such persons, become imperious or even brutal in instilling a thorough dose of their own folly. Their misconduct is no less prejudicial to morals. We are, for instance, told by Diogenes of Babylon that Leonidas, Alexander's pedagogus, infected his pupil with certain faults, which, as a result of his education as a boy, clung to him, even in his maturer years, when he had become the greatest of kings. If any of my readers regards me as somewhat exacting in my demands, I would ask him to reflect that it is no easy task to create an orator, even though his education be carried out under the most favorable circumstances, and that further and greater difficulties are still before us. For continuous application, the very best of teachers and a variety of exercises are necessary. Therefore, the rules which we lay down for the education of our pupil must be of the best. If any one refuses to be guided by them, the fault will lie not with the method, but with the individual. Still, if it should prove impossible to secure the ideal nurse, the ideal companions, or the ideal pedagogus, I would insist that there should be one person at any rate attached to the boy who has some knowledge of speaking, and who will, if any incorrect expression should be used by nurse or pedagogus in the presence of the child under their charge, at once correct the error and prevent its becoming a habit. but it must be clearly understood that this is only a remedy, and that the ideal course is that indicated above. I prefer that a boy should begin with Greek, because Latin, being in general use, will be picked up by him whether we will or no, while the fact that Latin learning is derived from Greek is a further reason for his being first introduced in the latter. I do not, however, desire that this principle should be so superstitiously observed that he should for long speak and learn only Greek, as is done in the majority of cases. Such a course gives rise to many faults of language and accent. The latter tends to acquire a foreign intonation, while the former, through force of habit, becomes impregnated with Greek idioms, which persist with extreme obstinacy even when we are speaking another tongue. The study of Latin ought, therefore, to follow at no great distance, and in a short time proceed side by side with Greek. The result will be that, as soon as we begin to give equal attention to both languages, neither will prove a hindrance to the other. Some hold that boys should not be taught to read till they are 7 years old, that being the earliest age at which they can derive profit from instruction and endure the strain of learning. Most of them attribute this view to Hesiod, at least such as lived before the time of Aristophanes the grammarian, who was the first to deny that the hypotheke, in which this opinion is expressed, was the work of that poet. But other authorities, among them Eratosthenes, give the same advice. Those, however, who hold that a child's mind should not be allowed to lie fallow for a moment, are wiser. Chrysippus, for instance, though he gives the nurses a 3 years' reign, still holds the formation of the child's mind on the best principles to be a part of their duties. Why, again, since children are capable of moral training, should they not be capable of literary education? I am well aware that during the whole period of which I am speaking, we can expect scarcely the same amount of progress that 1 year will effect afterwards. Still, those who disagree with me seem in taking the line to spare the teacher rather than the pupil. What better occupation can a child have so soon as he is able to speak? And he must be kept occupied somehow or other. Or why should we despise the profit to be derived before the age of 7, small though it be? For though the knowledge absorbed in the previous years may be but little, yet the boy will be learning something more advanced during that year, in which he would otherwise have been occupied with something more elementary. Such progress each successive year is clear profit to the period of youth. Further, as regards the years which follow, I must emphasize the importance of learning what has to be learned in good time. Let us not therefore waste the earliest years. There's all the less excuse for this, since the elements of literary training are solely a question of memory, which not only exists even in small children, but is specially retentive at that age. I am not, however, so blind to differences of age as to think that the very young should be forced on prematurely or given real work to do. Above all things, we must take care that the child, who is not yet old enough to love his studies, does not come to hate them and dread the bitterness which he has once tasted, even when the years of infancy are left behind. His studies must be made an amusement. He must be questioned and praised and taught to rejoice when he has done well. Sometimes, too, when he refuses instruction, it should be given to some other to excite his envy. At times also he must be engaged in competition, and should be allowed to believe himself successful more often than not, while he should be encouraged to do his best by such rewards as may appeal to his tender years. These instructions may seem but trivialities in view of the fact that I am professing to describe the education of an orator. But studies, like men, have their infancy, and as the training of the body, which is destined to grow to the fullness of strength, begins while the child is in his cradle and at his mother's breast, so even the man who is destined to rise to the heights of eloquence was once a squalling babe, tried to speak in stammering accents, and was puzzled by the shapes of letters. Nor does the fact that capacity for learning is inadequate prove that it is not necessary to learn anything. No one blames a father because he thinks that such details should on no account be neglected in the case of his own son. Why then should he be criticized who sets down for the benefit of the public what he would be right to put into practice in his own house? There is this further reason why he should not be blamed. Small children are better adapted for taking in small things, and just as the body can only be trained to certain flexions of the limbs while it is young and supple, so the acquisition of strength makes the mind offer greater resistance to the acquisition of most subjects of knowledge. Would Philip of Macedon have wished that his son Alexander should be taught the rudiments of letters by Aristotle, the greatest philosopher of that age? Or would the latter have undertaken the task if he had not thought that even the earliest instruction is best given by the most perfect teacher, and has real reference to the whole of education? Let us assume, therefore, that Alexander has been confided to our charge, and that the infant placed in our lap deserves no less attention than he, though, for that matter, every man's child deserves equal attention. Would you be ashamed, even in teaching him the alphabet, to point out some brief rules for his education? At any rate, I am not satisfied with the course, which I note is usually adopted, of teaching small children the names and order of the letters before their shapes. Such a practice makes them slow to recognize the letters, since they do not pay attention to their actual shape, preferring to be guided by what they have already learned by rote. It is for this reason that teachers, when they think they have sufficiently familiarized their young pupils with the letters written in their usual order, reverse that order, or rearrange it in every kind of combination, until they learn to know the letters from their appearance, and not from the order in which they occur. It will be best, therefore, for children to begin by learning their appearance and names, just as they do with men. The method, however, to which we have objected in teaching the alphabet, is unobjectionable when applied to syllables. I quite approve, on the other hand, of a practice which has been devised to stimulate children to learn by giving them ivory letters to play with, as I do of anything else that may be days to delight the very young, the sight, handling, and naming of which is a pleasure. As soon as the child has begun to know the shapes of the various letters, it will be no bad thing to have them cut as accurately as possible upon a board, so that the pen may be guided along the grooves. Thus mistakes such as occur with wax tablets will be rendered impossible, for the pen will be confined between the edges of the letters, and will be prevented from going astray. Further, by increasing the frequency and speed with which they follow these fixed outlines, we shall give steadiness to the fingers, and there will be no need to guide the child's hand with our own. The art of writing well and quickly is not unimportant for our purpose, though it is generally disregarded by persons of quality. Writing is of the utmost importance in the study which we have under consideration, and by its means alone can true and deeply rooted proficiency be obtained. but a sluggish pen delays our thoughts, while an unformed and illiterate hand cannot be deciphered, a circumstance which necessitates another wearisome task, namely the dictation of what we have written to a copyist. We shall therefore at all times and in all places, and above all when we are writing private letters to our friends, find a gratification in the thought that we have not neglected even this accomplishment. As regards syllables, no shortcut is possible. They must all be learned, and there is no good in putting off learning the most difficult. This is the general practice, but the sole result is bad spelling. Further, we must beware of placing a blind confidence in a child's memory. It is better to repeat syllables and impress them on the memory, and when he is reading, not to press him to read continuously or with greater speed, unless indeed the clear and obvious sequence of letters can suggest itself without its being necessary for the child to stop to think. The syllables once learned, let him begin to construct words with them and sentences with the words. You will hardly believe how much reading is delayed by undue haste. If the child attempts more than his powers allow, the inevitable result is hesitation, interruption, and repetition, and the mistakes which he makes merely lead him to lose confidence in what he already knows. Reading must, therefore, first be sure, then connected, while it must be kept slow for a considerable time, until practice brings speed unaccompanied by error. For to look to the right, which is regularly taught, and to look ahead, depends not so much on precept as on practice, since it is necessary to keep the eyes on what follows while reading out what precedes, with the resulting difficulty that the attention of the mind must be divided, the eyes and voice being differently engaged. It will be found worth while, when the boy begins to write out words in accordance with the usual practice, to see that he does not waste his labor in writing out common words of everyday occurrence. He can readily learn the explanations or glosses, as the Greeks call them, of the more obscure words by the way, and, while he is still engaged on first rudiments, acquire what would otherwise demand special time to be devoted to it. And as we are still discussing minor details, I would urge that the lines which he is set to copy should not express thoughts of no significance, but convey some sound moral lesson. He will remember such aphorisms even when he is an old man, and the impression made upon his unformed mind will contribute to the formation of his character. He may also be entertained by learning the sayings of famous men, and above all selections from the poets, poetry being more attractive to children. For memory is most necessary to an orator, as I shall point out in its proper place, and there is nothing like practice for strengthening and developing it. And at the tender age of which we are now speaking, when originality is impossible, memory is almost the only faculty which can be developed by the teacher. It will be worth while, by way of improving the child's pronunciation and distinctness of utterance, to make him rattle off a selection of names and lines of studied difficulty. They should be formed of a number of syllables which go ill together, and should be harsh and rugged in sound. The Greeks call them gags. This sounds a trifling matter, but its omission will result in numerous faults of pronunciation, which, unless removed in early years, will become a perverse and incurable habit, and persist through life. End of chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2, of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But the time has come for the boy to grow up, little by little, to leave the nursery and tackle his studies in good earnest. This, therefore, is the place to discuss the question as to whether it is better to have him educated privately at home, or hand him over to some large school, and those whom I may call public instructors. The latter course has, I know, won the approval of most eminent authorities, and of those who have formed the national character of the most famous states. It would, however, be folly to shut our eyes to the fact that there are some who disagree with this preference for public education, owing to a certain prejudice in favor of private tuition. These persons seem to be guided in the main by two principles. In the interests of morality, they would avoid the society of a number of human beings at an age that is especially liable to acquire serious faults. I only wish I could deny the truth of the view that such education has often been the cause of the most discreditable actions. Secondly, they hold that whoever is to be the boy's teacher, he will devote his time more generously to one pupil than if he has to divide it among several. The first reason certainly deserves serious consideration. If it were proved that schools, while advantageous to study, are prejudicial to morality, I should give my vote for virtuous living in preference to even supreme excellence of speaking. But in my opinion, the two are inseparable. I hold that no one can be a true orator unless he is also a good man, and even if he could be, I would not have it so. I will therefore deal with this point first. It is held that schools corrupt the morals. It is true that this is sometimes the case. But morals may be corrupted at home as well. There are numerous instances of both, as there are also of the preservation of a good reputation under either circumstance. The nature of the individual boy and the care devoted to his education make all the difference. Given a natural bent toward evil or negligence in developing and watching over modest behavior in early years, privacy will provide equal opportunity for sin. The teacher employed at home may be of bad character, and there is just as much danger in associating with bad slaves as there is with immodest companions of good birth. On the other hand, if the natural bent be towards virtue, and parents are not afflicted with a blind and torpid indifference, it is possible to choose a teacher of the highest character, and those who are wise will make this their first object, to adopt a method of education of the strictest kind, and at the same time to attach some respectable man or faithful freedman to their son as his friend and guardian, that his unfailing companionship may improve the character even of those who gave rise to apprehension. Yet how easy were the remedy for such fears! Would that we did not too often ruin our children's character ourselves! We spoil them from the cradle. That soft upbringing, which we call kindness, saps all the sinews both of mind and body. If the child crawls on purple, what will he not desire when he comes to manhood? Before he can talk, he can distinguish scarlet, and cries for the very best brand of purple. We train their palates before we teach their lips to speak. They grow up in litters. If they set foot to earth, they are supported by the hands of attendants on either side. We rejoice if they say something over-free, and words which we should not tolerate from the lips even of an Alexandrian page are greeted with laughter and a kiss. We have no right to be surprised. It was we that taught them. They hear us use such words. They see our mistresses and minions. Every dinner party is loud with foul songs, and things are presented to their eyes of which we should blush to speak. hence springs habit, and habit, in time, becomes second nature. The poor children learn these things before they know them to be wrong. They become luxurious and effeminate, and far from acquiring such vices at schools, introduce them themselves. I now turn to the objection that one master can give more attention to one pupil. In the first place, there is nothing to prevent the principle of one teacher, one boy being combined with school education. And even if such a combination should prove impossible, I should still prefer the broad daylight of a respectable school to the solitude and obscurity of a private education. For all the best teachers pride themselves on having a large number of pupils and think themselves worthy of a bigger audience. On the other hand, in the case of inferior teachers, a consciousness of their own defects not seldom reconciles them to being attached to a single pupil, and playing the part, for it amounts to little more, of a mere pedagogus. But let us assume that influence, money, or friendship succeed in securing a paragon of learning to teach the boy at home. Will he be able to devote the whole day to one pupil? Or can we demand such continuous attention on the part of the learner? The mind is as easily tired as the eye if given no relaxation. Moreover, by far the larger proportion of the learner's time ought to be devoted to private study. The teacher does not stand over him while he is writing or thinking or learning by heart. While he is so occupied, the intervention of any one, be he who he may, is a hindrance. Further, not all reading requires to be first read aloud or interpreted by a master. If it did, how would the boy ever become acquainted with all the authors required of him? A small time only is required to give purpose and direction to the day's work, and consequently individual instruction can be given to more than one pupil. There are, moreover, a large number of subjects in which it is desirable that instruction should be given to all the pupils simultaneously. I say nothing of the analysis and declamations of the professors of rhetoric. In such cases, there is no limit to the number of the audience, as each individual pupil will in any case receive full value. The voice of a lecturer is not like a dinner, which will only suffice for a limited number. It is like the sun, which distributes the same quantity of light and heat to all of us. So too with the teacher of literature. Whether he speak of style, or expound difficult passages, explain stories, or paraphrase poems, every one who hears him will profit by his teaching. But, it will be urged, a large class is unsuitable for the correction of faults or for explanation. It may be inconvenient, one cannot hope for absolute perfection, but I shall shortly contrast the inconvenience with the obvious advantages. Still, I do not wish a boy to be sent where he will be neglected. But a good teacher will not burden himself with a larger number of pupils than he can manage, and it is further of the very first importance that he should be on friendly and intimate terms with us, and make his teaching not a duty, but a labor of love. Then there will never be any question of being swamped by the number of our fellow learners. Moreover, any teacher who has the least tincture of literary culture will devote special attention to any boy who shows signs of industry and talent, for such a pupil will redound to his own credit. But even if large schools are to be avoided, a proposition from which I must dissent if the size be due to the excellence of the teacher, it does not follow that all schools are to be avoided. It is one thing to avoid them, another to select the best. Having refuted these objections, let me now explain my own views. It is above all things necessary that our future orator, who will have to live in the utmost publicity and in the broad daylight of public life, should become accustomed from his childhood to move in society without fear, and habituated to a life far removed from that of the pale student, the solitary and recluse. His mind requires constant stimulus and excitement, whereas retirement, such as has just been mentioned, induces languor, and the mind becomes mildewed, like things that are left in the dark, or else flies to the opposite extreme, and becomes puffed up with empty conceit. For he who has no standard of comparison by which to judge his own powers will necessarily rate them too high. Again, when the fruits of his study have to be displayed to the public gaze, our recluse is blinded by the sun's glare, and finds everything new and unfamiliar, for though he has learnt what is required to be done in public, his learning is but the theory of a hermit. I say nothing of friendships, which endure unbroken to old age, having acquired the binding force of a sacred duty, for initiation in the same studies has all the sanctity of initiation in the same mysteries of religion. And where shall he acquire that instinct which we call common feeling, if he secludes himself from that intercourse which is natural, not merely to mankind, but even to dumb animals? Further, at home he can only learn what is taught to himself, while at school he will learn what is taught to others as well. He will hear many merits praised and many faults corrected every day. He will derive equal profit from hearing the indolence of a comrade rebuked, or his industry commended. Such praise will incite him to emulation. He will think it a disgrace to be outdone by his contemporaries, and a distinction to surpass his seniors. All such incentives provide a valuable stimulus, and though ambition may be a fault in itself, it is often the mother of virtues. I remember that my own masters had a practice which was not without advantages. Having distributed the boys in classes, they made the order in which they were to speak depend on their ability, so that the boy who had made most progress in his studies had the privilege of declaiming first. The performances on these occasions were criticized. To win commendation was a tremendous honor, but the prize most eagerly coveted was to be the leader of the class. Such a position was not permanent. Once a month the defeated competitors were given a fresh opportunity of competing for the prize. Consequently, success did not lead the victor to relax his efforts, while the vexation caused by defeat served as an incentive to wipe out the disgrace. I will venture to assert that, to the best of my memory, this practice did more to kindle our oratorical ambitions than all the exhortations of our instructors, the watchfulness of our pedagogi, and the prayers of our parents. Further, while emulation promotes progress in the more advanced pupils, beginners who are still of tender years derive greater pleasure from imitating their comrades than their masters, just because it is easier. For children still in the elementary stages of education can scarce dare hope to reach that complete eloquence which they understand to be their goal. Their ambition will not soar so high, but they will imitate the vine which has to grasp the lower branches of the tree on which it is trained before it can reach the topmost boughs. So true is this, that it is the master's duty as well, if he is engaged on the task of training unformed minds, and prefers practical utility to a more ambitious program, not to burden his pupils at once with tasks to which their strength is unequal, but to curb his energies and refrain from talking over the heads of his audience. Vessels with narrow mouths will not receive liquids if too much be poured into them at a time, but are easily filled if the liquid is admitted in a gentle stream, or, it may be, drop by drop. Similarly, you must consider how much a child's mind is capable of receiving. The things which are beyond their grasp will not enter their minds, which have not opened out sufficiently to take them in. It is a good thing, therefore, that a boy should have companions whom he will desire first to imitate, and then to surpass. Thus he will be led to aspire to higher achievement. I would add that the instructors themselves cannot develop the same intelligence and energy before a single listener as they can when inspired by the presence of a numerous audience. For eloquence depends in the main on the state of the mind, which must be moved, conceive images, and adapt itself to suit the nature of the subject which is the theme of speech. Further, the loftier and the more elevated the mind, the more powerful will be the forces which move it. Consequently, praise gives it growth and effort increase, and the thought that it is doing something great fills it with joy. The duty of stooping to expand that power of speaking which has been acquired at the cost of such effort upon an audience of one gives rise to a silent feeling of disdain, and the teacher is ashamed to raise his voice above the ordinary conversational level. Imagine the air of a declaimer, or the voice of an orator, his gait, his deliver, the movements of his body, the fatigue of his exertions, all for the sake of one listener. Would he not seem little less than a lunatic? No, there would be no such thing as eloquence if we spoke only with one person at a time. End of chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The skillful teacher will make it his first care, as soon as a boy is entrusted to him, to ascertain his ability and character. The surest indication in a child is his power of memory. The characteristics of a good memory are twofold. It must be quick to take in and faithful to retain impressions of what it receives. The indication of next importance is the power of imitation, for this is a sign that the child is teachable, but he must imitate merely what is taught, and must not, for example, mimic someone's gait or bearing or defects. For I have no hope that a child will turn out well who loves imitation merely for the purpose of raising a laugh. He who is really gifted will also above all else be good. For the rest, I regard slowness of intellect as preferable to actual badness. But a good boy will be quite unlike the dullard and the sloth. My ideal pupil will absorb instruction with ease and will even ask some questions, but he will follow rather than anticipate his teacher. Precocious intellects rarely produce sound fruit. By the precocious, I mean those who perform small tasks with ease, and thus, emboldened, proceed to display all their little accomplishments without being asked. But their accomplishments are only of the most obvious kind. They string words together and trot them out boldly and undeterred by the slightest sense of modesty. Their actual achievement is small, but what they can do they perform with ease. They have no real power, and what they have is but of shallow growth. It is as when we cast seed on the surface of the soil. It springs up too rapidly, the blade apes the loaded ear, and yellow's ear harvest time, but bears no grain. Such tricks please us when we contrast them with the performer's age, but progress soon stops, and our admiration withers away. Such indications once noted, the teacher must next consider what treatment is to be applied to the mind of his pupil. There are some boys who are slack, unless pressed on. Others, again, are impatient of control. Some are amenable to fear, while others are paralyzed by it. In some cases, the mind requires continued application to form it. In others, this result is best attained by rapid concentration. Give me the boy who is spurred on by praise, delighted by success, and ready to weep over failure. Such an one must be encouraged by appeals to his ambition. Rebuke will bite him to the quick. Honor will be a spur, and there's no fear of his proving indolent. Still, all our pupils will require some relaxation, not merely because there's nothing in this world that can stand continuous strain, and even unthinking and inanimate objects are unable to maintain their strength unless given intervals of rest, but because study depends on the good will of the student, a quality that cannot be secured by compulsion. Consequently, if restored and refreshed by a holiday, they will bring greater energy to their learning and approach their work with greater spirit, of a kind that will not submit to being driven. I approve of play in the young. It is a sign of a lively disposition, nor will you ever lead me to believe that a boy who is gloomy and in a continual state of depression is ever likely to show alertness of mind in his work, lacking, as he does, the impulse most natural to boys of his age. Such relaxation must not, however, be unlimited. Otherwise, the refusal to give a holiday will make boys hate their work, while excessive indulgence will accustom them to idleness. There are, moreover, certain games which have an educational value for boys, as, for instance, when they compete in posing each other with all kinds of questions which they ask turn and turn about. Games, too, reveal character in the most natural way. At least, that is so if the teacher will bear in mind that there is no child so young as to be unable to learn to distinguish between right and wrong, and that the character is best molded when it is still guiltless of deceit and most susceptible to instruction, for once a bad habit has become ingrained, it is easier to break than bend. There must be no delay, then, in warning a boy that his actions must be unselfish, honest, self-controlled, and we must never forget the words of Virgil, "So strong is custom formed in early years." I disapprove of flogging, although it is the regular custom and meets with the acquiescence of Chrysippus, because, in the first place, it is a disgraceful form of punishment and fit only for slaves, and is in any case an insult, as you will realize if you imagine its infliction at a later age. Secondly, if a boy is so insensible to instruction that reproof is useless, he will, like the worst type of slave, merely become hardened to blows. Finally, there will be absolutely no need of such punishment if the master is a thorough disciplinarian. As it is, we try to make amends for the negligence of the boy's pedagogus, not by forcing him to do what is right, but by punish him for not doing what is right. And though you may compel a child with blows, what are you to do with him when he is a young man, no longer amenable to such threats and confronted with tasks of far greater difficulty? Moreover, when children are beaten, pain or fear frequently have results of which it is not pleasant to speak, and which are likely subsequently to be a source of shame, a shame which unnerves and depresses the mind, and leads the child to shun and loathe the light. Further, if inadequate care is taken in the choices of respectable governors and instructors, I blush to mention the shameful abuse which scoundrels sometimes make of their right to administer corporal punishment, or the opportunity not infrequently offered to others by the fear thus caused in the victims. I will not linger on this subject. It is more than enough if I have made my meaning clear. I will content myself with saying that children are helpless and easily victimized, and that therefore no one should be given unlimited power over them. I will now proceed to describe the subjects in which the boy must be trained if he is to become an orator, and to indicate the age at which each should be commenced. End of chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintiliano, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As soon as the boy has learned to read and write without difficulty, it is the turn for the teacher of literature. My words apply equally to Greek and Latin masters, though I prefer that a start should be made with a Greek. In either case, the method is the same. This profession may be most briefly considered under two heads: the art of speaking correctly and the interpretation of the poets. But there is more beneath the surface than meets the eye. For the art of writing is combined with that of speaking, and correct reading precedes interpretation, while in each of these cases criticism has its work to perform. The old school of teachers indeed carried their criticism so far that they were not content with obelizing lines or rejecting books whose titles they regarded as spurious, as though they were expelling a supposititious child from the family circle, but also drew up a canon of authors from which some were omitted altogether. Nor is it sufficient to have read the poets only. Every kind of writer must be carefully studied, not merely for the subject matter, but for the vocabulary, for words often acquire authority from their use by a particular author. Nor can such training be regarded as complete if it stops short of music, for the teacher of literature has to speak of meter and rhythm. Nor again, if he be ignorant of astronomy, can he understand the poets, for they, to mention no further points, frequently give their indications of time by reference to the rising and setting of the stars. Ignorance of philosophy is an equal drawback, since there are numerous passages in almost every poem based on the intricate questions of natural philosophy, while among the Greeks we have Empedocles, and among our own poets Varro and Lucretius, all of whom have expounded their philosophies in verse. No small powers of eloquence also are required to enable the teacher to speak appropriately and fluently on the various points which have just been mentioned. For this reason, those who criticize the art of teaching literature as trivial and lacking in substance put themselves out of court. Unless the foundations of oratory are well and truly laid by the teaching of literature, the superstructure will collapse. The study of literature is a necessity for boys and the delight of old age, the sweet companion of our privacy, and the sole branch of study which has more solid substance than display. The elementary stages of the teaching of literature must not, therefore, be despised as trivial. It is, of course, an easy task to point out the difference between vowels and consonants, and to subdivide the latter into semi-vowels and mutes. But as the pupil gradually approaches the inner shrine of the sacred place, he will come to realize the intricacy of the subject, an intricacy calculated not merely to sharpen the wits of a boy, but to exercise even the most profound knowledge and erudition. It is not every ear that can appreciate the correct sound of the different letters. It is fully as hard as to distinguish the different notes in music. But all teachers of literature will condescend to such minutiae. They will discuss, for instance, whether certain necessary letters are absent from the alphabet, not indeed when we are writing Greek words, for then we borrow 2 letters from them, but in the case of genuine Latin words. For example, in words such as servus and vulgus, we feel the lack of the aeolic digamma. There is also a sound intermediate between U and I, for we do not pronounce optimum as we do opimum, while in here the sound is neither exactly E nor I. Again, there is a question whether certain letters are not superfluous, not to mention the mark of the aspirate, to which, if it is required at all, there should be a corresponding symbol to indicate the opposite. For instance, K, which is also used as an abbreviation for certain nouns, and Q, which, though slanted slightly more by us, resembles both in sound and shape the Greek kopa, now used by the Greeks solely as a numerical sign. There is also X, the last letter of our alphabet, which we could dispense with as easily as with psi. Again, the teacher of literature will have to determine whether certain vowels have not been consonantalized. For instance, yam and etiam are both spelt with an I, was and tuos both with u. Vowels, however, when joined as vowels, either make one long vowel, compare the obsolete method of indicating a long vowel by doubling it as the equivalent of the circumflex, or a diphthong, though some hold that even 3 vowels can form a single syllable. This, however, is only possible if one or more assume the role of consonants. He will also inquire why it is that there are 2 vowels which may be repeated, while a consonant can only be followed and modified by a different consonant. What I can follow I, for konikit is derived from yakit. So too does u, witness the modern spelling of servus and vulgus. He should also know that Cicero preferred to write aio and maiam with a double I. In that case, one of them is consonantalized. A boy must therefore learn both the peculiarities and the common characteristics of letters, and must know how they are related to each other. Nor must he be surprised that scabilum is formed from scamnus, or that a double-edged axe should be called bipenis from pinus, sharp. For I would not have him fall into the same error as those who, supposing this word to be derived from bis and pennae, think that it is a metaphor for the wings of birds. He must not be content with knowing only those changes introduced by conjugation and prefixes, such as secat, sequit, cadit, excidit, calcat, exculcat, to which might be added lotus from lavare, and again in lotus, with 1,000 others. He must learn as well the changes that time has brought about, even in nominatives. For just as names like Valesius and Fusius have become Valerius and Furius, so Arbos, Labos, Wapos, and even Clamos and Laces were the original forms. And this same letter S, which has disappeared from these words, has itself, in some cases, taken the place of another letter. Or our ancestors used to say mertare and pultare. They also said fordeum and fairi, using F instead of the aspirate, as being a kindred letter. For the Greeks, unlike us, aspirate F, like their own P, as Cicero bears witness in the Profundanio, where he laughs at a witness who is unable to pronounce the first letter of that name. In some cases, again, we have substituted B for other letters, as with burros, brugues, and belena. The same letter, too, has turned duellum into bellum, and as a result some have ventured to call the duelli belli. What of stlocus and stlites? What of the connection between te and de, a connection which makes it less surprising that on some of the older buildings of Rome and certain famous temples we should find the names Alexanter and Cassantra? What again of the interchange of o and u, of which examples may be found in Hecoba, Notrix, Culcides, and Pulixena? Or, to take purely Latin words, dederont and probaverunt. So too Odysseus, which the Aeolian dialect turned into Ulysseus, has been transformed by us into Ulixes. Similarly, E, in certain cases, held the place that is now occupied by I, as in Minerva, Leber, Magester, and Dioe Victore, in place of Dioi Victori. It is sufficient for me to give a mere indication as regards these points, for I am not teaching, but merely advising those who have got to teach. The next subject to which attention must be given is that of syllables, of which I will speak briefly when I come to deal with orthography. Following this, the teacher concerned will note the number and nature of the parts of speech, although there is some dispute as to their number. Earlier writers, among them Aristotle himself and Theodectes, hold that there are but three: verbs, nouns, and conjunctions. Their view was that the force of language resided in the verbs, and the matter in the nouns, for the one is what we speak, the other that which we speak about, while the duty of the conjunctions was to provide the link between the nouns and the verbs. I know that conjunction is the term in general use, but conjunction seems to me to be the more accurate translation of the Greek syndesmos. Gradually the number was increased by the philosophers, more especially by the Stoics. Articles were first added to the conjunctions, then prepositions. To nouns, appellations were added, then the pronoun, and finally the participle, which holds a middle position between the verb and the noun. To the verb itself was added the adverb. Our own language dispenses with the articles, which are therefore distributed among the other parts of speech. But interjections must be added to those already mentioned. Others, however, follow good authority in asserting that there are 8 parts of speech. Among these I may mention Aristarchus, and in our own day Palemon, who classified the vocable or appellation as a species of the genus noun. Those, on the other hand, who distinguish between the noun and the vocable make 9 parts of speech. But yet again there are some who differentiate between the vocable and the appellation, saying that the vocable indicates concrete objects which can be seen and touched, such as a house or bed, while an appellation is something imperceptible, either to sight or touch or to both, such as the wind, heaven, or virtue. They added also the asseveration, such as alas, and the derivative, such as fasciatim. But of these classifications I do not approve. Whether we should translate prosegoria by vocable or appellation, and whether it should be regarded as a species of noun, I leave to the decision of such as desire to express their opinion. It is a matter of no importance. Boys should begin by learning to decline nouns and conjugate verbs. Otherwise they will never be able to understand the next subject of study. This admonition would be superfluous, but for the fact that most teachers, misled by a desire to show rapid progress, begin with what should really come at the end. Their passion for displaying their pupils' talents in connection with the more imposing aspects of their work, serves but to delay progress, and their short cut to knowledge merely lengthens the journey. And yet, a teacher who has acquired sufficient knowledge himself, and is ready to teach what he has learned, and such readiness is all too rare, will not be content with stating that nouns have 3 genders, or with mentioning those which are common to 2 or all 3 together. Nor again shall I be in a hurry to regard it as a proof of real diligence if he points out that there are irregular nouns of the kind called epicene by the Greeks, in which one gender implies both, or which, in spite of being feminine or neuter in form, indicates males or females respectively, as for instance muraina and glucerium. A really keen and intelligent teacher will inquire into the original of names derived from physical characteristics, such as Rufus or Longus, whenever their meaning is obscure, as in the case of Sulla, Burrus, Galba, Plautus, Pansa, Scaurus, and the like; of names derived from accidents of birth, such as Agrippa, Opiter, Cordus, and Postumus; and again of names given after birth, such as Vopiscus. Then there are names such as Cotta, Scipio, Linas, or Serranus, which originated in various ways. It will also be found that names are frequently derived from races, places, and many other causes. Further, there are obsolete slave names, such as Marcipor or Publipor, derived from the names of their owners. The teacher must also inquire whether there is not room for a 6th case in Greek and a 7th in Latin. For when I say wounded by a spear, the case is not a true ablative in Latin, nor a true dative in Greek. Again, if we turn to verbs, who is so ill-educated as not to be familiar with their various kinds and qualities, their different persons and numbers? Such subjects belong to the elementary school and the rudiments of knowledge. Some, however, will find points undetermined by inflection somewhat perplexing. For there are certain participles about which there may be doubts as to whether they are really nouns or verbs, since their meaning varies with their use, as for example lectum and sapiens, while there are other verbs which resemble nouns, such as fraudator and nutritor. Again, itur in antiquam siluam is a peculiar usage, for there is no subject to serve as a starting point. Fletur is a similar example. The passive may be used in different ways, as for instance in panditur interea domus omnipotentis Olympi, and in totis usque adeo turbatur agris. Yet a third usage is found in urbs habitatur, whence we get phrases such as campus scurritur and mare navigatur. Pransus and potus have a meaning which does not correspond to their form. And what of those verbs which are only partially conjugated? Some, as for instance fero, even suffer an entire change in the perfect. Others are used only in the third person, such as dicet and piget, while some resemble nouns tending to acquire an adverbial meaning, for we say dictu and factu, as we say noctu and diu, since these words are participial, though quite different from dicto and facto. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5, of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Style has 3 kinds of excellence: correctness, lucidity, and elegance, for many include the all-important quality of appropriateness under the heading of elegance. Its faults are likewise threefold, namely, the opposites of these excellences. The teacher of literature, therefore, must study the rules for correctness of speech, these constituting the first part of his art. The observance of these rules is concerned with either one or more words. I must now be understood to use verbum in its most general sense. It has, of course, two meanings. The one covers all the parts of which language is composed, as in the line of Horace. Once supply the thought, and words will follow swift as soon as sought. The other restricts it to a part of speech such as lego and scribo. To avoid this ambiguity, some authorities prefer the term voces, locutiones, dictiones. Individual words will either be native or imported, simple or compound, literal or metaphorical, in current use or newly coined. A single word is more likely to be faulty than to possess any intrinsic merit. For, though we may speak of a word as appropriate, distinguished, or sublime, it can possess none of these properties save in relation to connected and consecutive speech, since when we praise words, we do so because they suit the matter. There is only one excellence that can be isolated for consideration, namely euphony, the Greek term for our vocalitas. That is to say that, when we are confronted with making a choice between two exact synonyms, we must select that which sounds best. In the first place, barbarisms and solecisms must not be allowed to intrude their offensive presence. These blemishes are, however, pardoned at times, because we have become accustomed to them, or because they have age or authority in their favor, or are near akin to positive excellences, since it is often difficult to distinguish such blemishes from figures of speech. The teacher, therefore, that such slippery customers may not elude detection, must seek to acquire a delicate discrimination. But of this I will speak later, when I come to discuss figures of speech. For the present, I will define barbarism as an offense occurring in connection with single words. Some of my readers may object that such a topic is beneath the dignity of so ambitious a work. But who does not know that some barbarisms occur in writing, others in speaking? For, although what is incorrect in writing will also be incorrect in speech, the converse is not necessarily true, inasmuch as mistakes in writing are caused by addition or omission, substitution or transposition, while mistakes in speaking are due to separation or combination of syllables, to aspiration or other errors of sound. Trivial as these points may seem, our boys are still at school, and I am reminding their instructors of their duty. And if one of our teachers is lacking in education, and has done no more than set foot in the outer courts of his art, he will have to confine himself to the rules published in the elementary textbooks. The more learned teacher, on the other hand, will be in a position to go much further. First of all, for example, he will point out that there are many different kinds of barbarism. One kind is due to race, such as the insertion of a Spanish or African term. For instance, the iron tire of a wheel is called cantus, though Persius uses it as established in the Latin language. Catullus picked up proxenum, a box, in the valley of the Po, while the author of the In Polionem be he Labienus or Cornelius Gallus, imported cassamo from Gaul in the sense of follower. As for mastruca, which is Sardinian for a rough coat, it is introduced by Cicero merely as an object of derision. Another kind of barbarism proceeds from the speaker's temper. For instance, we regard it as barbarous if a speaker use cruel or brutal language. A third and very common kind, of which any one may fashion examples for himself, consists in the addition or omission of a letter or syllable, or in the substitution of one for another, or in placing one where it has no right to be. Some teachers, however, to display their learning, are in the habit of picking out examples of barbarism from the poets, and attacking the authors whom they are expounding for using such words. A boy should, however, realize that in poets such peculiarities are pardonable or even praiseworthy, and should therefore be taught less common instances. For Tinga of Placentia, if we may believe Hortensius, who takes him to task for it, committed 2 barbarisms in one word by saying precula for pergula. That is to say, he substituted C for G and transposed R and E. On the other hand, when Ennius writes metoioque fufetioio, where the barbarism is twice repeated, he is defended on the plea of poetic license. Substitution is, however, sometimes admitted, even in prose, as for instance when Cicero speaks of the army of Canopus, which is locally styled Canobus, while the number of authors who have been guilty of transposition in writing Trasumenus for Tarsumenus has succeeded in standardizing the error. Similar instances may be quoted. If adsentior be regarded as the correct form, we must remember that Sisenna said adsentio, and that many have followed him on the ground of analogy. On the other hand, if adsentio is the correct form, we must remember that adsentior has the support of current usage. And yet our fat fool, the fashionable schoolmaster, will regard one of these forms as an example of omission, or the other as an instance of addition. Again, there are words which, when used separately, are undoubtedly incorrect, but when used in conjunction excite no unfavorable comment. For instance, dua and tre are barbarisms and differ in gender, but the words duapondo and trepondo have persisted in common parlance down to our day, and Messala shows that the practice is correct. It may perhaps seem absurd to say that a barbarism, which is an error in a single word, may be made, like a solecism, by errors in connection with either number or gender. But take on the one hand scala, stairs, and scopa, which literally means a twig, but is used in the sense of broom, and on the other hand hordea, barley, and mulsa, med. Here we have substitution, omission, and addition of letters, but the blemish consists in the former case merely in the use of singular for plural, in the letter of plural for singular. Those, on the other hand, who have used the word gladia are guilty of a mistake in gender. I merely mention these as instances. I do not wish any one to think that I have added a fresh problem to a subject into which the obstinacy of pedants has already introduced confusion. The faults which arise in the course of actual speaking require greater penetration on the part of the critic, since it is impossible to cite examples from writing, except in cases where they occur in poetry, as when the diphthong is divided into 2 syllables in Europae and Asiae. or when the opposite fault occurs, called synairesis or synaloipe by the Greeks, and complexio by ourselves. As an example, I may quote the line of Publius Varro, tum te flagranti delectum fulmine phaeton. If this were prose, it would be possible to give the letters their true syllabic value. I may mention as further anomalies peculiar to poetry the lengthening of a short syllable, as in Italiam fato profugus, or the shortening of a long, such as unius ob nox summit furias. But in poetry we cannot label these as actual faults. Errors in sound, on the other hand, can be detected by the ear alone, although in Latin, as regards the addition or omission of the aspirate, the question may be raised whether this is an error when it occurs in writing, for there is some doubt whether h is a letter or merely a breathing, practice having frequently varied in different ages. Older authors used it, but rarely even before vowels, saying aidus or ircus, while its conjunction with consonants was for a long time avoided, as in words such as gracchus or triumpus. Then, for a short time, it broke out into excessive use, witness such spellings as corona, centuria, or praeco, which may still be read in certain inscriptions. The well-known epigram of Catullus will be remembered in this connection. The spellings vehementer, comprehendere, and mihi have lasted to our day, and among early writers, especially of tragedy, we actually find mehe for me in the older manuscripts. It is still more difficult to detect errors of tenor or tone. I know that old writers spell the word tonor as derived from the Greek tonos, or of accent, styled prosody by the Greeks, such as the substitution of the acute accent for the grave, or the grave for the acute. Such an example would be the placing of the acute accent on the first syllable of Camillus, or the substitution of the grave for the circumflex in cetegus, an error which results in the alteration of the quantity of the middle syllable, since it means making the first syllable acute, or again the substitution of circumflex for the grave on the second syllable of api, where the contraction of two syllables into one circumflexed syllable involves a double error. This, however, occurs far more frequently in Greek words such as atrei, which in our young days was pronounced by the most learned of our elders with an acute accent on the first syllable, necessitating a grave accent on the second. The same remark applies to nere and tere. Such has been the tradition as regards accents. Still, I am well aware that certain learned men and some professed teachers of literature, to ensure that certain words may be kept distinct, sometimes place an acute accent on the last syllable, both when they are teaching and in ordinary speech, as for instance in the following passage: Quae circum litora circum piscosos copulos, where they make the last syllable of circum acute on the ground that, if that syllable were given the grave accent, it might be thought that they meant circus, not circuitus. Similarly, when quale is interrogative, they give the final syllable a grave accent, but when using it in a comparison, make it acute. This practice, however, they restrict almost entirely to adverbs and pronouns. In other cases they follow the old usage. Personally, I think that in such phrases as these, the circumstances are almost entirely altered by the fact that we join two words together. For when I say circum litora, I pronounce the phrase as one word, concealing the fact that it is composed of two. Consequently, it contains but one acute accent, as though it were a single word. The same thing occurs in the phrase Troiae qui primus aboris. It sometimes happens that the accent is altered by the meter, as in pecudis pictaeque volucres, for I shall read volucres with the acute on the middle syllable, because although that syllable is short by nature, it is long by position, else the last two syllables would form an iambus, which its position in the hexameter does not allow. But these same words, if separated, will form no exception to the rule, or, if the custom under discussion prevails, the old law of the language will disappear. This law is more difficult for the Greeks to observe, because they have several dialects, as they call them, and what is wrong in one may be right in another. But with us the rule is simplicity itself, for in every word the acute accent is restricted to 3 syllables, whether these be the only syllables in the word or the 3 last, and will fall either on the penultimate or the antepenultimate. The middle of the 3 syllables of which I speak will be acute or circumflexed if long, while if it be short it will have a grave accent, and the acute will be thrown back to the preceding syllable, that is to say, the antepenultimate. Every word has an acute accent, but never more than one. Further, the acute never falls on the last syllable, and therefore in dissyllabic words marks the first syllable. Moreover, the acute accent and the circumflex are never found in one and the same word, since the circumflex itself contains an acute accent. Neither the circumflex nor the acute, therefore, will ever be found in the last syllable of a Latin word, with this exception, that monosyllables must either be acute or circumflexed, otherwise we should find words without an acute accent at all. There are also faults of sound, which we cannot reproduce in writing, as they spring from defects of the voice and tongue. The Greeks, who are happier in inventing names than we are, call them iotacisms, lambdacisms, ischnotetes, attenuations, and plateasmoi, broadenings. They also use the term koilostomia when the voice seems to proceed from the depths of the mouth. There are also certain peculiar and indescribable sounds for which we sometimes take whole nations to fault. To sum up, then, if all the faults of which we have just spoken be avoided, we shall be in possession of the Greek orthoepeia, that is to say, an exact and pleasing articulation, for that is what we mean when we speak of correct pronunciation. All other faults in speaking are concerned with more words than one. Among this class of faults is the solecism, although there have been controversies about this as well. For even those who acknowledge that it occurs in connected speech argue that, since it can be corrected by the alteration of one word, the fault lies in the word and not in the phrase or sentence. For example, whether amarae corticis or medio cortice contains a solecism in gender, and personally I object to neither, as Virgil is the author of both. However, for the sake of argument, let us assume that one of the two is incorrect. Still, whichever phrase is incorrect, it can be set right by the alteration of the word in which the fault lies, that is to say, we can amend either to amari corticis or media cortice. But it is obvious that these critics misrepresent the case, for neither word is faulty in itself. The error arises from its association with another word. The fault, therefore, lies in the phrase. Those who raise the question as to whether a solecism can arise in a single word show greater intelligence. Is it, for instance, a solecism if a man, when calling a single person to him, says venite, or, in dismissing several persons, says abi or discede? Or again, if the answer does not correspond to the question, suppose, for example, When someone said to you, "Whom do I see?" you were to reply, "I." Some too think it a solecism if the spoken word is contradicted by the motion of hand or head. I do not entirely concur with this view, nor yet do I wholly dissent. I admit that a solecism may occur in a single word, but with the proviso: there must be something else equivalent to another word to which the word in which the error lies can be referred, so that the solecism arises from the faulty connection of those symbols by which facts are expressed and purpose indicated. To avoid all suspicion of quibbling, I will say that a solecism may occur in one word, but never in a word in isolation. There is, however, some controversy as to the number and nature of the different kinds of solecism. Those who have dealt with the subject most fully make a fourfold division, identical with that which is made in the case of barbarisms. Solecisms are brought about by addition, for instance in phrases such as nam enim, de susum, in Alexandriam; by omission in phrases such as ambulo viam, Aegypto venio, or ne hoc fecit; and by transposition, as in quoque ego, enim hoc voluit, autem non habuit. Under this last head comes the question whether igitur can be placed first in a sentence, for I note that authors of the first rank disagree on this point. Some of them frequently placing it in that position, others never. Some distinguish these three classes of error from the solecism, styling addition a pleonasm, omission an ellipse, and transposition anastrophe; and they assert that if anastrophe is a solecism, hyperbaton might also be so called. About substitution, that is, when one word is used instead of another, there's no dispute. It is an error which we may detect in connection with all the parts of speech, but most frequently in the verb, because it has greater variety than any other. Consequently, in connection with the verb we get solecisms of gender, tense, person, and mood, or states, or qualities, if you prefer either of these terms. Be these types of error 6 in number, as some assert, or 8, as is insisted by others, for the number of the forms of solecism will depend on the number of subdivisions which you assign to the parts of speech, of which we have just spoken. Further, there are solecisms of number. Now, Latin has 2 numbers, singular and plural, while Greek possesses a third, namely the dual. There have, however, been some who have given us a dual as well, in words such as scripsere and legere, in which, as a matter of fact, the final syllable has been softened to avoid harshness, just as in old writers we find male merere for male mereris. Consequently, what they assert to be a dual is concerned solely with this one class of termination, whereas in Greek it is found throughout the whole structure of the verb and in nouns as well, though even then it is but rarely used. But we find not a trace of such a usage in any Latin author. On the contrary, phrases such as devenere locos, conticuere omnes, and concedere duces clearly prove that they have nothing to do with the dual. Moreover, dixere, although Antonius Rufus cites it as proof to the contrary, is often used by the usher in the courts to denote more than 2 advocates. Again, does not Livy, near the beginning of his first book, write tenuere arcem Sabini, and later in adversum Romani subiere? But I can produce still better authority. For Cicero, in his Orator, says, I have no objection to the form scripsere, though I regard scripserunt as the more correct. Similarly, in vocables and nouns, solecisms occur in connection with gender, number, and more especially case, by substitution of one for another. To these may be added solecisms in the use of comparatives and superlatives, or the employment of patronymics instead of possessives, and vice versa. As for solecisms connected with expressions of quantity, there are some who will regard phrases such as magnum peculiolum as a solecism because the diminutive is used instead of the ordinary noun, which implies no diminution. I think I should call it a misuse of the diminutive rather than a solecism, for it is an error of sense, whereas solecisms are not errors of sense, but rather faulty combinations of words. As regards participles, solecisms occur in case and gender, as with nouns, in tense, as with verbs, and in number, as in both. The pronoun admits of solecisms in gender, number, and case. Solecisms also occur with great frequency in connection with parts of speech, but a bare statement on this point is not sufficient, as it may lead a boy to think that such error consists only in the substitution of one part of speech for another, as, for instance, if a verb is placed where we require a noun, or an adverb takes the place of a pronoun, and so on. For there are some nouns which are cognate, that is to say, of the same genus, and he who uses the wrong species in connection with one of these will be guilty of the same offence as if he were to change the genus. Thus an and aut are conjunctions, but it would be bad Latin to say in a question hic aut ille sit. Ne and non are adverbs, but he who says non feceris in lieu of ne feceris is guilty of a similar mistake, since one negative denies while the other forbids. Further, intro and intus are adverbs of place, but eo intus and introsum are solecisms. Similar errors may be committed in connection with the various kinds of pronouns, interjections, and prepositions. It is also a solecism if there is a disagreement between what precedes and what follows within the limits of a single clause. Some phrases have all the appearance of a solecism, and yet cannot be called faulty. Take, for instance, phrases such as tragoidia tuiestes, or ludi floralia and megalentia. Although these are never found in later times, they are the rule in ancient writers. We will therefore style them figures, and though their use is more frequent in poets, will not deny their employment even to orators. Figures, however, will generally have some justification, as I shall show in a later portion of this work, which I promised you a little while back. I must, however, point out that a figure, if used unwittingly, will be a solecism. In the same class, though they cannot be called figures, come errors such as the use of masculine names with a female termination, and feminine names with a neuter termination. I have said enough about solecisms, for I did not set out to write a treatise on grammar, but was unwilling to slight the science by passing it by without salutation when it met me in the course of my journey. I therefore resume the path which I prescribed for myself, and point out that words are either native or foreign. Foreign words, like our population and institutions, have come to us from practically every nation upon earth. I pass by words of Tuscan, Sabine, and Praenestine origin, for though Lucilius attacks Vedius for using them, and Pollio reproves Livy for his lapses into the dialect of Padua, I may be allowed to regard all such words as of native origin. Many Gallic words have become current coin, such as raida, chariot, and petoritum, four-wheeled wagon, of which Cicero uses the former and Horace the latter. Mappa, napkin, again a word familiar in connection with the circus, is claimed by the Carthaginians, while I have heard that gurdus, which is colloquially used in the sense of stupid, is derived from Spain. But this distinction between native and foreign words has reference chiefly to Greek, for Latin is largely derived from that language, and we use words which are admittedly Greek to express things for which we have no Latin equivalent. Similarly, they at times borrow words from us. In this connection, the problem arises whether foreign words should be declined according to their language or our own. If you come across an archaistic grammarian, he will insist on absolute conformity to Latin practice, because, since we have an ablative and the Greeks have not, it would be absurd in declining a word to use 5 Greek cases and 1 Latin. He will also praise the patriotism of those who aimed at strengthening the Latin language and asserted that we had no need of foreign practices. They, therefore, pronounced castorem with the second syllable long to bring it into conformity with all those Latin nouns which have the same termination in the nominative as castor. They also insisted on the forms palaimo, telamo, and plato, the last being adopted by Cicero, because they could not find any Latin nouns ending in on. They were reluctant even to permit masculine Greek nouns to end in as in the nominative case, and consequently in Celius we find pelia cincinatus, and in Messala bene fecit eutia, and in Cicero hermagora. So we need not be surprised that the majority of early writers said Ainea and Anchisa, for it was urged, if such words are spelt like Mycenas, Sufenas, and Asprenas, the genitive should terminate in tis, not in e. On the same principle, they placed an acute accent on the middle syllables of Olympus and Tyrannus, because Latin does not allow an acute accent on the first syllable if it is short and is followed by 2 long syllables. So too we get the Latinized genitives ulixi and achilli, together with many other analogous forms. More recent scholars have instituted the practice of giving Greek nouns their Greek declension, although this is not always possible. Personally, I prefer to follow the Latin method, so far as grace of diction will permit, for I should not like to say calypsonem on the analogy of eunonem, although Gaius Caesar, in deference to antiquity, does adopt this way of declining it. In other words which can be declined in either way without impropriety, those who prefer it can employ the Greek form. They will not be speaking Latin, but will not, on the other hand, deserve censure. Simple words are what they are in the nominative, that is, their essential nature. Compound words are formed by the prefix of a preposition, as in innocens, though care must be taken that 2 conflicting prepositions are not prefixed, as in imperterritus. If this be avoided, they may in certain cases have a double prefix, as in incompositus or reconditus, or the Ciceronian subabsurdum. They may also be formed by what I might term the combination of 2 independent units, as in maleficus. For I will not admit that the combination of 3 is possible at any rate in Latin, although Cicero asserts that capsis is compounded of cape si vis, and there are to be found scholars who contend that Lupercalia likewise is a compound of 3 parts of speech, namely, luere per caprum. As for solitaurilia, it is by now universally believed to stand for suoe taurilia, a derivation which corresponds to the actual sacrifice, which has its counterpart in Homer as well. But these compounds are formed not so much from 3 words as from the fragments of 3. On the other hand, Pacuvius seems to have formed compounds of a preposition and 2 vocables, that is, nouns, as in nere repandi rostrum incurvi cervicum pecus, the flock of Nereus, snout uplifted, neck enarched. The effect is unpleasing. Compounds are, however, formed from 2 complete Latin words, as for instance superfui and subterfugi, though in this case there is some question as to whether the words from which they are formed are complete. They may also be formed of 1 complete and 1 incomplete word, as in the case of malevolus, or of 1 incomplete and 1 complete, such as noctivagus, or of 2 incomplete words, as in pedicecus, footman, or from 1 Latin and 1 foreign word, as in biclinium, a dining couch for 2, or in the reverse order, as in epitogium, an upper garment, or anticato, and sometimes even from 2 foreign words, as in epiraidium, a thong attaching the horse to the raida. For in this last case the preposition is Greek, while raida is Gallic, while the compound is employed neither by Greek nor Gaul, but has been appropriated by Rome from the 2 foreign tongues. In the case of prepositions, they are frequently changed by the act of compounding. As a result, we get abstulit, aufugit, amisit, though the preposition is ab, and coit, though the preposition is con. The same is true of ignaus and erepublica. But compounds are better suited to Greek than to Latin, though I do not think that this is due to the nature of our language. The reason, rather, is that we have a preference for foreign goods, and therefore receive curtauchen with applause, whereas we scarce defend incurvi cervicus from derisive laughter. Words are proper when they bear their original meaning, metaphorical when they are used in a sense different from their natural meaning. Current words are safest to use. There is a spice of danger in coining new, for if they are adopted, our style wins but small glory from them, while if they are rejected, they become a subject for jest. Still, we must make the venture, for as Cicero says, use softens even these words which at first seemed harsh. On the other hand, the power of onomatopoeia is denied us. Who would tolerate an attempt to imitate phrases like the much-praised linxebios, the bow twanged, and sitzen ophthalmos, the eye hissed? We should even feel some qualms about using ballare, to ba, and hinire, to whiny, if we had not the sanction of antiquity to support us. End of chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6, of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There are special rules, which must be observed both by speakers and writers. Language is based on reason, antiquity, authority, and usage. Reason finds its chief support in analogy, and sometimes in etymology. As for antiquity, it is commended to us by the possession of a certain majesty, I might almost say sanctity. Authority, as a rule, we derive from orators and historians. For poets, owing to the necessities of metre, are allowed a certain license, except in cases where they deliberately choose one of two expressions when both are metrically possible, as, for instance, in immodestirpe requisum and aeriae quo congessere palumbes, or silicae nuda, and the like. The judgment of a supreme orator is placed on the same level as reason, and even error brings no disgrace, if it result from treading in the footsteps of such distinguished guides. Usage, however, is the surest pilot in speaking, and we should treat language as currency, minted with the public stamp. But in all these cases we have need of a critical judgment, especially as regards analogy, a Greek term for which a Latin equivalent has been found in proportion. The essence of analogy is the testing of all subjects of doubt by the application of some standard of comparison about which there is no question, the proof, that is to say, of the uncertain by reference to the certain. This can be done in two different ways: by comparing similar words, paying special attention to their final syllables, hence monosyllables are asserted to lie outside the domain of analogy, and by the study of diminutives. Comparison of nouns will reveal either their gender or their declension. In the first case, supposing the question is raised as to whether funis be masculine or feminine, panis will supply a standard of comparison. In the second case, supposing we are in doubt as to whether we should say hac domu or hac domo, domuum or domorum, the standard of comparison will be found in words such as anus or manus. Diminutives merely reveal the gender. For instance, to return to a word previously used as an illustration, funiculus proves that funis is masculine. The same standard may be applied in the case of verbs. For instance, if it should be asserted that the middle syllable of fervere is short, we can prove this to be an error, because all verbs which in the indicative terminate in eo make the middle syllable of the infinitive long, if that syllable contain an e. Take as examples such verbs as prandeo, pendeo, spondeo, with infinitives prandere, pendere, spondere. Those verbs, however, which terminate in o alone, if they form the infinitive in e, have the e short. Compare lego, dico, curo, with the infinitives legere, dicere, curere. I admit that in Lucilius we find fervit aquae fervet, fervit nunc fervet ad annum. The water boils, and boil it will. It boils, and for a year will boil. But with all due respect to so learned a man, if he regards fervit as on the same footing as currit and legit, we shall say fervo as we say lego and curro. But such a form has never yet come to my ears. But this is not a true comparison, for fervit resembles servit, and on this analogy we should say fervire, like servire. It is also possible, in certain cases, to discover the present indicative of a verb from the study of its other tenses. I remember, for instance, refuting certain scholars who criticized me for using the word pepigi, for although they admitted that it had been used by some of the best authors, they asserted that it was an irrational form, because the present indicative paciscor, being passive in form, made pactus sum as its perfect. I, in addition to quoting the authority of orators and historians, maintained that I was also supported by analogy. For when I found ni ita pacunt in the 12 tables, I noted that cadunt provided a parallel. It was clear, therefore, that the present indicative, though now obsolete, was paco on the analogy of cado, and it was further obvious that we say pepigi for the same reason that we say kekidi. But we must remember that analogy cannot be universally applied, as it is often inconsistent with itself. It is true, indeed, that scholars have attempted to justify certain apparent anomalies. For example, when it is noted to what an extent lepus and lupus, which resemble each other closely in the nominative, differ in the plural and in the other cases, they reply that they are not true parallels, since lepus is epicene, while lupus is masculine, although Varro, in the book in which he narrates the origins of Rome, writes lupus femina, following the precedent of Ennius and Fabius Pictor. The same scholars, however, when asked why aper became apri in the genitive, but pater, patris, asserted that aper was an absolute, pater a relative noun. Further, since both words derive from the Greek, they took refuge in the fact that patros provides a parallel to patris and capru to apri. But how will they evade the difficulty that feminine nouns whose nominative singular ends in us never make the genitive end in ris, and yet the genitive of Venus is veneris? Again, nouns ending in s have various genitive terminations, but never end in ris. But yet we have no choice but to make the genitive of queres, quereris. Again, what of those words which, although identical in the form of the nominative or present indicative, develop the utmost variety in their inflections? Thus from alba we get both albanus and albensis, from wolo both woloi and wolaui. Analogy itself admits that verbs whose present indicative ends in o have a great variety of perfect formations, as for instance, cado, kekidi, spondeo, spopondi, pingo, pinxi, lego, legi, pono, posui, frango, fregi, laudo, laudaui. For analogy was not sent down from heaven at the creation of mankind to frame the rules of language, but was discovered after they began to speak and to note the terminations of words used in speech. It is, therefore, based not on reason, but on example, nor is it a law of language, being, in fact, the offspring of usage. Some scholars, however, are so perverse and obstinate in their passion for analogy that they say audaciter in preference to audacter, the form preferred by all orators, and emicavit for emiquit, and conire for coire. We may permit them to say audiuisse, sciuisse, tribunale, and faciliter, nor will we deprive them of frugalis as an alternative for frugi, for from what else can frugalitas be formed? They may also be allowed to point out that phrases such as centum milia nummum and fidem deum involve a double solecism, since they can change both case and number. Of course, we were in blank ignorance of the fact, and were not simply conforming to usage and the demands of elegance, as in the numerous cases with which Cicero deals magnificently, as always, in his Orator. Augustus, again, in his letters to Gaius Caesar, corrects him for preferring calidus to caldus, but because it is unpleasing, and, as he himself puts it in Greek, periergon, affected. Some hold that this is just a question of orthoepeia, or correctness of speech, a subject to which I am far from being indifferent. For what can be more necessary than that we should speak correctly? Nay, I even think that, as far as possible, we should cling to correct forms and resist all tendencies to change. But to attempt to retain forms long obsolete and extinct is sheer impertinence and ostentatious pedantry. I would suggest that the ripe scholar who says awe without the aspirate and with a long e, for it comes from auere, and uses calefacere and conservavisse in preference to the usual forms, should also add face, dice, and the like to his vocabulary. His way is the right way. Who doubts it? But there is an easier and more frequented path close by. There is, however, nothing which annoys me more than their habit, not merely of inferring the nominative from the oblique cases, but of actually altering it. For instance, in ebur, in robur, the forms regularly used both in writing and speech by the best authors, these gentlemen change their second syllable to o, because their genitives are roboris and eboris, and because sulpur and gutur keep the u in the genitive. So too femur and iecur give rise to similar controversy. Their proceedings are just as arbitrary as if they were to substitute an o in the genitives of sulpur and gutur on the analogy of eboris and roboris. Thus Antonius Nifo, while admitting robor, ebur, and even marmur to be correct, would have their plurals to be ebura, robura, and marmura. If they would only pay attention to the affinities existing between letters, they would realize that robur makes its genitive roboris in precisely the same way that limes, miles, iudex, and windex make their genitives militis, limitis, iudicis, and windicis, not to mention other words to which I have already referred. Do not nouns which are similar in the nominative show, as I have already observed, quite different terminations in the oblique cases? Compare virgo and iuno, lusus and fusus, cuspis and puppis, and 1,000 others. Again, some nouns are not used in the plural, while others are not used in the singular. Some are indeclinable, while others, like Jupiter, in the oblique cases entirely abandon the form of the nominative. The same is true of verbs. For instance, fero disappears in the perfect and subsequent tenses. Nor does it matter greatly whether such forms are non-existent or too harsh to use. For what is the genitive singular of progenies, or the genitive plural of spes? Or how will quire and ruere form a perfect passive or passive participles? Why should I mention other words, when it is even doubtful whether the genitive of senatus is senati or senatus? In view of what I have said, it seems to me that the remark that it is one thing to speak Latin and another to speak grammar was far from unhappy. So much for analogy, of which I have said more than enough. Etymology inquires into the origin of words, and was called notation by Cicero, on the ground that the term used by Aristotle is symbolon, which may be translated by nota. A literal rendering of etymologia would be veriloquium, a form which even Cicero, its inventor, shrinks from using. Some, again, with an eye to the meaning of the word, call it origination. Etymology is sometimes of the utmost use, whenever the word under discussion needs interpretation. For instance, Marcus Cilius wishes to prove that he is homofrugi, not because he is abstemious, for he could not even pretend to be that, but because he is useful to many, that is, fructuosus, from which frugalitas is derived. Consequently, we find room for etymology when we are concerned with definitions. Sometimes, again, this science attempts to distinguish between correct forms and barbarisms, as for instance, when we are discussing whether we should call Sicily Triquetra or Triquedra, or say Meridies or Medidies, not to mention other words which depend on current usage. Such a science demands profound erudition, whether we are dealing with the large number of words which are derived from the Greek, more especially those inflected according to the practice of the Aeolic dialect, the form of Greek which most nearly resembles Latin, or are using ancient historians as a basis for inquiry into the origin of names of men, places, nations, and cities. For instance, what is the origin of names such as Brutus, Publicola, or Püticus? Why do we speak of Latium, Italia, or Beneventum? What is the reason for employing such names as Capitolium, Collis Quirinalis, or Argiletum? I now turn to minor points concerning which enthusiasts for etymology give themselves an infinity of trouble, restoring to their true form words which have become slightly altered. The methods which they employ are varied and manifold. They shorten them or lengthen them, add, remove, or interchange letters and syllables, as the case may be. As a result, perverseness of judgment leads to the most hideous absurdities. I am ready to admit that consul may be derived from consulere, in the sense of consulting or judging, for the ancients used consulere in the latter sense, and it still survives in the phrase rogat boni consulas, that is, bonum judices, judge fit. Again, senatus may well be derived from old age, for the senators are called the fathers. I concur in the derivations assigned to rex, rector, to say nothing of many other words where there can be no doubt, and do not refuse to accept those suggested for tegula, regula, and the like. Let classis be from calare, call out, summon. Lepus be a contraction of levipes, and vulpes of volipes. But are we also to admit the derivation of certain words from their opposites, and accept lucus a non lucendo, since a grove is dark with shade, ludus in the sense of school, as being so called because it is quite the reverse of play, and dis ditis from dives, because Pluto was far from being rich? Are we to assent to the view that homo is derived from humus, because man sprang from the earth, as though all other living things had not the same origin, or as if primitive man gave the earth a name before giving one to himself? Or again, can verbum be derived from aer verberatus, beaten air? Let us go a little further, and we shall find that stella is believed to be stilla luminis, a drop of light, a derivation whose author is so famous in literature that it would be unkind to mention his name in connection with a point where he comes in for censure. But those who collected such derivations in book form put their names on the title page, and Gavius thought himself a perfect genius when he identified caelibes, bachelors, with caelites, gods, on the ground that they are free from a heavy load of care, and supported this opinion by a Greek analogy, for he asserted that heiteoi, young men, had a precisely similar origin. Modestus is not his inferior in inventive power, for he asserts that caelibes, that is to say, unmarried men, are so called because Saturn cut off the genital organs of Caelus. Ilias asserts that pituita, phlegm, is so called quia petat vitam, because it attacks life. but we may pardon any one after the example set by Varro, for he tried to persuade Cicero, to whom he dedicated his work, that a field was called ager because something is done in it, agitur, and jackdaws, graculos, because they fly in flocks, gregatim, in spite of the obvious fact that the first word is derived from the Greek, the latter from the cry of the birds in question. But Varro had such a passion for derivations that he derived the name merula, a blackbird, from mera volans, on the ground that it flies alone. Some scholars do not hesitate to have recourse to etymology for the origin of every word, deriving names such as rufus or longus from the appearance of their possessor, verbs such as strepere or murmurare from the sounds which they represent, and even extending this practice to certain derivatives, making velox, for instance, find its origin in velocitas, as well as the compounds and the like. Now, although such words doubtless have an origin, no special science is required to detect it, since it is only doubtful cases that demand the intervention of the etymologist. Archaic words not only enjoy the patronage of distinguished authors, but also give style a certain majesty and charm. For they have the authority of age behind them, and for the very reason that they have fallen into desuetude, produce an attractive effect, not unlike that of novelty. But such words must be used sparingly, and must not thrust themselves upon our notice, since there is nothing more tiresome than affectation, nor, above all, must they be drawn from remote and forgotten ages. I refer to words such as toper, quite, antegerio, exceedingly, exanclare, to exhaust, prosapia, a race, and the language of the Salian hymns, now scarcely understood by its own priests. Religion, it is true, forbids us to alter the words of these hymns, and we must treat them as sacred things. But what a faulty thing is speech, whose prime virtue is clearness, if it requires an interpreter to make its meaning plain. Consequently, in the case of old words, the best will be those that are newest, just as in the case of new words, the best will be the oldest. The same arguments apply to authority. For although the use of words transmitted to us by the best authors may seem to preclude the possibility of error, it is important to notice not merely what they said, but what words they succeeded in sanctioning. For no one today would introduce words such as tuburcinabundus, voracious, or lurcinabundus, guzzling, although they have the authority of Cato, nor make laudices, blankets, masculine, though Pollio preferred that gender, nor say gladiola, small swords, though Messala used this plural, nor parricidatus for parricide, a form which can scarcely be tolerated even in Celius, nor will Calvus persuade me to speak of collos, necks. Indeed, were these authors alive today, they would never use such words. Usage remains to be discussed, for it would be almost laughable to prefer the language of the past to that of the present day, and what is ancient speech but ancient usage of speaking? But even here the critical faculty is necessary, and we must make up our minds what we mean by usage. If it be defined merely as the practice of the majority, we shall have a very dangerous rule, affecting not merely style, but life as well, a far more serious matter. For where is so much good to be found that what is right should please the majority? The practices of depilation, of dressing the hair in tears, or of drinking in excess at the baths, although they may have thrust their way into society, cannot claim the support of usage, since there is something to blame in all of them. although we have usage on our side when we bathe or have our hair cut or take our meals together. So too in speech we must not accept as a rule of language words and phrases that have become a vicious habit with a number of persons. To say nothing of the language of the uneducated, we are, all of us, well aware that whole theatres and the entire crowd of spectators will often commit barbarisms in the cries which they utter as one man. I will therefore define usage in speech as the agreed practice of educated men, just as, where our way of life is concerned, I should define it as the agreed practice of all good men. End of chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7, of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Having stated the rules which we must follow in speaking, I will now proceed to lay down the rules which must be observed when we write. Such rules are called orthography by the Greeks. Let us style it the science of writing correctly. This science does not consist merely in the knowledge of the letters composing each syllable. Such a study is beneath the dignity of a teacher of grammar, but, in my opinion, develops all its subtlety in connection with doubtful points. For instance, while it is absurd to place a circumflex over all long syllables, since the quantity of most syllables is obvious from the very nature of the word which is written, it is all the same occasionally necessary, since the same letter involves a different meaning according as it is long or short. For example, we determine whether malus is to mean an apple tree or a bad man by the use of the circumflex. Palus means a stake if the first syllable is long, a marsh if it be short. Again, when the same letter is short in the nominative and long in the ablative, we generally require the circumflex to make it clear which quantity to understand. Similarly, it has been held that we should observe distinctions such as the following. If the preposition ex is compounded with specto, there will be an s in the second syllable, while there will be no s if it is compounded with pecto. Again, the following distinction has frequently been observed. Ad is spelt with a d when it is a preposition, but with a t when it is a conjunction, while cum is spelt quum when it denotes time, but cum when it denotes accompaniment. Still more pedantic are the practices of making the fourth letter of quidquid a c to avoid the appearance of repeating a question, and of writing quotidie instead of quotidie to show that it stands for quot diebus. But such practices have disappeared into the limbo of absurdities. It is often debated whether in our spelling of prepositions we should be guided by their sound when compounded or separate. For instance, when I say obtinuit, logic demands that the second letter should be a B, while to the ear the sound is rather that of P. Or again, take the case of immunis. The letter N, which is required by strict adherence to fact, is forced by the sound of the M which follows to change into another M. We must also note, when analyzing compound words, whether the middle consonant adheres to the preceding syllable or to that which follows. For example, since the latter part of haruspex is from spectare, the S must be assigned to the third syllable. In abstemius, on the other hand, it will go with the first syllable, since the word is derived from abstinentia temeti, abstention from wine. As for K, my view is that it should not be used at all, except in such words as may be indicated by the letter standing alone as an abbreviation. I mention the fact because some hold that K should be used whenever the next letter is an A, despite the existence of the letter C, which maintains its force in conjunction with all the vowels. Orthography, however, is also the servant of usage, and therefore undergoes frequent change. I make no mention of the earliest times when our alphabet contained fewer letters, and their shapes differed from those which we now use, while their values also were different. For instance, in Greek, the letter O was sometimes long and short, as it is with us, and again was sometimes used to express the syllable, which is identical with its name. And in Latin, ancient writers ended a number of words with D, as may be seen on the column adorned with the beaks of ships, which was set up in the Forum in honor of Duilius. Sometimes again, they gave words a final G, as we may still see in the Shrine of the Sun, close to the Temple of Quirinus, where we find the word Vesperug, which we write Vesperugo, evening star. I have already spoken of the interchange of letters, and need not repeat my remarks here. Perhaps their pronunciation corresponded with their spelling. For a long time the doubling of semi-vowels was avoided, while down to the time of Accius and beyond, long syllables were indicated by repetition of the vowel. The practice of joining E and I, as in the Greek diphthong A, lasted longer. It served to distinguish cases and numbers, for which we may compare the instructions of Lucilius. The boys are come. Why then their names must end with E and I to make them more than one? And later, if to a thief and liar, mendaci furique, you would give, in E and I your thief must terminate. But this addition of E is quite superfluous, since I can be long no less than short. It is also at times inconvenient, for in those words which end in I and have E as their last letter but one, we shall on this principle have to write E twice. I refer to words such as aure or argente and the like. Now, such a practice will be an actual hindrance to those who are learning to read. This difficulty occurs in Greek as well, in connection with the addition of an iota, which is employed not merely in the termination of the dative, but is sometimes found in the middle of words, as in lestes, for the reason that the analysis applied by etymology shows the word to be a trisyllable, and requires the addition of that letter. The diphthong I, now written with an E, was pronounced in old days as I. Some wrote I in all cases, as in Greek. Others confined its use to the dative and genitive singular, whence it comes that Virgil, always a passionate lover of antiquity, inserted pictae vestis and aquae in his poems. But in the plural they used E and wrote sulae, galbae. Lucilius has given instructions on this point also. His instructions occupy quite a number of verses, for which the incredulous may consult his 9th book. Again, in Cicero's days and a little later, it was the almost universal practice to write a double S whenever that letter occurred between two long vowels or after a long vowel, as for example in causai, casus, divisiones. That he and Virgil both used this spelling is shown by their own autograph manuscripts. And yet, at a slightly earlier date, UC, which we write with a double S, was spelled with only one. Further, Optimus Maximus, which older writers spelled with a U, appear for the first time with an I, such at any rate is the tradition, in an inscription of Gaius Caesar. We now write here, but I still find in manuscript of the old comic poets phrases such as heri ad me venit. And the same spelling is found in letters of Augustus written or corrected by his own hand. Again, did not Cato the censor spell dicam and faciam as dicam and faciem, and observe the same practice in words of similar termination? This is clear from old manuscripts of his works, and is recorded by Messala in his treatise on the letter S. Sibe and quase are found in many books, but I cannot say whether the authors wished them to be spelled thus. I learned from Perianus that Livy, whose precedent he himself adopted, used this spelling. Today we make these words end with an I. What shall I say of Vortices, Vorsus, and the like, which Scipio Africanus is said to have been the first to spell with an E? My own teachers spelled servus and quervus with a UO in order that the repetition of the vowel might not lead to the coalescence and confusion of the two sounds. Today, however, we write these words with a double U on the principle which I have already stated. Neither spelling, however, exactly expresses the pronunciation. It was not without reason that Claudius introduced the Iolic digamma to represent this sound. It is a distinct improvement that today we spell hui, as I have written it. When I was a boy, it used to be spelled quoi, giving it a very full sound, merely to distinguish it from qui. Again, what of words whose spelling is at variance with their pronunciation? For example, C is used as an abbreviation for Gaius, and when inverted stands for a woman, for, as we know, from the words of the marriage service, women used to be called Gaiae, just as men were called Gaii. Naius, too, in the abbreviation indicating the prenomen, is spelt in a manner which does not agree with its pronunciation. We also find columna and consul spelt without an N, while subura, when indicated by 3 letters, is spelt S-U-C. I could quote many other examples of this, but I fear that I have already said too much on so trivial a theme. On all such subjects, the teacher must use his own judgment, for in such matters it should be the supreme authority. For my own part, I think that, within the limits prescribed by usage, words should be spelled as they are pronounced. For the use of letters is to preserve the sound of words and to deliver them to readers as a sacred trust. Consequently, they ought to represent the pronunciation which we are to use. These are the most important points in connection with writing and speaking correctly. I do not go so far as to deny to the teacher of literature all part in the 2 remaining departments of speaking and writing with elegance and significance, but I reserve these for a more important portion of this work, as I have still to deal with the duties of the teacher of rhetoric. I am, however, haunted by the thought that some readers will regard what I have said as trivial details, which are only likely to prove a hindrance to those who are intent upon a greater task. And I myself do not think that we should go so far as to lose our sleep of nights or quibble like fools over such minutiae, for such studies make mincemeat of the mind. But it is only the superfluities of grammar that do any harm. I ask you, is Cicero a less great orator for having given this science his diligent attention, or for having, as his letters show, demanded rigid correctness of speech from his son? Or was the vigor of Gaius Caesar's eloquence impaired by the publication of a treatise on analogy? Or the polish of Messala dimmed by the fact that he devoted whole books to the discussion not merely of single words, but of single letters? Such studies do no harm to those who but pass through them. It is only the pedantic stickler who suffers. Chapter 8. Reading remains for consideration. In this connection, there is much that can only be taught in actual practice, as, for instance, when the boy should take breath, at what point he should introduce a pause into a line, where the sense ends or begins, when the voice should be raised or lowered, and when he should increase or slacken speed, or speak with greater or less energy. In this portion of my work, I will give but one golden rule. To do all these things, he must understand what he reads. But above all, his reading must be manly, combining dignity and charm. It must be different from the reading of prose, for poetry is song, and poets claim to be singers. But this fact does not justify degenerating into sing-song or the effeminate modulations now in vogue. There is an excellent saying on this point attributed to Gaius Caesar while he was still a boy. If you are singing, you sing badly. If you are reading, you sing. Again, I do not, like some teachers, wish character as revealed by speeches seem to be indicated as it is by the comic actor, though I think that there should be some modulation of the voice to distinguish such passages from those where the poet is speaking in person. There are other points where there is much need of instruction. Above all, unformed minds, which are liable to be all the more deeply impressed by what they learn in their days of childish ignorance, must learn not merely what is eloquent, it is even more important that they should study what is morally excellent. It is therefore an admirable practice which now prevails to begin by reading Homer and Virgil, although the intelligence needs to be further developed for the full appreciation of their merits. But there is plenty of time for that, since the boy will read them more than once. In the meantime, let his mind be lifted by the sublimity of heroic verse, inspired by the greatness of its theme, and imbued with the loftiest sentiments. The reading of tragedy also is useful, and lyric poets will provide nourishment for the mind, provided not merely the authors be carefully selected, but also the passages from their works which are to be read. For the Greek lyric poets are often licentious, and even in Horace there are passages which I should be unwilling to explain to a class. Elegiacs, however, more especially erotic elegy and hendecasyllables, which are merely sections of Sotadian verse, concerning which latter I need give no admonitions, should be entirely banished if possible. If not absolutely banished, they should be reserved for pupils of a less impressionable age. As to comedy, whose contribution to eloquence may be of no small importance, since it is concerned with every kind of character and emotion, I will shortly point out in its due place what use can, in my opinion, be made of it in the education of boys. As soon as we have no fear of contaminating their morals, it should take its place among the subjects which it is especially desirable to read. I speak of Menander, though I would not exclude others. For Latin authors will also be of some service, but the subjects selected for lectures to boys should be those which will enlarge the mind and provide the greatest nourishment to the intellect. Life is quite long enough for the subsequent study of those other subjects which are concerned with matters of interest solely to learned men. But even the old Latin poets may be of great value, in spite of the fact that their strength lies in their natural talent rather than in their art. Above all, they will contribute richness of vocabulary, for the vocabulary of the tragedians is full of dignity, while in that of the comedians there is a certain elegance and attic grace. They are, too, more careful about dramatic structure than the majority of moderns, who regard epigram as the sole merit of every kind of literary work. For purity, at any rate, and manliness, if I may say so, we must certainly go to these writers, since today even our style of speaking is infected with all the faults of modern decadence. Finally, we may derive confidence from the practice of the greatest orators, of drawing up the early poets to support their arguments or adorn their eloquence. For we find, more especially in the pages of Cicero, but frequently in Asinius and in other orators of that period, quotations from Ennius, Ossius, Pacuvius, Lucilius, Terence, Cecilius, and others, inserted, not merely to show the speaker's learning, but to please his hearers as well, since the charms of poetry provide a pleasant relief from the severity of forensic eloquence. Such quotations have the additional advantage of helping the speaker's case, for the orator makes use of the sentiments expressed by the poet as evidence in support of his own statements. But while my earlier remarks have special application to the education of boys, those which I have just made apply rather to persons of riper years, for the love of letters and the value of reading are not confined to one's school days, but end only with life. In lecturing, the teacher of literature must give attention to minor points as well. He will ask his class, after analyzing a verse, to give him the parts of speech and the peculiar features of the feat which it contains. These latter should be so familiar with poetry as to make their presence desired even in the prose of oratory. He will point out what words are barbarous, what improperly used, and what are contrary to the laws of language. He will not do this by way of censuring the poets for such peculiarities, for poets are usually the servants of their meters, and are allowed such license that faults are given other names when they occur in poetry. for we style them metaplasms, schematisms, and schemata, as I have said, and make a virtue of necessity. Their aim will rather be to familiarize the pupil with the artifices of style and to stimulate his memory. Further, in the elementary stages of such instruction, it will not be unprofitable to show the different meanings which may be given to each word. With regards to glossemata, that is to say, words not in common use, the teacher must exercise no ordinary diligence, while still greater care is required in teaching all the tropes which are employed for the adornment, more especially of poetry, but of oratory as well, and in making his class acquainted with the two sorts of schemata or figures, known as figures of speech and figures of thought. I shall, however, postpone discussion of tropes and figures till I come to deal with the various ornaments of style. Above all, he will impress upon their minds the value of proper arrangement and of graceful treatment of the matter in hand. He will show what is appropriate to the various characters, what is praiseworthy in the thoughts or words, where copious diction is to be commended and where restraint. In addition to this, he will explain the various stories that occur. This must be done with care, but should not be encumbered with superfluous detail. For it is sufficient to set forth the version which is generally received, or at any rate rests upon good authority. But to ferret out everything that has ever been said on the subject, even by the most worthless of writers, is a sign of tiresome pedantry or empty ostentation, and results in delaying and swamping the mind when it would be better employed on other themes. The man who pores over every page, even though it be wholly unworthy of reading, is capable of devoting his attention to the investigation of old wives' tales. And yet the commentaries of teachers of literature are full of such encumbrances to learning, and strangely unfamiliar to their own authors. It is, for instance, recorded that Didymus, who was unsurpassed for the number of books which he wrote, on one occasion objected to some story as being absurd, whereupon one of his own books was produced which contained the story in question. Such abuses occur chiefly in connection with fabulous stories, and are sometimes carried to ludicrous or even scandalous extremes, for in such cases the more unscrupulous commentator has such full scope for invention that he can tell lies to his heart's content about whole books and authors without fear of detection, for what never existed can obviously never be found, whereas if the subject is familiar, the careful investigator will often detect the fraud. Consequently, I shall count it a merit in a teacher of literature that there should be some things which he does not know. Chapter 9. I have now finished with two of the departments with which teachers of literature profess to deal, namely, the art of speaking correctly and the interpretation of authors. The former they call methodike, the latter historike. We must, however, add to their activities instruction in certain rudiments of oratory, for the benefit of those who are not yet ripe for the schools of rhetoric. Their pupils should learn to paraphrase Aesop's fables, the natural successors of the fairy stories of the nursery, in simple and restrained language, and subsequently to set down this paraphrase in writing with the same simplicity of style. They should begin by analyzing each verse, then give its meaning in different language, and finally proceed to a freer paraphrase in which they will be permitted now to abridge and now to embellish the original, so far as this may be done without losing the poet's meaning. This is no easy task, even for the expert instructor, and the pupil who handles it successfully will be capable of learning everything. He should also be set to write aphorisms, moral essays, chriai, and delineations of character, etologiae, of which the teacher will first give the general scheme, since such themes will be drawn from their reading. In all of these exercises, the general idea is the same, but the form differs. Aphorisms are general propositions, while etologiae are concerned with persons. Of moral essays there are various forms. Some are akin to aphorisms, and commence with a simple statement, "He said," or "He used to say." Others give the answer to a question and begin, "On being asked," or "In answer to this he replied," while a third, and not dissimilar type, begins, "When someone has said or done something." Some hold that a moral essay may take some action as its text. Take, for example, the statement, "Crates, on seeing an ill-educated boy, beat his paidagogos." Or a very similar example, which they do not venture actually to propose as a theme for a moral essay, but content themselves with saying that it is of the nature of such a theme, namely, Milo, having accustomed himself to carrying a calf every day, ended by carrying it when grown to a bull. All these instances are couched in the same grammatical form, and deeds no less than sayings may be presented for treatment. Short stories from the poets should, in my opinion, be handled not with a view to style, but as a means of increasing knowledge. Other, more serious and ambitious tasks have been also imposed on teachers of literature by the fact that Latin rhetoricians will have nothing to do with them. Greek rhetoricians have a better comprehension of the extent and nature of the tasks placed on their shoulders. End of chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintiliano, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. I have made my remarks on this stage of education as brief as possible, making no attempts to say everything, for the theme is infinite, but confining myself to the most necessary points. I will now proceed briefly to discuss the remaining arts in which I think boys ought to be instructed before being handed over to the teacher of rhetoric, for it is by such studies that the course of education described by the Greeks as enkyklaios paideia, or general education, will be brought to its full completion. For there are other subjects of education which must be studied simultaneously with literature. These, being independent studies, are capable of completion without a knowledge of oratory, while on the other hand they cannot by themselves produce an orator. The question has consequently been raised as to whether they are necessary for this purpose. What, say some, has the knowledge of the way to describe an equilateral triangle on a given straight line got to do with pleading in the law courts or speaking in the Senate? Will an acquaintance with the names and intervals of the note of the lyre help an orator to defend a criminal or direct the policy of his country? They will perhaps produce a long list of orators who are most effective in the courts, but have never sat under a geometrician, and whose understanding of music is confined to the pleasure which their ears, like those of other men, derive from it. To such critics I reply, and Cicero frequently makes the same remark in his Orator, that I am not describing any orator who actually exists or has existed, but have in mind an ideal orator, perfect down to the smallest detail. For when the philosophers describe the ideal sage, who is to be consummate in all knowledge, and a very God incarnate, as they say, they would have him receive instruction not merely in the knowledge of things human and divine, but would also lead him through a course of subjects which in themselves are comparatively trivial, as for instance the elaborate subtleties of formal logic. Not that acquaintance with the so-called horn or crocodile problems can make a man wise, but because it is important that he should never trip, even in the smallest trifles. So too the teacher of geometry, music, or other subjects, which I would class with these, will not be able to create the perfect orator, who like the philosopher ought to be a wise man, but nonetheless these arts will assist in his perfection. I may draw a parallel from the use of antidotes and other remedies applied to the eyes or to wounds. We know that these are composed of ingredients which produce many and sometimes contrary effects, but mixed together they make a single compound resembling no one of its component parts, but deriving its peculiar properties from all. So too dumb insects produce honey, whose taste is beyond the skill of men to imitate, from different kinds of flowers and juices. Shall we marvel then if oratory, the highest gift of Providence to man, needs the assistance of many arts, which, although they do not reveal or intrude themselves in actual speaking, supply hidden forces and make their silent presence felt? But, it will be urged, men have proved fluent without their aid. Granted, but I am in quest of an orator. Their contribution is but small. Yes, but we shall never attain completeness if minor details be lacking. And it will be agreed that though our ideal of perfection may dwell on a height that is hard to gain, it is our duty to teach all we know, that achievement may at least come somewhat nearer the goal. But why should our courage fail? The perfect orator is not contrary to the laws of nature, and it is cowardly to despair of anything that is within the bounds of possibility. For myself, I should be ready to accept the verdict of antiquity. Who is ignorant of the fact that music, of which I will speak first, was, in ancient times, the object not merely of intense study, but of veneration? In fact, Orpheus and Linus, to mention no others, were regarded as uniting the roles of musician, poet, and philosopher. Both were of divine origin, while the former, because by the marvel of his music he soothed the savage breast, is recorded to have drawn after him not merely beasts of the wild, but rocks and trees. So too Timagenes asserts that music is the oldest of the arts related to literature, a statement which is confirmed by the testimony of the greatest of poets, in whose songs we read that the praise of heroes and of gods were sung to the music of the lyre at the feasts of kings. Does not Iopas, the Virgilian bard, sing "The wandering moon and labors of the sun," and the like, whereby the supreme poet manifests most clearly that music is united with the knowledge even of things divine? If this be admitted, music will be a necessity even for an orator, since those fields of knowledge which were annexed by philosophy on their abandonment by oratory, once were ours, and without the knowledge of all such things there can be no perfect eloquence. There can, in any case, be no doubt that some of those men whose wisdom is a household word have been earnest students of music. Pythagoras, for instance, and his followers popularized the belief, which they no doubt had received from earlier teachers, that the universe is constructed on the same principles which were afterwards imitated in the construction of the lyre, and not content merely with emphasizing that concord of discordant elements which they style harmony, attributed a sound to the motions of the celestial bodies. As for Plato, there are certain passages in his works, more especially in the Timaeus, which are quite unintelligible to those who have not studied the theory of music. But why speak only of the philosophers, whose master, Socrates, did not blush to receive instruction in playing the lyre, even when far advanced in years? It is recorded that the greatest generals played on the lyre and the pipe, and that the armies of Sparta were fired to martial ardor by the strains of music. And what else is the function of the horns and trumpets attached to our legions? The louder the concert of their notes, the greater is the glorious supremacy of our arms over all the nations of the earth. It was not therefore without reason that Plato regarded the knowledge of music as necessary to his ideal statesman, or politician as he calls him, while the leaders even of that school, which in other respects is the strictest and most severe of all schools of philosophy, held that the wise man might well devote some of his attention to such studies. Lycurgus himself, the founder of the stern laws of Sparta, approved of the training supplied by music. Indeed, Nature itself seems to have given music as a boon to men to lighten the strain of labor. Even the rower in the galleys is cheered to effort by song. Nor is this function of music confined to cases where the efforts of a number are given union by the sound of some sweet voice that sets the tune, but even solitary workers find solace at their toil in artless song. So far, I have attempted merely to sound the praises of the noblest of arts, without bringing it into connection with the education of an orator. I will, therefore, pass by the fact that the art of letters and that of music were once united. Indeed, Archytas and Euenus held that the former was subordinate to the latter, while we know that the same instructors were employed for the teaching of both, from Sophron, a writer of farces, it is true, but so highly esteemed by Plato that he is believed to have had Sophron's works under his pillow on his deathbed. The same fact is proved by the case of Eupolis, who makes Prodanus teach both music and literature, and whose Mericus, who was none other than Hyperbolus in disguise, asserts that he knows nothing of music but letters. Aristophanes, again, in more than one of his plays, shows that boys were trained in music from remote antiquity, while in the Hypobolymeas of Menander, an old man, when a father claims his son from him, gives an account of all expenses incurred on behalf of the boy's education, and states that he has paid out large sums to musicians and geometricians. From the importance thus given to music also originated the custom of taking a lyre round the company after dinner, and when on such an occasion Themistocles confessed that he could not play, his education was, to quote the words of Cicero, regarded as imperfect. Even at the banquets of our own forefathers it was the custom to introduce the pipe and lyre, and even the hymn of the Salii has its tune. These practices were instituted by King Numa, and clearly prove that not even those whom we regard as rude warriors neglected the study of music, at least in so far as the resources of that age allowed. Finally, there was actually a proverb among the Greeks that the uneducated were far from the company of the Muses and Graces. But let us discuss the advantages which our future orator may reasonably expect to derive from the study of music. Music has two modes of expression in the voice and in the body, for both voice and body require to be controlled by appropriate rules. Aristoxenus divides music, in so far as it concerns the voice, into rhythm and melody, the one consisting in measure, the latter in sound and song. Now I ask you whether it is not absolutely necessary for the orator to be acquainted with all these methods of expression which are concerned firstly with gesture, secondly with the arrangement of words, and thirdly with the inflections of the voice, of which a great variety are required in pleading. Otherwise, we must assume that structure and the euphonious combination of sounds are necessary only for poetry, lyric and otherwise, but superfluous in pleading, or that, unlike music, oratory has no interest in the variation of arrangement and sound to suit the demands of the case. But eloquence does vary, both tone and rhythm, expressing sublime thoughts with elevation, pleasing thoughts with sweetness, and ordinary with gentle utterance, and in every expression of its art is in sympathy with the emotions of which it is the mouthpiece. It is by the raising, lowering, or inflection of the voice that the orator stirs the emotions of his hearers, and the measure, if I may repeat the term, of voice or phrase differs according as we wish to rouse the indignation or the pity of the judge. For, as we know, different emotions are roused even by the various musical instruments, which are incapable of reproducing speech. Further, the motion of the body must be suitable and becoming, or as the Greeks call it, eurythmic, and this can only be secured by the study of music. This is a most important department of eloquence, and will receive separate treatment in this work. To proceed, an orator will assuredly pay special attention to his voice. And what is so specially the concern of music as this? Here, too, I must not anticipate a later section of this work, and will content myself by citing the example of Gaius Gracchus, the leading orator of his age, who during his speeches had a musician standing behind him with a pitch-pipe, or tonarion, as the Greeks call it, whose duty was to give him the tones in which his voice was to be pitched. Such was the attention which he paid to this point even in the midst of his most turbulent speeches, when he was terrifying the patrician party, and even when he had begun to fear their power. I should like, for the benefit of the uninstructed, those creatures of the heavier muse, as the saying is, to remove all doubts as to the value of music. They will, at any rate, admit that the poets should be read by our future orator. But can they be read without such knowledge? If there were anything novel in my insistence on the study of music, I should have to treat the matter at greater length. But in view of the fact that the study of music has, from those remote times when Chiron taught Achilles down to our own day, continued to be studied by all, except those who have a hatred for any regular course of study, it would be a mistake to seem to cast any doubt upon its value by showing an excessive zeal in its defense. It will, however, I think, be sufficiently clear from the examples I have already quoted what I regard as the value and the sphere of music in the training of an orator. Still, I think I ought to be more emphatic than I have been in stating that the music which I desire to see taught is not our modern music, which has been emasculated by the lascivious melodies of our effeminate stage, and has to no small extent destroyed such manly vigor as we still possessed. No, I refer to the music of old, which was employed to sing the praises of brave men, and was sung by the brave themselves. I will have none of your psalteries and viols, that are unfit even for the use of a modest girl. Give me the knowledge of the principles of music, which have power to excite or assuage the emotions of mankind. We are told that Pythagoras, on one occasion, when some young men were led astray by their passions to commit an outrage on a respectable family, called them by ordering the piper to change her strain to a spondaic measure, while Chrysippus selects a special tune to be used by nurses to entice their little charges to sleep. Further, I may point out that among the fictitious themes employed in declamation is one, doing no little credit to its author's learning, in which it is supposed that a piper is accused of manslaughter because he had played a tune in the Phrygian mode as an accompaniment to a sacrifice, with the result that the person officiating went mad and flung himself over a precipice. If an orator is expected to declaim on such a theme as this, which cannot possibly be handled without some knowledge of music, how can my critics, for all their prejudice, fail to agree that music is a necessary element in the education of an orator? As regards geometry, it is granted that portions of the science are of value for the instruction of children, for admittedly it exercises their minds, sharpens their wits, and generates quickness of perception. But it is considered that the value of geometry resides in the process of learning, and not, as with other sciences, in the knowledge thus acquired. Such is the general opinion. But it is not without good reason that some of the greatest men have devoted special attention to this science. Geometry has two divisions. One is concerned with numbers, the other with figures. Now, knowledge of the former is a necessity, not merely to the orator, but to anyone who has had even an elementary education. Such knowledge is frequently required in actual cases, in which a speaker is regarded as deficient in education. I will not say if he hesitates in making a calculation, but even if he contradicts the calculation which he states in words by making an uncertain or inappropriate gesture with his fingers. Again, linear geometry is frequently required in cases, as in lawsuits about boundaries and measurements, but geometry and oratory are related in a yet more important way than this. In the first place, logical development is one of the necessities of geometry. And is it not equally a necessity for oratory? Geometry arrives at its conclusions from definite premises, and by arguing from what is certain, proves what was previously uncertain. Is not this just what we do in speaking? Again, are not the problems of geometry almost entirely solved by the syllogistic method, a fact which makes the majority assert that geometry bears a closer resemblance to logic than to rhetoric? But even the orator will sometimes, though rarely, prove his point by formal logic. For, if necessary, he will use the syllogism, and he will certainly make use of the enthymeme, which is a rhetorical form of syllogism. Further, the most absolute form of proof is that which is generally known as linear demonstration. And what is the aim of oratory, if not proof? Again, oratory sometimes detects falsehoods closely resembling the truth by the use of geometrical methods. An example of this may be found in connection with numbers in the so-called pseudographs, a favorite amusement in our boyhood. But there are more important points to be considered. Who is there who would not accept the following proposition? When the lines bounding two figures are equal in length, the areas contained within those lines are equal. But this is false, for everything depends on the shape of the figure formed by these lines, and historians have been taken to task by geometricians for believing the time taken to circumnavigate an island to be a sufficient indication of its size. For the space enclosed is in proportion to the perfection of the figure. Consequently, if the bounding line to which we have referred form a circle, the most perfect of all plane figures, it will contain a larger space than if the same length of line took the form of a square, while a square contains a greater space than a triangle having the same total perimeter, and an equilateral triangle than a scalene triangle. But there are other points which perhaps present greater difficulty. I will take an example which is easy, even for those who have no knowledge of geometry. There is scarcely anyone who does not know that the Roman acre is 240 feet long and 120 feet broad, and its total perimeter and the area enclosed can easily be calculated. But a square of 180 feet gives the same perimeter, yet contains a much larger area within its four sides. If the calculation prove irksome to any of my readers, you can learn the same truth by employing smaller numbers. Take a 10-foot square. Its perimeter is 40 feet, and it contains 100 square feet. But if the dimensions be 15 feet by 5, while the perimeter is the same, the area enclosed is less by a quarter. On the other hand, if we draw a parallelogram measuring 19 feet by 1, the number of square feet enclosed will be no greater than the number of linear feet, making the actual length of the parallelogram, though the perimeter will be exactly as that of the figure which encloses an area of 100 square feet. Consequently, the area enclosed by 4 lines will decrease in proportion as we depart from the form of a square. It further follows that it is perfectly possible for the space enclosed to be less, though the perimeter be greater. This applies to plane figures only, for even one who is no mathematician can see that, when we have to consider hills or valleys, the extent of ground enclosed is greater than the sky over it. But geometry soars still higher to the consideration of the system of the universe, for by its calculations it demonstrates the fixed and ordained courses of the stars, and thereby we acquire the knowledge that all things are ruled by order and destiny, a consideration which may at times be of value to an orator. When Pericles dispelled the panic caused at Athens by the eclipse of the sun by explaining the causes of the phenomenon, or Sulpicius Gallus discoursed on the eclipse of the moon to the army of Lucius Paulus to prevent the soldiers being seized with terror at what they regarded as a portent sent by heaven, did not they discharge the function of an orator? If Nicias had known this when he commanded in Sicily, he would not have shared the terror of his men, nor lost the finest army that Athens ever placed in the field. Dion, for instance, when he came to Syracuse to overthrow the tyranny of Dionysus, was not frightened away by the occurrence of a similar phenomenon. However, we are not concerned with the uses of geometry in war, and need not dwell upon the fact that Archimedes single-handed succeeded in appreciably prolonging the resistance of Syracuse when it was besieged. It will suffice for our purpose that there are a number of problems which it is difficult to solve in any other way, which are as a rule solved by these linear demonstrations, such as the method of division, section to infinity, and the ratio of increase in velocity. From this we may conclude that, if, as we shall show in the next book, an orator has to speak on every kind of subject, he can under no circumstances dispense with a knowledge of geometry. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Book 1, Chapters 11 and 12 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The comic actor will also claim a certain amount of our attention, but only in so far as our future orator must be a master of the art of delivery. For I do not, of course, wish the boy, whom we are training to this end, to talk with the shrillness of a woman, or in the tremulous accents of old age. Nor, for that matter, must he ape the vices of the drunkard, or copy the cringing manners of a slave, or learn to express the emotions of love, avarice, or fear. Such accomplishments are not necessary to an orator, and corrupt the mind, especially while it is still pliable and unformed. For repeated imitation passes into habit. Nor yet again must we adopt all the gestures and movements of the actor. Within certain limits, the orator must be a master of both, but he must rigorously avoid staginess and all extravagance of facial expression, gesture, and gait. For if an orator does command a certain art in such matters, its highest expression will be in the concealment of its existence. What then is the duty of the teacher whom we have borrowed from the stage? In the first place, he must correct all faults of pronunciation, and see that the utterance is distinct, and that each letter has its proper sound. There is an unfortunate tendency in the case of some letters to pronounce them either too thinly or too fully, while some we find too harsh and fail to pronounce sufficiently, substituting others whose sound is similar but somewhat duller. For instance, lambda is substituted for rho, a letter which was always a stumbling block to Demosthenes. R, L, and R have, of course, the same value. Similarly, when C and G are not given their full value, they are softened into T and D. Again, our teacher must not tolerate the affected pronunciation of S, with which we are painfully familiar, nor suffer words to be uttered from the depths of the throat or rolled out hollow-mouthed, or permit the natural sound of the voice to be overlaid with a fuller sound, a fault fatal to purity of speech. The Greeks give this peculiarity the name katapeplasmenon, plastered over, a term applied to the tone produced by a pipe when the stops which produce the treble notes are closed, and a bass note is produced through the main aperture only. He will also see that final syllables are not clipped, that the quality of speech is continuously maintained, that when the voice is raised, the strain falls upon the lungs and not the mouth, and that gesture and voice are mutually appropriate. He will also insist that the speaker faces his audience, that the lips are not distorted, nor the jaws parted to a grin, that the face is not thrown back, nor the eyes fixed on the ground, nor the neck slanted to left or right. For there are a variety of faults of facial expression. I have seen many who raised their eyebrows whenever the voice was called upon for an effort, others who wore a perpetual frown, and yet others who could not keep their eyebrows level, but raised one towards the top of the head and depressed the other till it almost closed the eye. These are details, but as I shall shortly show, they are of enormous importance, for nothing that is unbecoming can have a pleasing effect. Our actor will also be required to show how a narrative should be delivered, and to indicate the authoritative tone that should be given to advice, the excitement which should mark the rise of anger, and the change of tone that is characteristic of pathos. The best method of so doing is to select special passages from comedy appropriate for the purpose, that is to say, resembling the speeches of a pleader. These are not only most useful in training the delivery, but are admirably adapted to increase a speaker's eloquence. These are the methods to be employed while the pupil is too young to take in more advanced instruction. But when the time has come for him to read speeches, and as soon as he begins to appreciate their merits, he should have a careful and efficient teacher at his side, not merely to form his style of reading aloud, but to make him learn select passages by heart, and declaim them standing in the manner which actual pleading would require. Thus he will simultaneously train delivery, voice, and memory. I will not blame even those who give a certain amount of time to the teacher of gymnastics. I am not speaking of those who spend part of their life in rubbing themselves with oil and part in wine-bibbing, and kill the mind by over-attention to the body. Indeed, I would have such as these kept as far as possible from the boy whom we are training. But we give the same name to those who form gesture and motion, so that the arms may be extended in the proper manner, the management of the hands free from all trace of rusticity and inelegance, the attitude becoming, the movements of the feet appropriate, and the motions of the head and eyes in keeping with the poise of the body. No one will deny that such details form a part of the art of delivery, nor divorce delivery from oratory, and there can be no justification for disdaining to learn what has got to be done, especially as chironomy, which, as the name shows, is the law of gesture, originated in heroic times and met with the approval of the greatest Greeks, not excepting Socrates himself, while it was placed by Plato among the virtues of a citizen, and included by Chrysippus in his instructions relative to the education of children. We are told that the Spartans even regarded a certain form of dance as a useful element in military training. Nor again did the ancient Romans consider such a practice as disgraceful. This is clear from the fact that priestly and ritual dances have survived to the present day, while Cicero, in the 3rd book of his De Oratore, quotes the words of Crassus, in which he lays down the principle that the orator should learn to move his body in a bold and manly fashion, derived not from actors or the stage, but from martial and even from gymnastic exercises. And such a method of training has persisted uncensured to our own time. In my opinion, however, such training should not extend beyond the years of boyhood, and even boys should not devote too much time to it. For I do not wish the gestures of oratory to be modeled on those of the dance, but I do desire that such boyish exercises should continue to exert a certain influence, and that something of the grace which we acquired as learners should attend us in after life without our being conscious of the fact. Chapter 12. The question is not infrequently asked as to whether, admitting that these things ought to be learned, it is possible for all of them to be taught and taken in simultaneously. There are some who say that this is impossible, on the ground that the mind is confused and tired by application to so many studies of different tendencies. Neither the intelligence nor the physique of our pupils, nor the time at our disposal are sufficient, they say, and even though older boys may be strong enough, it is a sin to put such a burden on the shoulders of childhood. These critics show an insufficient appreciation of the capacities of the human mind, which is so swift and nimble and versatile that it cannot be restricted to doing one thing only, but insists on devoting its attention to several different subjects, not merely in one day, but actually at one and the same time. Do not harpists simultaneously exert the memory and pay attention to the tone and inflections of the voice, while the right hand runs over certain strings, and the left plucks, stops, or releases others, all these actions being performed at the same moment? Again, do not we ourselves, when unexpectedly called upon to plead, speak while we are thinking what we are to say next, invention of argument, choice of words, rhythm, gesture, delivery, facial expression, and movement, all being required simultaneously? If all these things can be done with one effort, in spite of their diversity, why should we not divide our hours among different branches of study? We must remember that variety serves to refresh and restore the mind, and that it is really considerably harder to work at one subject without intermission. Consequently, we should give the pen a rest by turning to read, and relieve the tedium of reading by changes of subject. However manifold our activities, in a certain sense we come fresh to each new subject. Who can maintain his attention if he has to listen for a whole day to one teacher harping on the same subject, be it what it may? Change of studies is like change of foods. The stomach is refreshed by their variety, and derives greater nourishment from variety of viands. If my critics disagree, let them provide me with an alternative method. Are we first to deliver ourselves up to the sole service of the teacher of literature, and then similarly to the teacher of geometry, neglecting under the latter what was taught us by the former? And then are we to go on to the musician, forgetting all that we learned before? And when we study Latin literature, are we to do so to the exclusion of Greek? In fine, to have done with the matter once and for all, are we to do nothing except that which last comes to our hand? On this principle, why not advise farmers not to cultivate corn, vines, olives, and orchard trees at the same time, or from devoting themselves simultaneously to pastures, cattle, gardens, bees, and poultry? Why do we ourselves daily allot some of our time to the business of the courts, some to the demands of our friends, some to our domestic affairs, some to the exercise of the body, and some even to our pleasures? Any one of these occupations, if pursued without interruption, would fatigue us. So much easier is it to do many things than to do one thing for a long time continuously. We need have no fear, at any rate, that boys will find their work too exhausting. There is no age more capable of enduring fatigue. The fact may be surprising, but it can be proved by experiment, for the mind is all the easier to teach before it is set. This may be clearly proved by the fact that within 2 years after a child has begun to form words correctly, he can speak practically all without any pressure from outside. On the other hand, how many years it takes for our newly imported slaves to become familiar with the Latin language. Try to teach an adult to read, and you will soon appreciate the force of the saying applied to those who do everything connected with their art with the utmost skill. He started young. Moreover, boys stand the strain of work better than you, gentlemen. Just as small children suffer less damage from their frequent falls, from their crawling on hands and knees, and, a little later, from their incessant play and their running about from morn till eve, because they are so light in weight and have so little to carry, even so their minds are less susceptible of fatigue, because their activity calls for less effort, and application to study demands no exertion of their own, since they are merely so much plastic material to be molded by the teacher. And further owing to the general pliability of childhood, they follow their instructors with greater simplicity and without attempting to measure their own progress, for as yet they do not even appreciate the nature of their work. Finally, as I have often noticed, the senses are less affected by mere hard work than they are by hard thinking. Moreover, there will never be more time for such studies, since at this age all progress is made through listening to the teacher. Later, when the boy has to write by himself, or to produce and compose something out of his own head, he will neither have the time nor the inclination for the exercises which we have been discussing. Since, then, the teacher of literature neither can nor ought to occupy the whole day, for fear of giving his pupil a distaste for work, what are the studies to which the spare time should preferably be devoted? For I do not wish the student to wear himself out in such pursuits. I would not have him sing, or learn to read music, or dive deep into the minuter details of geometry, nor need he be a finished actor in his delivery, or a dancer in his gesture. If I did demand all these accomplishments, there would yet be time for them. The period allotted to education is long, and I am not speaking of duller wits. Why did Plato bear away the palm in all these branches of knowledge, which, in my opinion, the future orator should learn? I answer, because he was not merely content with the teaching which Athens was able to provide, or even with that of the Pythagoreans whom he visited in Italy, but even approached the priests of Egypt, and made himself thoroughly acquainted with all their secret lore. The plea of the difficulty of the subject is put forward merely to cloak our indolence, because we do not love the work that lies before us, nor seek to win eloquence for our own, because it is a noble art, and the fairest thing in all the world, but gird up our loins for mercenary ends, and for the winning of filthy lucre. Without such accomplishments, many may speak in the courts and make an income, but it is my prayer that every dealer in the vilest merchandise may be richer than they, and that the public crier may find his voice a more lucrative possession. And I trust that there is not one even among my readers who would think of calculating the monetary value of such studies. But he that has enough of the divine spark to conceive the ideal eloquence, he who, as the great tragic poet says, regards oratory as the queen of all the world, and seeks not the transitory gains of advocacy, but those stable and lasting rewards which his own soul and knowledge and contemplation can give, he will easily persuade himself to spend his time not, like so many, in the theatre or in the campus martius, in dicing or in idle talk, to say naught of the hours that are wasted in sleep or long-drawn banqueting, but in listening rather to the geometrician and the teacher of music. For by this he will win a richer harvest of delight than can ever be gathered from the pleasures of the ignorant, since among the many gifts of Providence to men, not the least is this, that the highest pleasure is the child of virtue. But the attractions of my theme have led me to say overmuch. Enough of those studies in which a boy must be instructed while he is yet too young to proceed to greater things. My next book will start afresh, and will pass to the consideration of the duties of the teacher of rhetoric. End of Chapter 12. End of Book 1. Book 2, Chapters 1 to 3 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintiliano, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 1. The custom has prevailed, and is daily growing commoner, of sending boys to the schools of rhetoric much later than is reasonable. This is always the case as regards Latin rhetoric, and occasionally applies to Greek as well. The reason for this is twofold. The rhetoricians, more especially our own, have abandoned certain of their duties, and the teachers of literature have undertaken tasks which rightly belong to others. For the rhetorician considers that his duty is merely to declaim and give instruction in the theory and practice of declamation, and confines his activities to deliberative and judicial themes, regarding all others as beneath the dignity of his profession, while the teacher of literature is not satisfied to take what is left him, and we owe him a debt of gratitude for this, but even presumes to handle declamations in character and deliberative themes, tasks which impose the very heaviest burden on the speaker. Consequently, subjects which once formed the first stages of rhetoric have come to form the final stages of a literary education, and boys who are ripe for more advanced study, are kept back in the inferior school and practice rhetoric under the direction of teachers of literature. Thus we get the absurd result that a boy is not regarded as fit to go on to the schools of declamation till he knows how to declaim. The two professions must each be assigned their proper sphere. Grammatike, which we translate as the science of letters, must learn to know its own limits, especially as it has encroached so far beyond the boundaries to which its unpretentious name should restrict it, and to which its earlier professors actually confine themselves. Springing from a tiny fountainhead, it has gathered strength from the historians and critics, and has swollen to the dimensions of a brimming river, since, not content with the theory of correct speech, no inconsiderable subject, it has usurped the study of practically all the highest departments of knowledge. On the other hand, rhetoric, which derives its name from the power of eloquence, must not shirk its peculiar duties, nor rejoice to see its own burdens shouldered by others, for the neglect of these is little less than a surrender of its birthright. I will, of course, admit that there may be a few professors of literature who have acquired sufficient knowledge to be able to teach rhetoric as well, but when they do so, they are performing the duties of the rhetorician, not their own. A further point into which we must inquire concerns the age at which a boy may be considered sufficiently advanced to profit by the instructions of the rhetorician. In this connection, we must consider not the boy's actual age, but the progress he has made in his studies. To put it briefly, I hold that the best answer to the question, when should a boy be sent to the school of rhetoric, is this, when he is fit. But this question is really dependent on that previously raised. For if the duties of the teacher of literature are prolonged to include instruction in deliberative declamation, this will postpone the need for the rhetorician. On the other hand, if the rhetorician does not refuse to undertake the first duties of his task, his instruction will be required from the moment the boy begins to compose narratives, and his first attempts at passages of praise or denunciation. We know that the orators of earlier days improved their eloquence by declaiming themes and commonplaces, and other forms of rhetorical exercises not involving particular circumstances or persons, such as provide the material for real or imaginary causes. From this, we can clearly see what a scandalous dereliction of duty it is for the schools of rhetoric to abandon this department of their work, which was not merely its first, but for a long time its sole task. What is there in those exercises of which I have just spoken that does not involve the matters which are the special concern of rhetoric, and further, are typical of actual legal cases? Have we not to narrate facts in the law courts? Indeed, I am not sure that this is not the most important department of rhetoric in actual practice. Are not eulogy and denunciation frequently introduced in the course of the contests of the courts? Are not commonplaces frequently inserted in the very heart of lawsuits, whether, like those which we find in the works of Cicero, they are directed against vice, or, like those published by Quintus Hortensius, deal with questions of general interest, such as whether small points of argument should carry weight, or are employed to defend or impugn the credibility of witnesses? These are the weapons which we should always have stored in our armor, ready for immediate use as occasion may demand. The critic who denies that such matters concern an orator is one who will refuse to believe that a statue is being begun when its limbs are actually being cast. Some will think that I am in too great a hurry, but let no one accuse me of thinking that the pupil who has been entrusted to the rhetorician should forthwith be withdrawn from the teacher of literature. The latter will still have certain hours allotted him, and there is no reason to fear that a boy will be overloaded by receiving instruction from two different masters. It will not mean any increase of work, but merely the division among two masters of the studies which were previously indiscriminately combined under one, and the efficiency of either teacher will be increased. This method is still in vogue among the Greeks, but has been abandoned by us, not perhaps without some excuse, as there were others ready to step into the rhetorician's shoes. Chapter 2. As soon, therefore, as a boy has made sufficient progress in his studies to be able to follow what I have styled the first age of instruction in rhetoric, he should be placed under a rhetorician. Our first task must be to enquire whether the teacher is of good character. The reason which leads me to deal with this subject in this portion of my work is not that I regard character as a matter of indifference where other teachers are concerned. I have already shown how important I think it in the preceding book, but the age to which the pupil has attained makes the mention of this point especially necessary. For, as a rule, boys are on the verge of manhood when transferred to the teacher of rhetoric, and continue with him even when they are young men. Consequently, we must spare no effort to secure that the purity of the teacher's character should preserve those of tenderer years from corruption, while its authority should keep the bolder spirits from breaking out into license. Nor is it sufficient that he should merely set an example of the highest personal self-control. He must also be able to govern the behavior of his pupils by the strictness of his discipline. Let him, therefore, adopt a parental attitude to his pupils, and regard himself as the representative of those who have committed their children to his charge. Let him be free from vice himself, and refuse to tolerate it in others. Let him be strict, but not austere, genial, but not too familiar, for austerity will make him unpopular, while familiarity breeds contempt. Let his discourse continually turn on what is good and honorable. The more he admonishes, the less he will have to punish. He must control his temper without, however, shutting his eyes to faults requiring correction. His instruction must be free from affectation, his industry great, his demands on his class continuous, but not extravagant. He must be ready to answer questions and to put them unasked to those who sit silent. In praising the recitations of his pupils, he must be neither grudging nor over-generous. The former quality will give them a distaste for work, while the latter will produce a complacent self-satisfaction. In correcting faults, he must avoid sarcasm, and above all abuse, for teachers whose rebukes seem to imply positive dislike discourage industry. He should declaim daily himself, and what is more, without stint, that his class may take his utterances home with them. For however many models for imitation he may give them from the authors they are reading, it will still be found that fuller nourishment is provided by the living voice, as we call it, more especially when it proceeds from the teacher himself, who, if his pupils are rightly instructed, should be the object of their affection and respect. And it is scarcely possible to say how much more readily we imitate those whom we like. I strongly disapprove of the prevailing practice of allowing boys to stand up or leap from the seats in the expression of their applause. Young men, even when they are listening to others, should be temperate in manifesting their approval. If this be insisted upon, the pupil will depend on his instructor's verdict, and will take his approval as a guarantee that he has spoken well. The worst form of politeness, as it has come to be called, is that of mutual and indiscriminate applause, a practice which is unseemly, theatrical, and unworthy of a decently disciplined school, in addition to being the worst foe to genuine study. For if every effusion is greeted with a storm of ready-made applause, care and industry come to be regarded as superfluous. The audience, no less than the speaker, should therefore keep their eyes fixed on their teacher's face, since thus they will learn to distinguish between what is praiseworthy and what is not. For just as writing gives facility, so listening begets the critical faculty. But in the schools of today, we see boys stooping forward, ready to spring to their feet. At the close of each period, they not merely rise, but rush forward with shouts of unseemly enthusiasm. Such compliments are mutual, and the success of a declamation consists in this kind of applause. The result is vanity and empty self-sufficiency carried to such an extent that, intoxicated by the wild enthusiasm of their fellow pupils, they conceive a spite against their master if his praise does not come up to their expectation. But teachers must also insist on receiving an attentive and quiet hearing from the class when they themselves declaim. For the master should not speak to suit his pupil's standard, but they should speak to suit his. Further, he should, if possible, keep his eyes open to note the points which each boy praises, and observe the manner in which he expresses his approval, and should rejoice that his words give pleasure, not only for his own sake, but for that of those who show sound judgment in their appreciation. I do not approve of boys sitting mixed with young men, for even if the teacher be such an one as we should desire to see in charge of the morals and studies of the young, and can keep his youthful pupils under proper control, it is none the less desirable to keep the weaker members separate from the more mature, and to avoid not only the actual charge of corruption, but the merest suspicion of it. I have thought it worthwhile to put my views on this subject quite briefly, for I do not think it necessary even to warn the teacher that both he and his school must be free from the grosser vices. And should there be any father who does not trouble to choose a teacher for his son who is free from the obvious taint of immorality, he may rest assured that all the other precepts which I am attempting to lay down for the benefit of our youth will be absolutely useless to him if he neglects this. Chapter 3. I do not think that I should pass by in silence even the opinion of those who, even when they regard boys as ripe for the rhetorician, still do not think that they should at once be placed under the most eminent teacher available, but prefer to keep them for a while under inferior masters, on the ground that, in the elementary stages, a mediocre instructor is easier to understand and to imitate, and less reluctant to undertake the tiresome task of teaching the rudiments as being beneath his notice. I do not think that I need waste much time in pointing out how much better it is to absorb the best possible principles, or how hard it is to get rid of faults which have once become ingrained, for it places a double burden on the shoulders of the later teacher, and the preliminary task of unteaching is harder than that of teaching. It is for this reason that the famous piper Timotheus is said to have demanded from those who had previously been under another master a fee double the amount which he charged for those that came to him untaught. The mistake to which I am referring is, however, twofold. First, they regard these inferior teachers as adequate for the time being, and are content with their instruction because they have a stomach that will swallow anything. This indifference, though blameworthy in itself, would yet be tolerable if the teaching provided by these persons were merely less in quantity and not inferior in quality as well. Secondly, and this is a still commoner delusion, they think that those who are blessed with greater gifts of speaking will not condescend to the more elementary details, and that consequently they sometimes disdain to give attention to such inferior subjects of study, and sometimes are incapable of so doing. For my part, I regard a teacher who is unwilling to attend to such details as being unworthy of the name of teacher. And as for the question of capacity, I maintain that it is the most capable man who, given the will, is able to do this with most efficiency. For, in the first place, it is a reasonable inference that a man blessed with abnormal powers of eloquence will have made careful note of the various steps by which eloquence is attained. And, in the second place, the reasoning faculty, which is specially developed in learned men, is all important in teaching, while finally, no one is eminent in the greater things of his art if he be lacking in the lesser. Unless, indeed, we are asked to believe that while Phidias modeled his Jupiter to perfection, the decorative details of his statue would have been better executed by another artist, or that an orator does not know how to speak, or a distinguished physician is incapable of treating minor ailments. Yes, it may be answered, but surely you do not deny that there is a type of eloquence that is too great to be comprehended by undeveloped boys. Of course there is, but this eloquent teacher whom they fling in my face must be a sensible man with a good knowledge of teaching, and must be prepared to stoop to his pupil's level, just as a rapid walker, if walking with a small child, will give him his hand and lessen his own speed, and avoid advancing at a pace beyond the powers of his little companion. Again, it frequently happens that the more learned the teacher, the more lucid and intelligible is his instruction. For clearness is the first virtue of eloquence, and the less talented a man is, the more he will strive to exalt and dilate himself, just as short men tend to walk on tiptoe, and weak men to use threats. As for those whose style is inflated or vicious, and whose language reveals a passion for high-sounding words, or labors under any other form of affectation, in my opinion, they suffer not from excess of strength, but of weakness, like bodies swollen, not with the plumpness of health, but with disease, or like men who, weary of the direct road, betake them to bypaths. Consequently, the worse a teacher is, the harder he will be to understand. I have not forgotten that I stated in the preceding book, when I urged that school was preferable to home education, that pupils at the commencement of their studies, when progress is as yet but in the bud, are more disposed to imitate their schoolfellows than their masters, since such imitation comes more easily to them. Some of my readers may think that the view which I am now maintaining is inconsistent with my previous statement. But I am far from being inconsistent, for my previous assertion affords the strongest reason for selecting the very best teachers for our boys, since pupils of a first-rate master, having received a better training, will, when they speak, say something that may be worthy of imitation, while if they commit some mistake, they will be promptly corrected. But the incompetent teacher, on the other hand, is quite likely to give his approval to faulty work, and by the judgment which he expresses, to force approval on the audience. The teacher should therefore be as distinguished for his eloquence as for his good character, and like Phoenix in the Iliad, be able to teach his pupil both how to behave and how to speak. End of chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4, of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I shall now proceed to indicate what I think should be the first subjects in which the rhetorician should give instruction, and shall postpone for a time our consideration of the art of rhetoric in the narrow sense in which that term is popularly used. For, in my opinion, it is most desirable that we should commence with something resembling the subjects already acquired under the teacher of literature. Now, there are 3 forms of narrative, without counting the type used in actual legal cases. First, there is the fictitious narrative, as we get it in tragedies and poems, which is not merely not true, but has little resemblance to truth. Secondly, there is the realistic narrative, as presented by comedies, which, though not true, has yet a certain verisimilitude. Thirdly, there is the historical narrative, which is an exposition of actual fact. Poetic narratives are the property of the teacher of literature. The rhetorician, therefore, should begin with the historical narrative, whose force is in proportion to its truth. I will, however, postpone my demonstration of what I regard as the best method of narration, till I come to deal with narration as required in the courts. In the meantime, it will be sufficient to urge that it should be neither dry nor jejune. For why spend so much labor over our studies if a bald and naked statement of fact is regarded as sufficiently expressive? Nor, on the other hand, must it be tortuous or revel in elaborate descriptions, such as those in which so many are led to indulge by a misguided imitation of poetic license. Both these extremes are faults, but that which springs from poverty of wit is worse than that which is due to imaginative excess. For we cannot demand or expect a perfect style from boys, but there is greater promise in a certain luxuriance of mind, in ambitious effort, and an ardor that leads at times to ideas bordering on the extravagant. I have no objection to a little exuberance in the young learner. Nay, I would urge teachers, too, like nurses, to be careful to provide softer food for still undeveloped minds, and to suffer them to take their fill of the milk of the more attractive studies. For the time being, the body may be somewhat plump, but mature years will reduce it to a sparer habit. Such plumpness gives hope of strength. A child fully formed in every limb is likely to grow up a puny weakling. The young should be more daring and inventive, and should rejoice in their inventions, even though correctness and severity are still to be acquired. Exuberance is easily remedied, but bareness is incurable, be your efforts what they may. To my mind, the boy who gives least promise is one in whom the critical faculty develops in advance of the imagination. I like to see the first fruits of the mind copious to excess, and almost extravagant in their profusion. The years, as they pass, will skim off much of the froth, reason will file away many excrescences, and something too will be removed by what I may perhaps call the wear and tear of life, so long as there is sufficient material to admit of cutting and chiseling away. And there will be sufficient, if only we do not draw the plate too thin to begin with, so that it runs the risk of being broken if the graver cuts too deep. Those of my readers who know their Cicero will not be surprised that I take this view, for does he not say, I would have the youthful mind run riot in the luxuriance of its growth? We must, therefore, take especial care, above all where boys are concerned, to avoid a dry teacher, even as we avoid a dry and arid soil for plants that are still young and tender. For with such a teacher their growth is stunted, and their eyes are turned earthwards, and they are afraid to rise above the level of daily speech. Their leanness is regarded as a sign of health, and their weakness as a sign of sound judgment, and while they are content that their work should be devoid of faults, they fall into the fault of being devoid of merit. So let not the ripeness of vintage come too soon, nor the must turn harsh while yet in the vat. Thus it will last for years, and mellow with age. It is worth while, too, to warn the teacher that undue severity in correcting faults is liable at times to discourage a boy's mind from effort. He loses hope and gives way to vexation. Then, last of all, comes to hate his work, and fearing everything, attempts nothing. This phenomenon is familiar to farmers who hold that the pruning hook should not be applied while the leaves are yet young, for they seem to shrink from the steel and to be unable as yet to endure a scar. The instructor, therefore, should be as kindly as possible at this stage. Remedies which are harsh by nature must be applied with a gentle hand. Some portions of the work must be praised, others tolerated, and others altered. The reason for the alterations should, however, be given, and in some cases the master will illumine an obscure passage by inserting something of his own. Occasionally the teacher will find it useful to dictate whole themes himself, that the boy may imitate them, and for the time being love them as they were his own. But if a boy's composition is so careless as not to admit of correction, I have found it useful to give a fresh exposition of the theme, and to tell him to write it again, pointing out that he was capable of doing better, for there is nothing like hope for making study a pleasure. Different ages, however, demand different methods. The task set and the standard of correction must be proportioned to the pupil's strength. When boys ventured on something that was too daring or exuberant, I used to say to them that I approved of it for the moment, but that the time would come when I should no longer tolerate such a style. The result was that the consciousness of ability filled them with pleasure without blinding their judgment. However, to return to the point from which I had digressed. Written narratives should be composed with the utmost care. It is useful at first, when a child has just begun to speak, to make him repeat what he has heard, with a view to improving his powers of speech, and for the same purpose, and with good reason, I would make him tell his story from the end back to the beginning, or start in the middle and go backwards or forwards, but only so long as he is at his teacher's knee, and while he is incapable of greater effort, and is beginning to connect words and things, thereby strengthening the memory. Even so, when he is beginning to understand the nature of correct and accurate speech, extempore effusions, improvised without waiting for thought to supply the matter, or a moment's hesitation before rising to the feet, must not be permitted. They proceed from a passion for display that would do credit to a common mountebank. Such proceedings fill ignorant parents with senseless pride, while the boys themselves lose all respect for their work, adopt a conceited bearing, and acquire the habit of speaking in the worst style, and actually practising their faults, while they develop an arrogant conviction of their own talents, which often proves fatal even to the most genuine proficiency. There will be a special time for acquiring fluency of speech, and I shall not pass the subject by unnoticed. For the meantime, it will suffice if a boy, by dint of taking pains and working as hard as his age will permit, manages to produce something worthy of approval. Let him get used to this until it becomes a second nature. It is only he who learns to speak correctly before he can speak with rapidity who will reach the heights that are our goal, or the levels immediately below them. To narratives is annexed the task of refuting and confirming them, styled anaskeuê and kataskeuê, from which no little advantage may be derived. This may be done not merely in connection with fiction and stories transmitted by the poets, but with the actual records of history as well. For instance, we may discuss the credibility of the story that a raven settled on the head of Valerius in the midst of a combat, and with its wings and beak struck the eyes of the gull who was his adversary, and a quantity of arguments may be produced on either side. Or we may discuss the tradition that Scipio was begotten by a serpent, or that Romulus was suckled by a she-wolf, or the story of Numa and Egeria. As regards Greek history, it allows itself something very like poetic license. Again, the time and place of some particular occurrence, and sometimes even the persons concerned, often provide matter for discussion. Livy, for instance, is frequently in doubt as to what actually occurred, and historians often disagree. From this our pupil will begin to proceed to more important themes, such as the praise of famous men and the denunciation of the wicked. Such tasks are profitable in more than one respect. The mind is exercised by the variety and multiplicity of the subject matter, while the character is molded by the contemplation of virtue and vice. Further wide knowledge of facts is thus acquired, from which examples may be drawn if circumstances so demand, such illustrations being of the utmost value in every kind of case. It is but a step from this to practice in the comparison of the respective merits of two characters. This is, of course, a very similar theme to the preceding, but involves a duplication of the subject matter, and deals not merely with the nature of virtues and vices, but with their degree as well. But the method to be followed in panegyric and invective will be dealt with in its proper place, as it forms the third department of rhetoric. As to commonplaces, I refer to those in which we denounce vices themselves, such as adultery, gambling, or profligacy, without attacking particular persons. They come straight from the courts, and if we add the name of the defendant, amount to actual accusations. As a rule, however, the general character of a commonplace is usually given a special turn. For instance, we make our adulterer blind, our gambler poor, and our profligate far advanced in years. Sometimes, too, they entail defense, for we may speak on behalf of luxury or love, while a pimp or a parasite may be defended in such a way that we appear as counsel, not for the character itself, but to rebut some specific charge that is brought against him. Theses, on the other hand, are concerned with the comparison of things and involve questions such as, which is preferable, town or country life? Or, which deserves the greatest praise, the lawyer or the soldier? These provide the most attractive and copious practice in the art of speaking, and are most useful whether we have an eye to the duties of deliberative oratory or the arguments of the courts. For instance, Cicero in his Pro Murena deals very fully with the second of the two problems mentioned above. Other theses, too, belong entirely to the deliberative class of oratory, as for instance the questions as to whether marriage is desirable, or whether a public career is a proper object of ambition. Put such discussions into the mouths of specific persons, and they become deliberative declamations at once. My own teachers used to prepare us for conjectural cases by a form of exercise which was at once useful and attractive. They made us discuss and develop questions such as, why in Sparta is Venus represented as wearing armor? Or, why is Cupid believed to be a winged boy armed with arrows and a torch? And the like. In these exercises our aim was to discover the intention implied, a question which frequently occurs in controversial declamations. Such themes may perhaps be regarded as a kind of chria, or moral essay. That certain topics, such as the question as to whether we should always believe a witness, or whether we should rely on circumstantial evidence, are part and parcel of actual forensic pleading, is so obvious that certain speakers, men too who have held civil office with no small distinction, have written out passages dealing with such themes, committed them to memory, and kept them ready for immediate use, with a view to employing them when occasion arose as a species of ornament to be inserted into their extempore speeches. This practice, for I am not going to postpone expressing my judgment on it, I regard a confession of extreme weakness. For how can such men find appropriate arguments in the course of actual cases which continually present new and different features? How can they answer the points that their opponents may bring up? How deal a rapid counterstroke in debate or cross-examine a witness. If even in those matters which are of common occurrence and crop up in the majority of cases, they cannot give expression to the most familiar thoughts except in words prepared so far in advance, and when they produce the same passage in a number of different cases, they must come to loathe it like food that has grown cold or stale, and they can hardly avoid a feeling of shame at displaying this miserable piece of furniture to an audience whose memory must have detected it so many times already. Like the furniture of the ostentatious poor, it is sure to shew signs of wear through being used for such a variety of different purposes. Also, it must be remembered that there is hardly a single commonplace of such universal application that it will fit any actual case, unless some special link is provided to connect it with the subject. Otherwise, it will seem to have been tacked on to the speech, not interwoven in its texture, either because it is out of keeping with the circumstances, or, like most of its kind, is inappropriately employed, not because it is wanted, but because it is ready for use. Some speakers, for example, introduce the most long-winded commonplaces just for the sake of the sentiments they contain, whereas rightly the sentiments should spring from the context. Such disquisitions are at once ornamental and useful, only if they arise from the nature of the case. But the most finished eloquence, unless it tend to the winning of the case, is to say the least superfluous, and may even defeat its own purpose. However, I must bring this digression to a close. The praise or denunciation of laws requires greater powers. Indeed, they should almost be equal to the most serious tasks of rhetoric. The answer to the question as to whether this exercise is more nearly related to deliberative or controversial oratory depends on custom and law, and consequently varies in different states. Among the Greeks, the proposer of a law was called upon to set forth his case before a judge, while in Rome it was the custom to urge the acceptance or rejection of a law before the public assembly. But in any case, the arguments advanced in such cases are few in number and of a definite type. For there are only three kinds of law: sacred, public, and private. This division is of rhetorical value, chiefly when a law is to be praised. For example, the orator may advance from praise to praise by a series of gradations, praising an enactment first because it is law, secondly because it is public, and finally designed for the support of religion. As regards the questions which generally arise, they are common to all cases. Doubts may be raised as to whether the mover is legally in a position to propose a law, as happened in the case of Publius Claudius, whose appointment as tribune of the plebs was alleged to be unconstitutional. Or the legality of the proposal itself may be impugned in various ways. It may, for instance, be urged that the law was not promulgated within 17 days, or was proposed, or is being proposed, on an improper day, or in defiance of the tribunicial veto, or the auspices, or any other legal obstacle, or again, that it is contrary to some existing law. But such points are not suitable to elementary rhetorical exercises, which are not concerned with persons, times, or particular cases. Other subjects, whether the dispute be real or fictitious, are generally treated on the following lines. The fault must lie either in the words or the matter. As regards the words, the question will be whether they are sufficiently clear or contain some ambiguity, and as regards the matter, whether the law is consistent with itself, or should be retrospective, or apply to special individuals. The point, however, which is most commonly raised, is the question whether the law is right or expedient. I am well aware that many rhetoricians introduce a number of subdivisions in connection with this latter inquiry. I, however, include under the term right all such qualities as justice, piety, and religion. Justice is, however, usually discussed under various aspects. The question may be raised about the acts with which the law is concerned, as to whether they deserve punishment or reward, or as to the degree of punishment or reward that should be assigned, since excess in either direction is open to criticism. Again, expediency is sometimes determined by the nature of things, sometimes by the circumstances of the time. Another common subject of controversy is whether a law can be enforced, while one must not shut one's eyes to the fact that exception is sometimes taken to laws in their entirety, but sometimes only in part, examples of both forms of criticism being found in famous speeches. I am well aware, too, that there are laws which are not proposed with a view to perpetuity, but are concerned with temporary honors or commands, such as the lex manilia, which is the subject of one of Cicero's speeches. This, however, is not the place for instructions on this topic, since they depend on the special circumstances of the matters under discussion, not on their general characteristics. Such were the subjects on which the ancients, as a rule, exercised their powers of speaking, though they called in the assistance of the logicians as well, to teach them the theory of argument. For it is generally agreed that the declamation of fictitious themes in imitation of the questions that arise in the law courts or deliberative assemblies came into vogue among the Greeks about the time of Demetrius of Phalerum. Whether this type of exercise was actually invented by him, I have failed to discover, as I have acknowledged in another work. But not even those who most strongly assert his claim to be the inventor can produce any adequate authority in support of their opinion. As regards Latin teachers of rhetoric, of whom Plotius was the most famous, Cicero informs us that they came into existence towards the end of the age of Crassus. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapters 5 to 7 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. I will speak of the theory of declamation a little later. In the meantime, as we are discussing the elementary stages of a rhetorical education, I think I should not fail to point out how greatly the rhetorician will contribute to his pupil's progress if he imitates the teacher of literature whose duty it is to expound the poets, and gives the pupils whom he has undertaken to train instruction in the reading of history and still more of the orators. I myself have adopted this practice for the benefit of a few pupils of suitable age whose parents thought it would be useful. But though my intentions were excellent, I found that there were two serious obstacles to success. Long custom had established a different method of teaching, and my pupils were, for the most part, full-grown youths who did not require this form of teaching, but were taking my work as their model. However, the fact that I have been somewhat late in making the discovery is not a reason why I should be ashamed to recommend it to those who come after me. I now know that this form of teaching is practiced by the Greeks, but is generally entrusted to assistants, as the professors themselves consider that they have no time to give individual instruction to each pupil as he reads. And I admit that the form of lecture which this requires, designed as it is to make boys follow the written word with ease and accuracy, and even that which aims at teaching the meaning of any rare words that may occur, are to be regarded as quite below the dignity of the teacher of rhetoric. On the other hand, it is emphatically part of his profession and the undertaking which he makes in offering himself as a teacher of eloquence, to point out the merits of authors, or, for that matter, any faults that may occur. And this is all the more the case as I am not asking teachers to undertake the task of recalling their pupils to stand at their knee once more, and of assisting them in the reading of whatever book they may select. It seems to me at once an easier and more profitable method to call for silence and choose some one pupil, and it will be best to select them by turns, to read aloud, in order that they may at the same time learn the correct method of elocution. The case with which the speech selected for reading is concerned should then be explained, for if this is done they will have a clearer understanding of what is to be read. When the reading is commenced, no important point should be allowed to pass unnoticed, either as regards the resourcefulness or the style shown in the treatment of the subject. The teacher must point out how the orator seeks to win the favor of the judge in his exordium, what clearness, brevity, and sincerity, and at times what shrewd design and well-concealed artifice is shown in the statement of facts. For the only true art in pleading is that which can only be understood by one who is a master of the art himself. The teacher will produce further to demonstrate what skill is shown in the division into heads, how subtle and frequent are the thrusts of argument, what vigor marks the stirring, and what charm the soothing passage, how fierce is the invective, and how full of wit the jests, and in conclusion, how the orator establishes his sway over the emotions of his audience, forces his way into their very hearts, and brings the feelings of his jury into perfect sympathy with all his words. Finally, as regards the style, he will emphasize the appropriateness, elegance, or sublimity of particular words, will indicate where the amplification of the theme is deserving of praise, and where there is virtue in a diminuendo, and will call attention to brilliant metaphors, figures of speech, and passages combining smoothness and polish with a general impression of manly vigor. It will, even at times, be of value to read speeches which are corrupt and faulty in style, but still meet with general admiration thanks to the perversity of modern tastes, and to point out how many expressions in them are inappropriate, obscure, high-flown, groveling, mean, extravagant, or effeminate, although they are not merely praised by the majority of critics, but worse still, praised just because they are bad. For we have come to regard direct and natural speech as incompatible with genius, while all that is in any way abnormal is admired as exquisite. Similarly, we see that some people place a higher value on figures which are in any way monstrous or distorted than they do on those who have not lost any of the advantages of the normal form of men. There are even some who are captivated by the shams of artifice, and think that there is more beauty in those who pluck out superfluous hair, or use depilatories, who dress their locks by scorching them with the curling iron, and glow with a complexion that is not their own, than can ever be conferred by nature pure and simple, so that it really seems as if physical beauty depended entirely on moral hideousness. It will, however, be the duty of the rhetorician not merely to teach these things, but to ask frequent questions as well, and test the critical powers of his class. This will prevent his audience from becoming inattentive, and will secure that his words do not fall on deaf ears. At the same time, the class will be led to find out things for themselves, and to use their intelligence, which is, after all, the chief aim of this method of training. For what else is our object in teaching, save that our pupils should not always require to be taught? I will venture to say that this particular form of exercise, if diligently pursued, will teach learners more than all the textbooks of all the rhetoricians, These are, no doubt, of very considerable use, but being somewhat general in their scope, it is quite impossible for them to deal with all the special cases that are of almost daily occurrence. The art of war will provide a parallel. It is no doubt based on certain general principles, but it will none the less be far more useful to know the methods employed, whether wisely or the reverse, by individual generals under varying circumstances and conditions of time and place. For there are no subjects in which, as a rule, practice is not more valuable than precept. Is a teacher to declaim to provide a model for his audience? And will not more profit be derived from the reading of Cicero or Demosthenes? Is a pupil to be publicly corrected if he makes a mistake in declaiming? And will it not be more useful and more agreeable, too, to correct some actual speech? For everyone has a preference for hearing the faults of others censured rather than his own. I might say more on the subject, but everyone can see the advantages of this method. Would that the reluctance to put it into practice were not as great as the pleasure that would undoubtedly be derived from so doing. This method once adopted, we are faced by the comparatively easy question as to what authors should be selected for our reading. Some have recommended authors of inferior merit on the ground that they were easier to understand. Others, on the contrary, would select the more florid school of writers on the ground that they are likely to provide the nourishment best suited to the mind of the young. For my part, I would have them read the best authors from the very beginning, and never leave them, choosing those, however, who are simplest and most intelligible. For instance, when prescribing for boys, I should give Livy the preference over Sallust, for although the latter is the greater historian, one requires to be well advanced in one's studies to appreciate him properly. Cicero, in my opinion, provides pleasant reading for beginners, and is sufficiently easy to understand. It is position not only to learn much from him, but to come to love him. After Cicero, I should, following the advice of Livy, place such authors as most nearly resemble him. There are two faults of taste against which boys should be guarded with the utmost care. Firstly, no teacher suffering from an excessive admiration of antiquity should be allowed to cramp their minds by the study of Cato and the Gracchi and other similar authors, for such reading will give them a harsh and bloodless style, since they will as yet be unable to understand the force and vigor of these authors, and contenting themselves with a style which doubtless was admirable in its day, but is quite unsuitable to ours, will come to think, and nothing could be more fatal, that they really resemble great men. Secondly, the opposite extreme must be equally avoided. They must not be permitted to fall victims to the pernicious allurements of the precious blooms produced by our modern euphemists, thus acquiring a passion for the luscious sweetness of such authors, whose charm is all the more attractive to boyish intellects because it is so easy of achievement. Once, however, the judgment is formed and out of danger of perversion, I should strongly recommend the reading of ancient authors, since if, after clearing away all the incultness of those rude ages, we succeed in absorbing the robust vigor and virility of their native genius, our more finished style will shine with an added grace. I also approve the study of the moderns at this stage, since even they have many merits. For nature has not doomed us to be dullards, but we have altered our style of oratory and indulged our caprices over much. It is in their ideals rather than their talents that the ancients show themselves our superiors. It will therefore be possible to select much that is valuable from modern writers, but we must take care that precious metal is not debased by the dross with which it is so closely intermingled. Further, I would not merely gladly admit, but would even contend, that we have recently had, and still have, certain authors who deserve imitation in their entirety. But it is not for everyone to decide who these writers are. Error in the choice of earlier authors is attended with less danger, and I have therefore postponed the study of the moderns, for fear that we should imitate them before we are qualified to judge of their merits. 6. I come now to another point in which the practice of teachers has differed. Some have not been content with giving directions as to the arrangements of the subjects set them as themes for declamation, but have developed them at some length themselves, supplying not merely the proofs, but the lines upon which the emotional passages should proceed. Others have merely suggested a bare outline, and then, when the declamations were over, have indicated the points missed by each speaker, and worked up certain passages with no less care than they would have used had they been going to stand up to speak themselves. Both practices have their advantages, and therefore I will not give either the preeminence. But if we must choose one of the two, it will be found more profitable to point out the right road at the outset, and not merely to recall the pupil from his error when he has already gone astray, since in the first place the correction is only received by the ear, whereas when he is given a sketch of the various heads of the declamation, he has to take them down and think about them. Secondly, instruction is always more readily received than reproof. Indeed, those of our pupils who have a lively disposition are liable, in the present condition of manners, to lose their temper when admonished, and to offer silent resistance. That, however, is no reason for refraining from the public correction of faults, for we must take the rest of the class into account, who will believe that whatever has not been corrected by the master is right. The two methods should be employed conjointly, and in such a way as circumstances may demand. Beginners must be given a subject sketched out ready for treatment and suitable to their respective powers. But when they show that they have formed themselves sufficiently closely on the models placed before them, it will be sufficient to give them a few brief hints for their guidance, and to allow them to advance trusting in their own strength and without external support. Sometimes they should be left entirely to their own devices, that they may not be spoiled by the bad habit of always relying on another's efforts, and so prove incapable of effort and originality. But as soon as they seem to have acquired a sound conception of what they ought to say, the teacher's work will be near completion. If they still make some mistakes, they must be brought back under his guidance. We may draw a lesson from the birds of the air, whom we see distributing the food which they have collected in their bills among their weak and helpless nestlings. But as soon as they are fledged, we see them teaching their young to leave the nest and fly round about it, themselves leading the way. Finally, when they have proved their strength, they are given the freedom of the open sky and left to trust in themselves. 7. There's one practice at present in vogue for boys of the age under discussion, which ought, in my opinion, undoubtedly to be changed. They should not be forced to commit all their own compositions to memory, and to deliver them on an appointed day, as is at present the custom. This practice is especially popular with the boys' fathers, who think that their sons are not really studying unless they declaim on every possible occasion, although, as a matter of fact, progress depends mainly on industry. For though I strongly approve of boys writing compositions, and would have them spend as much time as possible over such tasks, I had much rather that for the purpose of learning by heart, passages should be selected from the orators or historians, or any other works that may be deserving of such attention. For it is a better exercise for the memory to learn the words of others than it is to learn one's own, and those who have practiced this far harder task will find no difficulty in committing to memory their own compositions with which they are already familiar. Further, they will form an intimate acquaintance with the best writings, will carry their models with them, and unconsciously reproduce the style of the speech which has been impressed upon the memory. They will have a plentiful and choice vocabulary, and a command of artistic structure, and the supply of figures which will not have to be hunted for, but will offer themselves spontaneously from the treasure house, if I may so call it, in which they are stored. In addition, they will be in the agreeable position of being able to quote the happy sayings of the various authors, a power which they will find most useful in the courts. For phrases which have not been coined merely to suit the circumstances of the lawsuit of the moment carry greater weight and often win greater praise than if they were our own. I would, however, allow boys occasionally to declaim their own compositions, that they may reap the reward of their labors in the applause of a large audience, that most coveted of all prizes. But this should not be permitted until they have produced something more finished than usual. They will thus be rewarded for their industry, and rejoice in the thought that the privilege accorded them is the recompense of merit. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapters 8 to 11 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintiliano, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. It is generally and not unreasonably regarded as a sign of a good teacher that he should be able to differentiate between the abilities of his respective pupils and to know their natural bent. The gifts of nature are infinite in their variety, and mind differs from mind almost as much as body from body. This is clear from a consideration of the orators themselves, who differ in style to such an extent that no one is like another, in spite of the fact that numbers have modeled their style on that of their favorite authors. Many, again, think it useful to direct their instruction to the fostering of natural advantages, and to guide the talents of their pupils along the lines which they instinctively tend to follow. Just as an expert gymnast, when he enters a gymnasium full of boys, after testing body and mind in every way, is able to decide for what class of athletic contest they should be trained, even so, they say, a teacher of oratory, after careful observation of a boy's stylistic preferences, be they for terseness and polish, energy, dignity, charm, roughness, brilliance, or wit, will so adapt his instructions to individual needs that each pupil will be pushed forward in the sphere for which his talents seem specially to design him. For nature, when cultivated, goes from strength to strength, while he who runs counter to her bent is ineffective in those branches of the art for which he is less suited, and weakens the talents which he seemed born to employ. Now, since the critic who is guided by his reason is free to dissent even from received opinions, I must insist that, to my thinking, this view is only partially true. It is undoubtedly necessary to note the individual gifts of each boy, and no one would ever convince me that it is not desirable to differentiate courses of study with this in view. One boy will be better adapted for the study of history, another for poetry, another for law, while some perhaps had better be packed off to the country. The teacher of rhetoric will distinguish such special aptitudes, just as our gymnast will turn one pupil into a runner, another into a boxer or wrestler, or an expert at some other of the athletic accomplishments for which prizes are awarded at the sacred games. But on the other hand, he who is destined for the bar must study not one department merely, but must perfect himself in all the accomplishments which his profession demands, even though some of them may seem too hard for him when he approaches them as a learner. For, if natural talent alone were sufficient, education might be dispensed with. Suppose we are given a pupil who, like so many, is of depraved tastes and swollen with his own conceit. Shall we suffer him to go his own sweet way? If a boy's disposition is naturally dry and jejune, ought we not feed it up, or at any rate clothe it in fairer apparel? For if in some cases it is necessary to remove certain qualities, surely there are others where we may be permitted to add what is lacking. Not that I would set myself against the will of nature. No innate good quality should be neglected, but defects must be made good and weaknesses made strong. When Socrates, the prince of instructors, whose works proclaim his eloquence no less than his pupils testify to his excellence as a teacher, gave his opinion of Ephorus and Theopompus to the effect that the former needed the spur and the latter the curb, what was his meaning? Surely not that the sluggish temperament of the one and the headlong ardor of the other alike required modification by instruction, but rather that each would gain from an admixture of the qualities of the other. In the case of weaker understandings, however, some concession must be made, and they should be directed merely to follow the call of their nature, since thus they will be more effective in doing the only thing that lies in their power. But if we are fortunate enough to meet with richer material, such as justifies us in the hope of producing a real order, we must leave no oratorical virtue uncared for. For though he will necessarily have a natural bent for some special department of oratory, he will not feel repelled by the others, and by sheer application will develop his other qualities until they equal those in which he naturally excels. The skilled gymnast will once again provide us with a parallel. If he undertakes to train a pancratist, he will not merely teach him how to use his fists or his heels, nor will he restrict his instructions to the holds in wrestling, giving special attention to certain tricks of this kind, but will train him in every department of the science. Some will no doubt be incapable of attaining proficiency in certain exercises. These must specialize on those which lie within their powers. For there are two things which he must be most careful to avoid. First, he must not attempt the impossible. Secondly, he must not switch off his pupil from what he can do well to exercises for which he is less well suited. But if his pupil is like the famous Nicostratus, whom we saw when he was old and we were boys, he will train him equally in every department of the science, and make him a champion both in boxing and wrestling, like Nicostratus himself, who won the prix for both contests within a few days of each other. And how much more important is the employment of such methods where our future order is concerned! It is not enough to be able to speak with terseness, subtlety, or vehemence, any more than it would be for a singing master to excel in the upper, middle, or lower register only, or in particular sections of these registers alone. Eloquence is like a harp, and will never reach perfection unless all its strings be taut and in tune. Chapter 9. Though I have spoken in some detail of the duties of the teacher, I shall for the moment confine my advice to the learners to one solitary admonition, that they should love their masters not less than their studies, and should regard them as the parents not indeed of their bodies, but of their minds. Such attachments are of invaluable assistance to study, for under their influence they find it a pleasure to listen to their teachers, believe what they say, and long to be like them, come cheerfully and gladly to school, are not angry when corrected, rejoice when praised, and seek to win their master's affection by the devotion with which they pursue their studies. For, as it is the duty of the master to teach, so it is the duty of the pupil to show himself teachable. The two obligations are mutually indispensable, and just as it takes two parents to produce a human being, and as the seed is scattered in vain if the ground is hard and there is no furrow to receive it and bring it to growth, even so eloquence can never come to maturity unless teacher and taught are in perfect sympathy. Chapter 10. These elementary stages are in themselves no small undertaking, but they are merely members and portions of the greater whole. When, therefore, the pupil has been thoroughly instructed and exercised in these departments, the time will, as a rule, have come for him to attempt deliberative and forensic themes. But before I begin to discuss these, I must say a few words on the theory of declamation, which is at once the most recent and most useful of rhetorical exercises, for it includes practically all the exercises of which we have been speaking, and is in close touch with reality. As a result, it has acquired such a vogue that many think that it is the sole training necessary to the formation of an orator, since there is no excellence in a formal speech which is not also to be found in this type of rhetorical exercise. On the other hand, the actual practice of declamation has degenerated to such an extent, owing to the fault of our teachers, that it has come to be one of the chief causes of the corruption of modern oratory. Such is the extravagance and ignorance of our declaimers. But it is possible to make a sound use of anything that is naturally sound. The subjects chosen for themes should, therefore, be as true to life as possible, and the actual declamation should, as far as may be modeled on the pleadings for which it was devised as a training. For we shall hunt in vain among sponsiones and interdicts, for magicians and plagues and oracles and stepmothers more cruel than any in tragedy, and other subjects still more unreal than these. What, then? Are we never to permit young men to handle unreal, or, to be more accurate, poetic themes, that they may run riot and exult in their strength, and display their full stature? It were best to prohibit them absolutely. But at any rate, the themes, however swelling and magnificent, should not be such as to seem foolish and laughable to the eye of an intelligent observer. Consequently, if we must make some concession, let us allow the declaimer to gorge himself occasionally, as long as he realizes that his case will be like that of cattle that have blown themselves out with a surfeit of green food. They are cured of their disorder by bloodletting, and then put back to food such as will maintain their strength. Similarly, the declaimer must be rid of his superfluous fat, and his corrupt humors must be discharged if he wants to be strong and healthy. Otherwise, the first time he makes any serious effort, his swollen emptiness will stand revealed. Those, however, who hold that declamation has absolutely nothing in common with pleading in the courts are clearly quite unaware of the reasons which gave rise to this type of exercise. For if declamation is not a preparation for the actual work of the courts, it can only be compared to the rant of an actor or the raving of a lunatic. For what is the use of attempting to conciliate a non-existent judge, or of stating a case which all know to be false, or of trying to prove a point on which judgment will never be passed? Such waste of effort is, however, a comparative trifle. But what can be more ludicrous than to work oneself into a passion, and to attempt to excite the anger or grief of our hearers, unless we are preparing ourselves, by such mimic combats, for the actual strife and the pitched battles of the law courts? Is there then no difference between our declamations and genuine forensic oratory? I can only reply that, if we speak with a desire for improvement, there will be no difference. I wish, indeed, that certain additions could be made to the existing practice, that we made use of names, that our fictitious debates dealt with more complicated cases, and sometimes took longer to deliver, that we were less afraid of words drawn from everyday speech, and that we were in the habit of seasoning our words with jests. For, as regards all these points, we are mere novices when we come to actual pleading, however elaborate the training that the schools have given us on other points. And even if display is the object of declamation, surely we ought to unbend a little for the entertainment of our audience. For even in those speeches which, although undoubtedly to some extent concerned with the truth, are designed to charm the multitude, such for instance as panegyrics and the oratory of display in all its branches, it is permissible to be more ornate, and not merely to disclose all the resources of our art, which in cases of law should, as a rule, be concealed, but actually to flaunt them before those who have been summoned to hear us. Declamation, therefore, should resemble the truth, since it is modeled on forensic and deliberative oratory. On the other hand, it also involves an element of display, and should in consequence assume a certain air of elegance. In this connection, I may cite the practice of comic actors whose delivery is not exactly that of common speech, since that would be inartistic, but is, on the other hand, not far removed from the essence of nature, for if it were, their mimicry would be a failure. What they do, therefore, is to exalt the simplicity of ordinary speech by a touch of stage decoration. So, too, we shall have to put up with certain inconveniences arising from the nature of our fictitious themes. Such drawbacks occur more especially in connection with those numerous details which are left uncertain, and which we presume to suit our purpose, such as the ages of our characters, their wealth, their families, or the strength, laws, and manners of the cities where our scenes are laid, and the like. Sometimes we even draw arguments from the actual flaws of the assumptions involved by the theme. But each of these points shall be dealt with in its proper place. For, although the whole purpose of this work is the formation of an orator, I have no intention of passing over anything that has a genuine connection with the practice of the schools, for fear that students may complain of the omission. Chapter 11. I have now arrived at the point when I must begin to deal with that portion of the art at which those who have omitted the preceding stages generally commence. I can see, however, that certain critics will attempt to obstruct my path at the very outset, for they will urge that eloquence can dispense with rules of this kind, and, in smug satisfaction with themselves and the ordinary methods and exercises of the schools, will laugh at me for my pains, in which they will be only following the example of certain professors of no small reputation. One of these gentlemen, I believe, when asked to define a figure and a thought, replied that he did not know what they were, but that, if they had anything to do with the subject, they would be found in his declamation. Another, when asked whether he was a follower of Theodorus or Apollodorus, "Oh, as for me, I am all for the Thracians." To do him justice, he could hardly have found a neater way to avoid confessing his ignorance. These persons, just because, thanks to their natural gifts, they are regarded as brilliant performers, and have, as a matter of fact, uttered much that deserves to be remembered, think that while most men share their careless habits, few come near them for talent. Consequently, they make it their boast that there is no need of proof or careful marshalling of facts when we are speaking on fictitious themes, but only of some of those sounding epigrams, the expectation of which has filled the lecture-room, and these, they say, are best improvised on the spur of the moment. Further, owing to their contempts for method, when they are meditating on some future effusion, they spend whole days looking at the ceiling in the hope that some magnificent inspiration may occur to them, or rock their bodies to and fro, booming inarticulately, as if they had a trumpet inside them, and adapting their agitated movements, not to the delivery of the words, but to their pursuit. Some again settle on certain definite openings long before they have thought what they are going to say, with a view to using them as pegs for subsequent snatches of eloquence, and then, after practicing their delivery, first in silent thought, and then aloud for hours together, in utter desperation of providing any connecting links, abandon them and take refuge in one formula after another, each no less hackneyed and familiar than the last. The least unreasonable of them devote their attention not to the actual cases, but to their purple patches, in the composition of which they pay no attention to the subject matter, but fire off a series of isolated thoughts just as they happen to come to hand. The result is a speech which, being composed of disconnected passages having nothing in common with each other, must necessarily lack cohesion, and can only be compared to a schoolboy's notebook, in which he jots down any passages from the declamations of others that have come in for a word of praise. None the less, they do occasionally strike out some good things and some fine epigrams, such as they make their boast. Why not? Slaves and barbarians sometimes achieve the same effects, and if we are to be satisfied with this sort of thing, then goodbye to any theory of oratory. End of chapter 11. Book 2, chapters 12 and 13 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. I must, however, admit that the general opinion is that the untrained speaker is usually the more vigorous. This opinion is due primarily to the erroneous judgment of faulty critics who think that true vigor is all the greater for its lack of art, regarding it as a special proof of strength to force what might be opened, to break what might be united, and to drag what might be led. Even a gladiator who plunges into the fight with no skill at arms to help him, and a wrestler who puts forth the whole strength of his body the moment he has got a hold, is acclaimed by them for his outstanding vigor, although it is of frequent occurrence in such cases for the latter to be overthrown by his own strength, and for the former to find the fury of his onslaught harried by his adversary with a supple turn of the wrist. But there are many details in this department of our art which the unskilled critic will never notice. For instance, careful division under heads, although of the utmost importance in actual cases, makes the outward show of strength seem less than the reality. The unhewn block is larger than the polished marble, and things, when scattered, seem more numerous than when placed together. There is, moreover, a sort of resemblance between certain merits and certain defects. Abuse passes for freedom of speech, rashness for courage, prodigality for abundance. But the untrained advocate will abuse too openly and too often, even though by so doing he imperils the success of the case which he has undertaken, and not seldom his own personal safety as well. But even such violence will win men's good opinion, since they are only too pleased to hear another say things which nothing would have induced them to utter themselves. Such speakers are also less careful to avoid that other peril, the pitfall of style, and are so reckless in their efforts that sometimes in their passion for extravagance they light upon some really striking expression, but such success is rare and does not compensate for their other defects. For the same reason, the uninstructed sometimes appear to have a richer flow of language, because they say everything that can be said, while the learned exercise discrimination and self-restraint. To this must be added the fact that such persons take no trouble to prove their contentions, and consequently steer clear of the chilly reception given in our decadent law courts to arguments, and seek only for such themes as may beguile the ears of the public, even at the cost of appealing to the most perverted tastes. Again, their epigrams, the sole objects of their quest, seem all the more striking because of their dreariness and squalor of their context, since flashes are more clearly seen against a background not of mere shade, as Cicero says, but of pitchy darkness. Well, let the world credit them with as much genius as it pleases, so long as it is admitted that such praise is an insult to any man of real eloquence. Nonetheless, it must be confessed that learning does take something from oratory, just as the file takes something from rough surfaces, or the whetstone from blunt edges, or age from wine. It takes away defects, and if the results produced after subjection to the polish of literary study are less, they are less only because they are better. But these creatures have another weapon in their armory. They seek to obtain the reputation of speaking with greater vigor than the trained orator by means of their delivery. For they shout on all and every occasion, and bellow their every utterance with uplifted hand, to use their own phrase, dashing this way and that, panting, gesticulating wildly, and wagging their heads with all the frenzy of a lunatic. Smite your hands together, stamp the ground, slap your thigh, your breast, your forehead, and you will go straight to the heart of the dingier members of your audience. But the educated speaker, just as he knows how to moderate his style and to impart variety and artistic form to his speech, is an equal adept in the matter of delivery, and will suit his action to the tone of each portion of his utterances, while, if he has any one canon for universal observance, it is that he should both possess the reality and present the appearance of self-control. But the ranters confer the title of force on that which is really violence. You may also occasionally find not merely pleaders, but, what is far more shameful, teachers as well, who, after a brief training in the art of speaking, throw method to the winds, and yielding to the impulse of the moment, run riot in every direction, abusing those who hold literature in higher respect as fools without life, courage, or vigor, and calling them the first and worst name that occurs to them. Still, let me congratulate these gentlemen on attaining eloquence without industry, method, or study. As for myself, I have long since retired from the task of teaching in the schools and of speaking in the courts, thinking it the most honorable conclusion to retire while my services were still in request, and all I ask is to be allowed to console my leisure by making such researches and composing such instructions as will, I hope, prove useful to young men of ability, and are at any rate a pleasure to myself. Chapter 13. Let no one, however, demand from me a rigid code of rules, such as most authors of textbooks have laid down, or ask me to impose on my students of rhetoric a system of laws immutable as fate, a system in which injunctions as to the exordium and its nature lead the way. Then come the statement of facts and the laws to be observed in this connection. Next, the proposition, or, as some prefer, the digression, followed by prescriptions as to the order in which the various questions should be discussed, with all the other rules, which some speakers follow, though they had no choice but to regard them as orders, and as it were a crime to take any other line. If the whole of rhetoric could be thus embodied in one compact code, it would be an easy task of little compass. But most rules are liable to be altered by the nature of the case, circumstances, time, and place, and by hard necessity itself. Consequently, the all-important gift for an orator is a wise adaptability, since he is called upon to meet the most varied emergencies. What if he should instruct a general, as often as he marshals his troops for battle, to draw up his front in line, advance his wings to left and right, and station his cavalry to protect his flank? This will perhaps be the best plan, if circumstances allow, but it may have to be modified owing to the nature of the ground, if, for instance, he is confronted by a mountain, if a river bars his advance, or his movements are hampered by hills, woods, or broken country. Or again, it may be modified by the character of the enemy, or the nature of the crisis by which he is faced. On one occasion he will fight in line, on another in column. On one he will use his auxiliary troops, on another his legionaries, while occasionally a feint of flight may win the day. So too with the rules of oratory. Is the exordium necessary or superfluous? Should it be long or short? Addressed entirely to the judge, or sometimes directed to some other quarter by the employment of some figure of speech? Should the statement of facts be concise or developed at some length, continuous or divided into sections, and should it follow the actual or an artificial order of events? The orator will find the answers to all these questions in the circumstances of the case. So too with the order in which questions should be discussed, since in any given debate it may often suit one party best that such and such a question come up first, while their opponents would be best suited by another. For these rules have not the formal authority of laws or decrees of the plebs, but are, with all they contain, the children of expediency. I will not deny that it is generally expedient to conform to such rules, otherwise I should not be writing now. But if our friend expediency suggests some other course to us, why, we shall disregard the authority of the professors and follow her. For my part, above all things, this I enjoin and urge anew, that in all his pleadings the orator should keep two things constantly in view, what is becoming and what is expedient. But it is often expedient and occasionally becoming to make some modification in the time-honored order. We see the same thing in pictures and statues. Dress, expression, and attitude are frequently varied. The body, when held bolt upright, has but little grace, for the face looks straight forward, the arms hang by the side, the feet are joined, and the whole figure is stiff from top to toe. But that curve, I might almost call it motion, with which we are so familiar, gives an impression of action and animation. So too, the hands will not always be represented in the same position, and the variety given to the expression will be infinite. Some figures are represented as running or rushing forward, others sit or recline, some are nude, others clothed, while some again are half-dressed, half-naked. Where can we find a more violent and elaborate attitude than that of the Discobolus of Myron? Yet the critic who disapproved of the figure because it was not upright would merely show his utter failure to understand the sculptor's art, in which the very novelty and difficulty of execution is what most deserves our praise. A similar impression of grace and charm is produced by rhetorical figures, whether they be figures of thought or figures of speech, for they involve a certain departure from the straight line, and have the merit of variation from the ordinary usage. In a painting, the full face is most attractive, but Apelles painted Antigonus in profile, to conceal the blemish caused by the loss of one eye. So too, in speaking, there are certain things which have to be concealed, either because they ought not to be disclosed, or because they cannot be expressed as they deserve. Timanthes, who was, I think, a native of Cydnus, provides an example of this in the painting with which he won the victory over Collites of Teas. It represented the sacrifice of Iphigenia, and the artist had depicted an expression of grief on the face of Calchas, and of still greater grief on that of Ulysses, while he had given Menelaus an agony of sorrow beyond which his art could not go. Having exhausted his powers of emotional expression, he was at a loss to portray the father's face as it deserved, and solve the problem by veiling his head and leaving his sorrow to the imagination of the spectator. Sallust did something similar when he wrote, "I think it better to say nothing of Carthage rather than say too little." It has always, therefore, been my custom not to tie myself down to universal or general rules, this being the nearest equivalent I can find for the Greek Catholic rules. For rules are rarely of such a kind that their validity cannot be shaken and overthrown in some particular or other. But I must reserve each of these points for fuller treatment in its proper place. For the present, I will only say that I do not want young men to think their education complete when they have mastered one of the small textbooks of which so many are in circulation, or to ascribe a talismanic value to the arbitrary decrees of theorists. The art of speaking can only be attained by hard work and assiduity of study, by a variety of exercises and repeated trial, the highest prudence and unfailing quickness of judgment. But rules are helpful all the same, so long as they indicate the direct road and do not restrict us absolutely to the ruts made by others. For he who thinks it an unpardonable sin to leave the old track must be content to move at much the same speed as a tight-rope walker. Thus, for example, we often leave a paved military road to take a short-cut, or, finding that the direct route is impossible owing to floods having broken down the bridges, are forced to make a circuit, while if our house is on fire and flames bar the way to the front door, we make our escape by breaking through a party wall. The orator's task covers a large ground, is extremely varied, and develops some new aspect almost every day, so that the last word on the subject will never have been said. I shall, however, try to set forth the traditional rules and to point out their best features, mentioning the changes, additions, and subtractions which seem desirable. End of chapter 13. Book 2, chapters 14 and 15 of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintiliano, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Rhetoric is a Greek term which has been translated into Latin by oratoria or oratrix. I would not for the world deprive the translators of the praise which is their due for attempting to increase the vocabulary of our native tongue. But translations from Greek into Latin are not always satisfactory, just as the attempt to represent Latin words in a Greek dress is sometimes equally unsuccessful. And the translations in question are fully as harsh as the essentia and quentia of Plautus, and have not even the merit of being exact. For oratoria is formed like elocutoria, and oratrix like elocutrix, whereas the rhetoric with which we are concerned is rather to be identified with eloquentia, and the word is undoubtedly used in two senses by the Greeks. In the one case it is an adjective, that is, ars rhetorica, the rhetorical art, like pyretic in the phrase navis piratica. In the other it is a noun, like philosophy or friendship. It is as a substantive that we require it here. Now, the correct translation of the Greek grammatike is literatura, not literatrix or literatoria, which would be the forms analogous to oratrix and oratoria. But in the case of rhetoric, there is no similar Latin equivalent. It is best, therefore, not to quarrel about it, more especially as we have to use Greek terms in many other cases. For I may at least use the words philosophus, musicus, and geometres without outraging them by changing them into clumsy Latin equivalents. Finally, since Cicero gave a Greek title to the earlier works which he wrote on this subject, I may, without fear of rashness, accept the great orator as sufficient authority for the name of the art which he professed. To resume, then, rhetoric, for I shall now use the name without fear of captious criticism, is in my opinion best treated under the three following heads: the art, the artist, and the work. The art is that which we should acquire by study, and is the art of speaking well. The artist is he who has acquired the art, that is to say, he is the orator whose task it is to speak well. The work is the achievement of the artist, namely, good speaking. Each of these three general divisions is, in its turn, divided into species. Of the two latter divisions I shall speak in their proper place. For the present, I shall proceed to a discussion of the first. Chapter 15. The first question which confronts us is, what is rhetoric? Many definitions have been given, but the problem is really twofold. for the dispute turns either on the quality of the thing itself or on the meaning of the words in which it is defined. The first and chief disagreement on the subject is found in the fact that some think that even bad men may be called orators, while others, of whom I am one, restrict the name of orator and the art itself to those who are good. Of those who divorce eloquence from that yet fairer and more desirable title to renown, of virtuous life, some call rhetoric merely a power, some a science, but not a virtue, some a practice, some an art, though they will not allow the art to have anything in common with science or virtue, while some again call it a perversion of art, or kakotechnia. These persons have, as a rule, held that the task of oratory lies in persuasion or speaking in a persuasive manner, for this is within the power of a bad man no less than a good. Hence we get the common definition of rhetoric as the power of persuading. What I call a power, many call a capacity, and some a faculty. In order, therefore, that there may be no misunderstanding, I will say that by power I mean dynamis. This view is derived from Isocrates, if indeed the treatise on rhetoric which circulates under his name is really from his hand. He, although far from agreeing with those whose aim is to disparage the duties of an orator, somewhat rashly defined rhetoric as peithous demiurgos, the worker of persuasion. For I cannot bring myself to use the peculiar derivative which Ennius applies to Marcus Cethegus in the phrase suadae medullae, the marrow of persuasion. Again, Gorgias, in the dialogue of Plato that takes its title from his name, says practically the same thing, but Plato intends it to be taken as the opinion of Gorgias, not as his own. Cicero, in more than one passage, defined the duty of an orator as speaking in a persuasive manner. In his Rhetorica, too, a work which it is clear gave him no satisfaction, he makes the end to be persuasion. But many other things have the power of persuasion, such as money, influence, the authority and rank of the speaker, or even some sight unsupported by language, when, for instance, the place of words is supplied by the memory of some individual's great deeds, by his lamentable appearance, or the beauty of his person. Thus, when Antonius, in the course of his defense of Manius Aquilius, tore open his client's robe and revealed the honorable scars which he had acquired while facing his country's foes, he relied no longer on the power of his eloquence, but appealed directly to the eyes of the Roman people, and it is believed that they were so profoundly moved by the sight as to acquit the accused. Again, there is a speech of Cato, to mention no other records, which informs us that Servius Galba escaped condemnation solely by the pity which he aroused, not only by producing his own young children before the assembly, but by carrying round in his arms the son of Sulpicius Gallus. So also, according to general opinion, Phryne was saved, not by the eloquence of Hyperides, admirable as it was, but by the sight of her exquisite body, which she further revealed by drawing aside her tunic. And if all these have power to persuade, the end of oratory, which we are discussing, cannot adequately be defined as persuasion. Consequently, those who, although holding the same general view of rhetoric, have regarded as the power of persuasion by speaking, pride themselves on their greater exactness of language. This definition is given by Gorgias in the dialogue mentioned above, under compulsion from the inexorable logic of Socrates. Theodectes agrees with him, whether the treatise on rhetoric which has come down to us under his name is really by him, or as is generally believed by Aristotle. In that work, the end of rhetoric is defined as the leading of men by the power of speech to the conclusion desired by the orator. But even this definition is not sufficiently comprehensive, since others besides orators persuade by speaking, or lead others to the conclusion desired, as for example harlots, flatterers, and seducers. And yet Apollodorus is not very far off this definition, when he asserts that the first and all-important task of forensic oratory is to persuade the judge and lead his mind to the conclusions desired by the speaker. For even Apollodorus makes the orator the sport of fortune by refusing him leave to retain his title if he fails to persuade. Some, on the other hand, pay no attention to results, as for example Aristotle, who says rhetoric is the power of discovering all means of persuading by speech. This definition has not merely the fault already mentioned, but the additional defect of including merely the power of invention, which, without style, cannot possibly constitute oratory. Hermagoras, who asserts that its end is to speak persuasively, and others who express the same opinion, though in different words, and inform us that the end is to say everything which ought to be said with a view to persuasion, have been sufficiently answered above, when I proved that persuasion was not the privilege of the orator alone. Various additions have been made to these definitions, for some hold that rhetoric is concerned with everything, while some restrict its activity to politics. The question as to which of these views is nearer to the truth shall be discussed later in its appropriate place. Aristotle seems to have implied that the sphere of the orator was all-inclusive when he defined rhetoric as the power to detect every element in any given subject which might conduce to persuasion. So too does Patrocles, who omits the words "in any given subject," but since he excludes nothing, shows that his view is identical. For he defines rhetoric as the power to discover whatever is persuasive in speech. These definitions, like that quoted above, include no more than the power of invention alone. Theodorus avoids this fault, and holds that it is the power to discover and to utter forth in elegant language whatever is credible in every subject of oratory. But while others besides orators may discover what is credible as well as persuasive by adding the words in every subject, he, to a greater extent than the others, concedes the fairest name in all the world to those who use their gifts as an incitement to crime. Plato makes Gorgias say that he is a master of persuasion in the law courts and other assemblies, and that his themes are justice and injustice, while in reply Socrates allows him the power of persuading, but not of teaching. Those who refused to make the sphere of oratory all-inclusive have been obliged to make somewhat forced and long-winded distinctions. Among these I may mention Ariston, the pupil of the peripatetic Critolaus, who produced the following definition: rhetoric is the science of seeing and uttering what ought to be said on political questions in language that is likely to prove persuasive to the people. Being a peripatetic, he regards it as a science, not, like the Stoics, as a virtue, while in adding the words likely to prove persuasive to the people, he inflicts a positive insult on oratory, in implying that it is not likely to persuade the learned. The same criticism will apply to all those who restrict oratory to political questions, for they exclude thereby a large number of the duties of an orator, as for example panegyric, the third department of oratory, which is entirely ignored. Turning to those who regard rhetoric as an art, but not as a virtue, we find that Theodorus of Gadara is more cautious. For he says, I quote the words of his translators, "Rhetoric is the art which discovers and judges and expresses, with an elegance duly proportioned to the importance of all such elements of persuasion as may exist in any subject in the field of politics." Similarly, Cornelius Celsus defines the end of rhetoric as to speak persuasively on any doubtful subject within the field of politics. Similar definitions are given by others, such for instance as the following: rhetoric is the power of judging and holding forth on such political subjects as come before it with a certain persuasiveness, a certain action of the body and delivery of the words. There are countless other definitions, either identical with this or composed of the same elements, which I shall deal with when I come to the questions concerned with the subject matter of rhetoric. Some regard it as neither a power, a science, or an art. Critolaus calls it the practice of speaking, for this is the meaning of tribé. Athenaeus styles it the art of deceiving, while the majority, content with reading a few passages from the Gorgias of Plato, unskilfully excerpted by earlier writers, refrain from studying that dialogue and the remainder of Plato's writings, and thereby fall into serious error. For they believe that in Plato's view, rhetoric was not an art, but a certain adroitness in the production of delight and gratification, or, with reference to another passage, the shadow of a small part of politics, and the fourth department of flattery. For Plato assigns two departments of politics to the body, namely law and justice, while he styles the art of cookery a form of flattery of medicine, the art of the slave-dealer a flattery of gymnastic, for they produce a false complexion by the use of paint, and a false robustness by puffing them out with fat. Sophistry he calls a dishonest counterfeit of legal science, and rhetoric of justice. All these statements occur in the Gorgias, and are uttered by Socrates, who appears to be the mouthpiece of the views held by Plato. But some of his dialogues were composed merely to refute his opponents, and are styled refutative, while others are for the purpose of teaching, and are called doctrinal. Now, it is only rhetoric as practiced in their own day that is condemned by Plato or Socrates, for he speaks of it as the manner in which you engage in public affairs. Rhetoric in itself he regards as a genuine and honorable thing, and consequently the controversy with Gorgias ends with the words, "The rhetorician therefore must be just, and the just man desires to do what is just." To this Gorgias makes no reply, but the argument is taken up by Polus, a hot-headed and headstrong young fellow, and it is to him that Socrates makes his remarks about shadows and forms of flattery. Then Callicles, who is even more hot-headed, intervenes, but is reduced to the conclusion that he who would truly be a rhetorician ought to be just and possess a knowledge of justice. It is clear, therefore, that Plato does not regard rhetoric as an evil, but holds that true rhetoric is impossible for any save a just and good man. In the Phaedrus he makes it even clearer that the complete attainment of this art is impossible without the knowledge of justice, an opinion in which I heartily concur. Had this not been his view, would he have ever written the Apology of Socrates, or the funeral oration in praise of those who had died in battle for their country, both of them works falling within the sphere of oratory? It was against the class of men who employ their glibness of speech for evil purposes that he directed his denunciations. Similarly, Socrates thought it incompatible with his honor to make use of the speech which Lysias composed for his defense, although it was the usual practice in those days to write speeches for the parties concerned to speak in the courts on their own behalf, a device designed to circumvent the law which forbade the employment of advocates. Further, the teachers of rhetoric were regarded by Plato as quite unsuited to their professed task, for they divorced rhetoric from justice and preferred plausibility to truth, as he states in the Phaedrus. Cornelius Celsus seems to have agreed with these early rhetoricians, for he writes, "The orator only aims at the semblance of truth," and again a little later, "The reward of the party to a suit is not a good conscience, but victory." If this were true, only the worst of men would place such dangerous weapons at the disposal of criminals, or employ the precepts of their art for the assistance of the wickedness. However, I will leave those who maintain these views to consider what ground they have for so doing. For my part, I have undertaken the task of molding the ideal orator, and as my first desire is that he should be a good man, I will return to those who have sounder opinions on the subject. Some, however, identify rhetoric with politics. Cicero calls it a department of the science of politics, and science of politics and philosophy are identical terms, while others again call it a branch of philosophy, among them Isocrates. The definition which best suits its real character is that which makes rhetoric the science of speaking well. For this definition includes all the virtues of oratory, and the character of the orator as well, since no man can speak well who is not good himself. The definition given by Chrysippus, who derived it from Cleanthes, to the effect that it is the science of speaking rightly, amounts to the same thing. The same philosopher also gives other definitions, but they concern problems of a different character from that on which we are now engaged. Another definition defines oratory as the power of persuading men to do what ought to be done, and yields practically the same sense, save that it limits the art to the result which it produces. Arius, again, defines it well as speaking according to the excellence of speech. Those regard it as the science of political obligations also exclude men of bad character from the title of orator, if by science they mean virtue, but restrict it overmuch by confining it to political problems. Albutius, a distinguished author and professor of rhetoric, agrees that rhetoric is the science of speaking well, but makes a mistake in imposing restrictions by the addition of words on political questions and with credibility. With both of these restrictions I have already dealt. Finally, those critics who hold that the aim of rhetoric is to think and speak rightly were on the correct track. These are practically all the most celebrated and most discussed definitions of rhetoric. It would be both irrelevant and beyond my power to deal with all, for I strongly disapprove of the custom which has come to prevail among writers of textbooks of refusing to define anything in the same terms as have been employed by some previous writer. I will have nothing to do with such ostentation. What I say will not necessarily be my own invention, but it will be what I believe to be the right view, as, for instance, that oratory is the science of speaking well. For when the most satisfactory definition has been found, he who seeks another is merely looking for a worse one. This much being admitted, we are now in a position to see clearly what is the end, the highest aim, the ultimate goal of rhetoric, that telos, in fact, which every art must possess. For if rhetoric is the science of speaking well, its end and highest aim is to speak well. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. There follows the question as to whether rhetoric is useful. Some are in the habit of denouncing it most violently and of shamelessly employing the powers of oratory to accuse oratory itself. It is eloquence, they say, that snatches criminals from the penalties of the law. Eloquence that, from time to time, secures the condemnation of the innocent and leads deliberation astray. Eloquence that stirs up not merely sedition and popular tumult, but wars beyond all expiation, and that is most effective when it makes falsehood prevail over the truth. The comic poets even accuse Socrates of teaching how to make the worse cause seem the better, while Plato says that Gorgias and Tisias made similar professions. And to these they add further examples drawn from the history of Rome and Greece, enumerating all those who used their pernicious eloquence, not merely against individuals, but against whole states, and threw an ordered commonwealth into a state of turmoil, or even brought it to utter ruin. And they point out that for this very reason rhetoric was banished from Sparta, while its powers were cut down at Athens itself by the fact that an orator was forbidden to stir the passions of his audience. on the showing of these critics, not only orators, but generals, magistrates, medicine, and philosophy will all be useless. For Flaminius was a general, while men such as the Gracchi, Saturninus, and Glossia were magistrates. Doctors have been caught using poisons, and those who falsely assume the name of philosopher have occasionally been detected in the gravest crimes. Let us give up eating. It often makes us ill. Let us never go inside houses, for sometimes they collapse on their occupants. Let never a sword be forged for a soldier, since it might be used by a robber. And who does not realize that fire and water, both necessities of life, and to leave merely earthly things, even the sun and moon, the greatest of the heavenly bodies, are occasionally capable of doing harm? On the other hand, will it be denied that it was by his gift of speech that Appius the blind broke off the dishonorable peace which was on the point of being concluded with Pyrrhus? Did not the divine eloquence of Cicero win popular applause even when he denounced the agrarian laws? Did it not crush the audacious plots of Catiline, and win, while he still wore the garb of civil life, the highest honor that can be conferred on a victorious general, a public thanksgiving to heaven? Has not oratory often revived the courage of a panic-stricken army, and persuaded the soldier, faced by all the perils of war, that glory is a fairer thing than life itself? Nor shall the history of Sparta and Athens move me more than that of the Roman people, who have always held the orator in highest honor. Never, in my opinion, would the founders of cities have induced their unsettled multitudes to form communities, had they not moved them by the magic of their eloquence. Never, without the highest gifts of oratory, would the great legislators have constrained mankind to submit themselves to the yoke of law. Nay, even the principles which should guide our life, however fair they may be by nature, yet have greater power to mold the mind to virtue, when the beauty of things is illumined by the splendor of eloquence. Wherefore, although the weapons of oratory may be used either for good or ill, it is unfair to regard that as an evil which can be employed for good. These problems, however, may be left to those who hold that rhetoric is the power to persuade. If our definition of rhetoric as the science of speaking well implies that an orator must be a good man, there can be no doubt about its usefulness. And in truth that God, who was in the beginning the Father of all things and the architect of the universe, distinguished men from all other living creatures that are subject to death by nothing more than this, that he gave him the gift of speech. For as regard physical bulk, strength, robustness, endurance, or speed, man is surpassed in certain cases by dumb beasts, who also are far more independent of external assistance. They know by instinct, without need of any teacher, how to move rapidly, to feed themselves and swim. Many too have their bodies clothed against cold, possess natural weapons, and have not to search for their food, whereas in all these respects man's life is full of toil. Reason, then, was the greatest gift of the Almighty, who willed that we should share its possession with the immortal gods. But reason by itself would help us but little, and would be far less evident in us, had we not the power to express our thoughts in speech, for it is the lack of this power, rather than thought and understanding, which they do to a certain exercise possess, that is the great defect in other living things. The construction of a soft lair, the weaving of nests, the hatching and rearing of their young, and even the storing up of food for the coming winter, together with certain other achievements which we cannot imitate, such as the making of honey and wax, all these perhaps indicate the possession of a certain degree of reason. But since the creatures that do these things lack the gift of speech, they are called dumb and unreasoning beasts. Finally, how little the heavenly boon of reason avails those who are born dumb! If therefore we have received no fairer gift from heaven than speech, what shall we regard as so worthy of laborious cultivation? Or in what should we sooner desire to excel our fellow men than that in which mankind excels all other living things? And we should be all at more eager to do so, since there is no art which yields a more grateful recompense for the labor bestowed upon it. This will be abundantly clear if we consider the origins of oratory and the progress it has made, and it is capable of advancing still further. I will not stop to point out how useful and how becoming a task it is for a good man to defend his friends, to guide the Senate by his counsels, and to lead peoples or armies to follow his bidding. I merely ask, is it not a noble thing, by employing the understanding which is common to mankind, and the words that are used by all, to win such honor and glory that you seem not to speak or plead, but rather, as was said of Pericles, to thunder and lighten? End of chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. However, if I were to indulge my own inclinations in expatiating on this subject, I should go on forever. Let us therefore pass to the next question and consider whether rhetoric is an art. No one of those who have laid down rules for oratory has ever doubted that it is an art. It is clear, even from the titles of their books, that their theme is the art of rhetoric, while Cicero defines rhetoric as artistic eloquence. And it is not merely the orators who have claimed this distinction for their studies, with a view to giving them an additional title to respect, but the Stoic and Peripatetic philosophers, for the most part, agree with them. Indeed, I will confess that I had doubts as to whether I should discuss this portion of my inquiry, for there is no one, I will not say so unlearned, but so devoid of ordinary sense, as to hold that building, weaving, or molding vessels from clay are arts, and at the same time to consider that rhetoric, which, as I have already said, is the noblest and most sublime of tastes, has reached such a lofty eminence without the assistance of art. For my own part, I think that those who have argued against this view did not realize what they were saying, but merely desired to exercise their wits by the selection of a difficult theme, like Polycrates when he praised Busiris and Clytemnestra. I may add that he is credited with a not dissimilar performance, namely, the composition of a speech which was delivered against Socrates. Some would have it that rhetoric is a natural gift, though they admit that it can be developed by practice. So Antonius, in the De Oratore of Cicero, styles it a knack derived from experience, but denies that it is an art. This statement is, however, not intended to be accepted by us as the actual truth, but is inserted to make Antonius speak in character, since he was in the habit of concealing his art. Still Lysias is said to have maintained the same view, which is defended on the ground that uneducated persons, barbarians and slaves, when speaking on their own behalf, say something that resembles an exordium, state the facts of the case, prove, refute, and plead for mercy, just as an orator does in his peroration. To this is added the quibble that nothing that is based on art can have existed before the art in question, whereas men have always, from time immemorial, spoken in their own defense or in denunciation of others. The teaching of rhetoric as an art was, they say, a later invention, dating from about the time of Tisias and Corax. Oratory, therefore, existed before art, and consequently cannot be an art. For my part, I am not concerned with the date when oratory began to be taught. Even in Homer we find Phoenix as an instructor not only of conduct but of speaking. While a number of orators are mentioned, the various styles are represented by the speeches of 3 of the chiefs, and the young men are set to contend among themselves in contests of eloquence. Moreover, lawsuits and pleaders are represented in the engravings on the shield of Achilles. It is sufficient to call attention to the fact that everything which art has brought to perfection originated in nature. Otherwise, we might deny the title of art to medicine, which was discovered from the observation of sickness and health, and according to some is entirely based upon experiment. Wounds were bound up long before medicine developed into an art, and fevers were reduced by rest and abstention from food, long before the reason for such treatment was known, simply because the state of the patient's health left no choice. So too, building should not be styled an art, for primitive man built himself a hut without the assistance of art. Music, by the same reasoning, is not an art, for every race indulges in some kind of singing and dancing. If therefore any kind of speech is to be called eloquence, I will admit that it existed before it was an art. If, on the other hand, not every man that speaks is an orator, and primitive men did not speak like an orator, my opponents must needs acknowledge that oratory is the product of art and did not exist before it. This conclusion also rules out their argument that men speak who have never learned how to speak, and that which a man does untaught can have no connection with art. In support of this contention, they adduce the fact that Demades was a waterman and Aeschines an actor, but both were orators. The reasoning is false, for no man can be an orator untaught, and it would be truer to say that these orators learned oratory late in life than that they never learnt at all, although, as a matter of fact, Aeschines had an acquaintance with literature from childhood, since his father was a teacher of literature, while as regards Demades, it is quite uncertain that he never studied rhetoric, and in any case continuous practice in speaking was sufficient to bring him to such proficiency as he attained, for experience is the best of all schools. On the other hand, it may fairly be asserted that he would have achieved greater distinction if he had received instruction, for although he delivered his speeches with great effect, he never ventured to write them for others. Aristotle, it is true, in his Gryllus, produces some tentative arguments to the contrary, which are marked by characteristic ingenuity. On the other hand, he also wrote 3 books on the art of rhetoric, in the first of which he not merely admits that rhetoric is an art, but treats it as a department of politics and also of logic. Critolaus and Athenodorus of Rhodes have produced many arguments against this view, while Agnon renders himself suspect by the very title of his book, in which he proclaims that he is going to indict rhetoric. As to the statements of Epicurus on this subject, they cause me no surprise, for he is the foe of all systematic training. These gentlemen talk a great deal, but the arguments on which they base their statements are few. I will therefore select the most important of them, and will deal with them briefly, to prevent the discussion lasting to all eternity. Their first contention is based on the subject matter, for they assert that all arts have their own subject matter, which is true, and go on to say that rhetoric has none, which I shall show in what follows to be false. Another slander is to the effect that no art will acquiesce in false opinions, since an art must be based on direct perception, which is always true. Now, say they, rhetoric does give its assent to false conclusions, and is therefore not an art. I will admit that rhetoric sometimes substitutes falsehood for truth, but I will not allow that it does so because its opinions are false, since there is all the difference between holding a certain opinion oneself and persuading someone else to adopt an opinion. For instance, a general frequently makes use of falsehood. Hannibal, when hemmed in by Fabius, persuaded his enemy that he was in retreat by tying brushwood to the horns of oxen, setting fire to them by night, and driving the herds across the mountains opposite. But though he deceived Fabius, he himself was fully aware of the truth. Again, when the Spartan Theopompus changed clothes with his wife and escaped from custody disguised as a woman, he deceived his guards, but was not for a moment deceived as to his own identity. Similarly, an orator, when he substitutes falsehood for the truth, is aware of the falsehood and of the fact that he is substituting it for the truth. He therefore deceives others, but not himself. When Cicero boasted that he had thrown dust in the eyes of the jury in the case of Cluentius, he was far from being blinded himself. And when a painter, by his artistic skill, makes us believe that certain objects project from the picture, while others are withdrawn into the background, he knows perfectly well that they are all in the same plane. My opponents further assert that every art has some definite goal towards which it directs its efforts, but that rhetoric as a rule has no such goal, while at other times it professes to have an aim, but fails to perform its promise. They lie. I have already shown that rhetoric has a definite purpose, and have explained what it is. And, what is more, the orator will always make good his professions in this respect, for he will always speak well. On the other hand, this criticism may perhaps hold good as against those who think persuasion the end of oratory. But our orator and his art, as we define it, are independent of results. The speaker aims at victory, it is true, but if he speaks well, he has lived up to the ideals of his art, even if he is defeated. Similarly, a pilot will desire to bring his ship safe to harbor, but if he is swept out of his course by a storm, he will not for that reason cease to be a pilot, but will say in the well-known words of the old poet, "Still let me steer straight on." So too the doctor seeks to heal the sick, but if the violence of the disease, or the refusal of the patient to obey his regimen, or any other circumstance prevent his achieving his purpose, he will not have fallen short of the ideals of his art, provided he has done everything according to reason. So too the orator's purpose is fulfilled if he has spoken well. For the art of rhetoric, as I shall show later, is realized in action, not in the result obtained. From this it follows that there is no truth in yet another argument which contends that arts know when they have attained their end, whereas rhetoric does not. For every speaker is aware when he is speaking well. These critics also charge rhetoric with doing what no art does, namely, making use of vices to serve its ends, since it speaks the thing that is not and excites the passions. But there is no disgrace in doing either of these things, as long as the motive be good. Consequently, there is nothing vicious in such action. Even a philosopher is, at times, permitted to tell a lie, while the orator must needs excite the passions, if that be the only way by which he can lead the judge to do justice. For judges are not always enlightened, and often have to be tricked to prevent them falling into error. Give me philosophers as judges, pack senates and assemblies with philosophers, and you will destroy the power of hatred, influence, prejudice, and false witness. Consequently, there will be very little scope for eloquence whose value will lie almost entirely in its power to charm. But if, as is the case, our hearers are fickle of mind, and truth is exposed to a host of perils, we must call in art to aid us in the fight and employ such means as will help our cause. He who has been driven from the right road cannot be brought back to it save by a fresh detour. The point, however, that gives rise to the greatest number of these captious accusations against rhetoric is found in the allegation that orators speak indifferently on either side of a case, from which they draw the following arguments. No art is self-contradictory, but rhetoric does contradict itself. No art tries to demolish what itself has built, but this does happen in the operations of rhetoric. Or again, rhetoric teaches either what ought to be said or what ought not to be said. Consequently, it is not an art, because it teaches what ought not to be said, or because, while it teaches what ought to be said, it also teaches precisely the opposite. Now, it is obvious that all such charges are brought against that type of rhetoric with which neither good men nor virtue herself will have anything to do, since if a case be based on injustice, rhetoric has no place therein, and consequently it can scarcely happen, even under the most exceptional circumstances, that an orator, that is to say, a good man, will speak indifferently on either side. Still, it is in the nature of things conceivable that just causes may lead two wise men to take different sides, since it is held that wise men may fight among themselves, provided that they do so at the bidding of reason. I will therefore reply to their criticisms in such a way that it will be clear that these arguments have no force even against those who concede the name of orator to persons of bad character. For rhetoric is not self-contradictory. The conflict is between case and case, not between rhetoric and itself. And even if persons who have learned the same thing fight one another, that does not prove that what they have learned is not an art. Were that so, there could be no art of arms, since gladiators trained under the same master are often matched against each other. Nor would the pilot's art exist, because in sea fights pilots may be found on different sides. Nor yet could there be an art of generalship, since general is pitted against general. In the same way, rhetoric does not undo its own work. For the orator does not refute his own arguments, nor does rhetoric even do so, because those who regard persuasion as its end, or the two good men whom chance has matched against one another, seek merely for probabilities, and the fact that one thing is more credible than another does not involve contradiction between the two. There is no absolute antagonism between the probable and the more probable, just as there is none between that which is white and that which is whiter, or between that which is sweet and that which is sweeter. Nor does rhetoric ever teach that which ought not to be said, or that which is contrary to what ought to be said, but solely what ought to be said in each individual case. But though the orator will as a rule maintain what is true, this will not always be the case. There are occasions when the public interest demands that he should defend what is untrue. The following objections are also put forward in the second book of Cicero's De Oratore. Art deals with things that are known, but the pleading of an orator is based entirely on opinion, not on knowledge, because he speaks to an audience who do not know, and sometimes himself states things of which he has no actual knowledge. Now, one of these points, namely, whether the judges have knowledge of what is being said to them, has nothing to do with the art of oratory. The other statement, that art is concerned with things that are known, does, however, require an answer. Rhetoric is the art of speaking well, and the orator knows how to speak well. But, it is urged, he does not know whether what he says is true. Neither do they who assert that all things derive their origin from fire or water or the four elements or indivisible atoms, nor they who calculate the distances of the stars or the size of the earth and sun. And yet all these call the subject which they teach an art. But if reason makes them seem not merely to hold opinions, but, thanks to the cogency of the proofs adduced, to have actual knowledge, reason will do the same service to the orator. But, they say, he does not know whether the cause which he has undertaken is true. But not even a doctor can tell whether a patient who claims to be suffering from a headache really is so suffering, but he will treat him on the assumption that his statement is true, and medicine will still be an art. Again, what of the fact that rhetoric does not always aim at telling the truth, but always at stating what is probable? The answer is that the orator knows that what he states is no more than probable. My opponents further object that advocates often defend in one case what they have attacked in another. This is not the fault of the art, but of the man. Such are the main points that are urged against rhetoric. There are others as well, but they are of minor importance and drawn from the same sources. That rhetoric is an art may, however, be proved in a very few words. For if Cleanthes' definition be accepted, that art is a power reaching its ends by a definite path, that is, by ordered methods, no one can doubt that there is such method and order in good speaking. While if, on the other hand, we accept the definition which meets with almost universal approval, that art consists in perceptions agreeing and cooperating to the achievement of some useful end, we shall be able to show that rhetoric lacks none of these characteristics. Again, it is scarcely necessary for me to point out that, like other arts, it is based on examination and practice. And if logic is an art, as is generally agreed, rhetoric must also be an art, since it differs from logic in species rather than in genus. Nor must I omit to point out that where it is possible in any given subject for one man to act without art, and another with art, there must necessarily be an art in connection with that subject, as there must also be in any subject in which the man who has received instruction is the superior of him who has not. But, as regards the practice of rhetoric, it is not merely the case that the trained speaker will get the better of the untrained, for even the trained man will prove inferior to one who received a better training. If this were not so, there would not be so many rhetorical rules, nor would so many great men have come forward to teach them. The truth of this must be acknowledged by everyone, but more especially by us, since we concede the possession of oratory to none save the good man. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapters 18 to 21 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Some arts, however, are based on examination, that is to say, on the knowledge and proper appreciation of things, as for instance astronomy, which demands no action, but is content to understand the subject of its study. Such arts are called theoretical. Others again are concerned with action. This is their end, which is realized in action, so that the action once performed, nothing more remains to do. These arts we style practical, and dancing will provide us with an example. Thirdly, there are others which consist in producing a certain result and achieve their purpose in the completion of a visible task. Such we style productive, and painting may be quoted as an illustration. In view of these facts, we must come to the conclusion that, in the main, rhetoric is concerned with action, for in action it accomplishes that which it is its duty to do. This view is universally accepted, although in my opinion rhetoric draws largely on the two other kinds of art, for it may on occasion be content with the mere examination of a thing. Rhetoric is still in the orator's possession, even though he be silent, while if he gives up pleading, either designedly or owing to circumstances over which he has no control, he does not, therefore, cease to be an orator, any more than a doctor ceases to be a doctor when he withdraws from practice. Perhaps the highest of all pleasures is that which we derive from private study, and the only circumstances under which the delights of literature are unalloyed are when it withdraws from action, that is to say, from toil, and can enjoy the pleasure of self-contemplation. But in the results that the orator obtains by writing speeches or historical narratives, which we may reasonably count as part of the task of oratory, we shall recognize features resembling those of a productive art. Still, if rhetoric is to be regarded as one of these three classes of art, since it is with action that its practice is chiefly and most frequently concerned, let us call it an active or administrative art, the two terms being identical. Chapter 19. I quite realize that there is a further question as to whether eloquence derives most from nature or from education. This question really lies outside the scope of our inquiry, since the ideal orator must necessarily be the result of a blend of both. But I do regard it as of great importance that we should decide how far there is any real question on this point. For if we make an absolute divorce between the two, nature will still be able to accomplish much without the aid of education, while the latter is valueless without the aid of nature. If, on the other hand, they are blended in equal proportions, I think we shall find that the average orator owes most to nature, while the perfect orator owes more to education. We may take a parallel from agriculture. A thoroughly barren soil will not be improved even by the best cultivation, while good land will yield some useful produce without any cultivation. But in the case of really rich land, cultivation will do more for it than its own natural fertility. Had Praxiteles attempted to carve a statue out of a millstone, I should have preferred a rough block of Parian marble to any such statue. On the other hand, if the same artist had produced a finished statue from such a block of Parian marble, its artistic value would owe more to his skill than to the material. To conclude, nature is the raw material for education. The one forms, the other is formed. Without material, art can do nothing. Material without art does possess a certain value, while the perfection of art is better than the best material. Chapter 20. More important is the question whether rhetoric is to be regarded as one of the indifferent arts, which in themselves deserve neither praise nor blame, but are useful, or the reverse, according to the character of the artist, or whether it should, as not a few even among philosophers hold, be considered as a virtue. For my own part, I regard the practice of rhetoric, which so many have adopted in the past and still follow today, as either no art at all, or, as the Greeks call it, ateknia, for I see numbers of speakers, without the least pretension to method or literary training, rushing headlong in the direction in which hunger, or their natural shamelessness, calls them. Or else it is a bad art, such as is styled kakotechnia. For there have, I think, been many persons, and there are still some, who have devoted their powers of speaking to the destruction of their fellow men. There is also an unprofitable imitation of art, a kind of mataiotechnia, which is neither good nor bad, but merely involves a useless expenditure of labor, reminding one of the man who shot a continuous stream of vetch seeds from a distance through the eye of a needle, without ever missing his aim, and was rewarded by Alexander, who was a witness of the display, with the present of a bushel of vetch seeds, a most appropriate reward. It is to such men that I would compare those who spend their whole time at the expense of much study and energy in composing declamations which they aim at making as unreal as possible. The rhetoric, on the other hand, which I am endeavoring to establish, and the ideal of which I have in my mind's eye, that rhetoric which befits a good man and is, in a word, the only true rhetoric, will be a virtue. Philosophers arrive at this conclusion by a long chain of ingenious arguments, but it appears to me to be perfectly clear from the simpler proof of my own invention, which I will now proceed to set forth. The philosophers state the case as follows. If self-consistency as to what should and should not be done is an element of virtue, and it is to this quality that we give the name of prudence, the same quality will be revealed as regards what should be said and what should not be said. And if there are virtues of which nature has given us some rudimentary sparks, even before we were taught anything about them, as for instance justice, of which there are some traces even among peasants and barbarians, it is clear that man has been so formed from the beginning as to be able to plead on his own behalf, not, it is true, with perfection, but yet sufficiently to show that there are certain sparks of eloquence implanted in us by nature. The same nature, however, is not to be found in those arts which have no connection with virtue. Consequently, since there are two kinds of speech, the continuous, which is called rhetoric, and the concise, which is called dialectic, the relation between which was regarded by Zeno as being so intimate that he compared the latter to the closed fist, the former to the open hand, even the art of disputation will be a virtue. Consequently, there can be no doubt about oratory, whose nature is so much fairer and franker. I should like, however, to consider the point more fully and explicitly by appealing to the actual work of oratory. For how will the orator succeed in panegyric, unless he can distinguish between what is honorable and the reverse? How can he urge a policy, unless he has a clear perception of what is expedient? How can he plead in the law courts, if he is ignorant of the nature of justice? Again, does not oratory call for courage, since it is often directed against the threats of popular turbulence, and frequently runs into peril through incurring the hatred of the great, while sometimes, as for instance in the trial of Milo, the orator may have to speak in the midst of a crowd of armed soldiers. Consequently, if oratory be not a virtue, perfection is beyond its grasp. If, on the other hand, each living thing has its own peculiar virtue, in which it excels the rest, or at any rate the majority, I may instance the courage of the lion and the swiftness of the horse, it may be regarded as certain that the qualities in which man excels the rest are, above all, reason and powers of speech. Why, therefore, should we not consider that the special virtue of man lies just as much in eloquence as in reason? It will be with justice, then, that Cicero makes Crassus say that eloquence is one of the highest virtues, and that Cicero himself calls it a virtue in his letters to Brutus and in other passages. But, it may be urged, a bad man will at times produce an exordium or a statement of facts, and will argue a case in a manner that leaves nothing to be desired. No doubt, even a robber may fight bravely without courage ceasing to be a virtue. Even a wicked slave may bear torture without a groan, and we may still continue to regard endurance of pain as worthy of praise. We can point to many acts which are identical with those of virtue, but spring from other sources. However, what I have said here must suffice, as I have already dealt with the question of the usefulness of oratory. Chapter 21. As to the material of oratory, some have asserted that it is speech, as for instance Gorgias in the dialogue of Plato. If this view be accepted in the sense that the word speech is used of a discourse composed on any subject, then it is not the material, but the work, just as a statue is the work of the sculptor. For speeches, like statues, require art for their production. If, on the other hand, we interpret speech as indicating the words themselves, they can do nothing unless they are related to facts. Some again hold that the material consists of persuasive arguments, but they form part of the work, are produced by art, and require material themselves. Some say that political questions provide the material. The mistake made by these lies not in the quality of their opinion, but in its limitation. For political questions are material for eloquence, but not the only material. Some, on the ground that rhetoric is a virtue, make the material with which it deals to be the whole of life. Others, on the ground that life, regarded as a whole, does not provide material for every virtue, since most of them are concerned only with departments of life, justice, courage, and self-control, each having their own duties and their own end, would consequently restrict oratory to one particular department of life, and place it in the practical or pragmatic department of ethics, that is to say, the department of morals, which deals with the business of life. For my own part, and I have authority to support me, I hold that the material of rhetoric is composed of everything that may be placed before it as a subject for speech. Plato, if I read him aright, makes Socrates say to Gorgias that its material is to be found in things, not words, while in the Phaedrus he clearly proves that rhetoric is concerned not merely with law courts and public assemblies, but with private and domestic affairs as well, from which it is obvious that this was the view of Plato himself. Cicero also, in a passage of one of his works, states that the material of rhetoric is composed of the things which are brought before it, but makes certain restrictions as to the nature of these things. In another passage, however, he expresses his opinion that the orator has to speak about all kinds of things. I will quote his actual words. Although the very meaning of the name of the orator and the fact that he professes to speak well seem to imply a promise and undertaking that the orator will speak with elegance and fullness on any subject that may be put before him. And in another passage he says, "It is the duty of the true orator to seek out, hear, read, discuss, handle and ponder everything that befalls in the life of men, since it is with this that the orator is concerned, and this that forms the material with which he has to deal." But this material, as we call it, that is to say, the things brought before it, has been criticized by some, at times on the ground that it is limitless, and sometimes on the ground that it is not peculiar to oratory, which they have therefore dubbed a discursive art, because all is grist that comes to its mill. I have no serious quarrel with these critics, for they acknowledge that rhetoric is concerned with every kind of material, though they deny that it has any peculiar material just because of that material's multiplicity. But in spite of this multiplicity, rhetoric is not unlimited in scope, and there are other minor arts whose material is characterized by the same multiplicity. Such, for instance, is architecture, which deals with everything that is useful for the purpose of building. Such, too, is the engraver's art, which works on gold, silver, bronze, iron. As for sculpture, its activity extends to wood, ivory, marble, glass, and precious stones, in addition to the materials already mentioned. and things which form the material for other artists do not, for that reason, cease forthwith to be material for rhetoric. For if I ask what is the material of the sculpture, I shall be told bronze. And if I ask what is the material of the maker of vessels, I refer to the craft styled chalkeotike by the Greeks. The answer will again be bronze. And yet, there is all the difference in the world between vessels and statues. Similarly, medicine will not cease to be an art because, like the art of the gymnast, it prescribes rubbing with oil and exercise, or because it deals with diet, like the art of cookery. Again, the objection that to discourse of what is good, expedient, or just is the duty of philosophy presents no difficulty. For when such critics speak of a philosopher, they mean a good man. Why should I feel surprised to find that the orator whom I identified with the good man deals with the same material? There is all the less reason, since I have already shown in the first book that philosophers only usurped this department of knowledge after it had been abandoned by the orators. It was always the peculiar property of rhetoric, and the philosophers are really trespassers. Finally, since the discussion of whatever is brought before it is the task of dialectic, which is really a concise form of oratory, why should not this task be regarded as also being the appropriate material for continuous oratory? There is a further objection made by certain critics who say, well, then, if an orator has to speak on every subject, he must be master of all the arts. I might answer this criticism in the words of Cicero, in whom I find the following passage. In my opinion, no one can be an absolutely perfect orator unless he has acquired a knowledge of all important subjects and arts. I, however, regard it as sufficient that an orator should not be actually ignorant of the subject on which he has to speak. For he cannot have a knowledge of all causes, and yet he should be able to speak on all. On what then will he speak? On those which he has studied. Similarly, as regards the arts, he will study those concerning which he has to speak, as occasion may demand, and will speak on those which he has studied. What then, I am asked, will not a builder speak better on the subject of building, and a musician on music? Certainly, if the orator does not know what is the question at issue. Even an illiterate peasant, who is a party to a suit, will speak better on behalf of his case than an orator who does not know what the subject in dispute may be. But on the other hand, if the orator receive instruction from the builder or the musician, he will put forward what he has thus learned better than either, just as he will plead a case better than his client, once he has been instructed in it. The builder and the musician will, however, speak on the subject of their respective arts, if there should be any technical point which requires to be established. Neither will be an orator, but he will perform his task like an orator, just as when an untrained person binds up a wound, he will not be a physician, but he will be acting as one. It is suggested that such topics never crop up in panegyric, deliberative, or forensic oratory. When the question of the construction of a portrait ostia came up for discussion, had not the orator to state his views? And yet it was a subject requiring the technical knowledge of the architect. Does not the orator discuss the question whether livid spots and swellings on the body are symptomatic of ill health or poison? And yet that is a question for the qualified physician. Will he not deal with measurements and figures? And yet we must admit that they form part of mathematics. For my part, I hold that practically all subjects are under certain circumstances liable to come up for treatment by the orator. If the circumstances do not occur, the subjects will not concern him. We were therefore right in asserting that the material of rhetoric is composed of everything that comes before the orator for treatment, an assertion which is confirmed by the practice of everyday speech. For when we have been given a subject on which to speak, we often preface our remarks by calling attention to the fact that the matter has been laid before us. Gorgias, indeed, felt so strongly that it was the orator's duty to speak on every subject, that he used to allow those who attended his lectures to ask him questions on any subjects they pleased. Hermagoras also asserted that the material of oratory lay in the cause and the questions it involved, thereby including every subject that can be brought before it. If he denies that general questions are the concern of oratory, he disagrees with me. But if they do concern rhetoric, that supports my contention. For there is nothing which may not crop up in a cause or appear as a question for discussion. Aristotle himself, also by his tripartite division of oratory into forensic, deliberative, and demonstrative, practically brought everything into the orator's domain, since there is nothing that may not come up for treatment by one of these three kinds of rhetoric. A very few critics have raised the question as to what may be the instrument of oratory. My definition of an instrument is that without which the material cannot be brought into the shape necessary for the effecting of our object. But it is not the art which requires an instrument, but the artist. Knowledge needs no instruments, for it may be complete, although it produces nothing, but the artist must have them. The engraver cannot work without his chisel, nor the painter without his brush. I shall therefore defer this question until I come to treat of the orator as distinct from his art. End of Book 2, Chapter 21. Book 3, Chapters 1 to 3 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 1. In the second book, the subject of inquiry was the nature and the end of rhetoric, and I proved to the best of my ability that it was an art, that it was useful, that it was a virtue, and that its material was all and every subject that might come up for treatment. I shall now discuss its origin, its component parts, and the method to be adopted in handling and forming our conception of each. For most authors of textbooks have stopped short of this. Indeed, Apollodorus confines himself solely to forensic oratory. I know that those who asked me to write this work were especially interested in that portion on which I am now entering, and which, owing to the necessity of examining a great diversity of opinions, at once forms by far the most difficult section of this work, and also, I fear, may be the least attractive to my readers, since it necessitates a dry exposition of rules. In other portions of this work, I have attempted to introduce a certain amount of ornateness, not, I may say, to advertise my style. If I had wished to do that, I could have chosen a more fertile theme. But in order that I might thus do something to lure our young men to make themselves acquainted with those principles which I regarded as necessary to the study of rhetoric, for I hoped that by giving them something which was not unpleasant to read, I might induce a greater readiness to learn those rules which I feared might, by the dryness and aridity which must necessarily characterize their exposition, revolt their minds and offend their ears, which are nowadays grown somewhat oversensitive. Lucretius has the same object in mind when he states that he has set forth his philosophical system in verse, for you will remember the well-known simile which he uses, quote, "And as physicians, when they seek to give a draught of bitter wormwood to a child, first smearing along the edge that rims the cup the liquid sweets of honey, golden-hued," end quote, and the rest. But I fear that this book will have too little honey and too much wormwood, and that, though the student may find it a healthy draught, it will be far from agreeable. I am also haunted by the further fear that it will be all the less attractive from the fact that most of the precepts which it contains are not original, but derived from others, and because it is likely to rouse the opposition of certain persons who do not share my views. For there are a large number of writers who, though they are all moving toward the same goal, have constructed different roads to it, and each drawn their followers into their own. The latter, however, approve of the path on which they have been launched, whatever its nature, and it's difficult to change the convictions implanted in boyhood, for the excellent reason that everybody prefers to have learned rather than to be in the process of learning. But, as will appear in the course of this book, there is an infinite diversity of opinions among writers on this subject, since some have added their own discoveries to those portions of the art which were still shapeless and unformed, and subsequently have altered even what was perfectly sound in order to establish a claim to originality. The first writer after those recorded by the poets who is said to have taken any steps in the direction of rhetoric is Empedocles, but the earliest writers of textbooks are the Sicilians, Corax and Tisias, who were followed by another from the same island, namely Gorgias of Leontini, whom tradition asserts to have been the pupil of Empedocles. He, thanks to his length of days, for he lived to 109, flourished as the contemporary of many rhetoricians, was consequently the rival of those whom I have just mentioned, and lived on to survive Socrates. In the same period flourished Thrasymachus of Chalcedon, Prodicus of Cius, Protagoras of Abdera, for whose instructions, which he afterwards published in a textbook, Euathlus is said to have paid 10,000 denarii, Hippias of Elis, and Alcidama of Ele, whom Plato calls Palamedes. There was Antiphon also, who was the first to write speeches, and who also wrote a textbook, and is said to have spoken most eloquently in his own defense. Polycrates, who, as I have already said, wrote a speech against Socrates, and Theodorus of Byzantium, who was one of those called word artificers by Plato. Of these, Protagoras and Gorgias are said to have been the first to treat commonplaces, Prodicus, Hippias, Protagoras, and Thrasymachus the first to handle emotional themes. Cicero, in the Brutus, says that nothing in the ornate rhetorical style was ever committed to writing before Pericles, and that certain of his speeches are still extant. For my part, I have been unable to discover anything in the least worthy of his great reputation for eloquence, and am consequently the less surprised that there should be some who hold that he never committed anything to writing, and that the writings circulating under his name are the works of others. These rhetoricians had many successors, but the most famous of Gorgias' pupils was Isocrates, although our authorities are not agreed as to who was his teacher. I, however, accept the statement of Aristotle on the subject. From this point, the roads begin to part. The pupils of Isocrates were eminent in every branch of study, and when he was already advanced in years, and he lived to the age of 98, Aristotle began to teach the art of rhetoric in his afternoon lectures, in which he frequently quoted the well-known line from the Philoctetus in the form, "Isocrates still speaks. 'Twere shame should I sit silent." Both Aristotle and Isocrates left textbooks on rhetoric, but that by Aristotle is the larger and contains more books. Theodactes, whose work I mentioned above, also lived about the same period, while Theophrastus, the pupil of Aristotle, produced some careful work on rhetoric. After him we may note that the philosophers more especially the leaders of the Stoic and Peripatetic schools, surpassed even the rhetoricians in the zeal which they devoted to the subject. Hermagoras next carved out a path of his own, which numbers have followed. Of his rivals, Athenaeus seems to have approached him most nearly. Later still, much work was done by Apollonius Molon, Arius, Caecilius, and Dionysius of Halicarnassus. But the rhetoricians who attracted the most enthusiastic following were Apollodorus of Pergamus, who was the instructor of Augustus Caesar at Apollonia, and Theodorus of Gadara, who preferred to be called Theodorus of Rhodes. It is said that Tiberius Caesar, during his retirement in that island, was a constant attendant at his lectures. These rhetoricians taught different systems, and two schools have arisen known as the Apollodorians and the Theodorians, these names being modeled on the fashion of nomenclature in vogue with certain schools of philosophy. The doctrines of Apollodorus are best learned from his pupils, among whom Caius Valgius was the best interpreter of his master's views in Latin, Atticus in Greek. The only textbook by Apollodorus himself seems to be that addressed to Matthias, as his letter to Domitius does not acknowledge the other works attributed to him. The writings of Theodorus were more numerous, and there are some still living who have seen his pupil Hermagoras. The first Roman to handle the subject was, to the best of my belief, Marcus Cato, the famous censor, while after him Marcus Antonius began a treatise on rhetoric. I say began, because only this one work of his survives, and that is incomplete. He was followed by others of less note, whose names I will not omit to mention should occasion demand. But it was Cicero who shed the greatest light not only on the practice, but on the theory of oratory, for he stands alone among Romans as combining the gift of actual eloquence with that of teaching the art. With him for predecessor, it would be more modest to be silent, but for the fact that he himself describes his Rhetorica as a youthful indiscretion, while in his later works on oratory he deliberately omitted the discussion of certain minor points on which instruction is generally desired. Cornificius wrote a good deal, Stertinius something, and the elder Gallio a little on the same subject. But Gallio's predecessors, Celsus and Linus, and in our own day Virginius, Pliny, and Tutilius, have treated rhetoric with greater accuracy. Even today we have some distinguished writers on oratory, who, if they had dealt with the subject or comprehensively, would have saved me the trouble of writing this book. But I will spare the names of the living. The time will come when they will reap their meed of praise, for their merits will endure to after generations, while the calumnies of envy will perish utterly. Still, although so many writers have preceded me, I shall not shrink from expressing my own opinion on certain points. I am not a superstitious adherent of any school, and as this book will contain a collection of the opinions of many different authors, it was desirable to leave it to my readers to select what they will. I shall be content if they praise me for my industry, wherever there is no scope for originality. Chapter 2. The question as to the origin of rhetoric need not keep us long. For who can doubt that mankind received the gift of speech from nature at its birth? For we can hardly go further back than that, while the usefulness of speech brought improvement and study, and finally method and exercise gave perfection. I cannot understand why some hold that the elaboration of speech originated in the fact that those who were in peril owing to some accusation being made against them set themselves to speak with studied care for the purpose of their own defense. This, however, though a more honorable origin, cannot possibly be the earlier, for accusation necessarily precedes defense. You might as well assert that the sword was invented for the purpose of self-defense and not for aggression. It was, then, nature that created speech, and observation that originated the art of speaking. Just as men discovered the art of medicine by observing that some things were healthy and some the reverse, so they observed that some things were useful and some useless in speaking, and noted them for imitation or avoidance, while they added certain other precepts according as their nature suggested. These observations were confirmed by experience, and each man proceeded to teach what he knew. Cicero, it is true, attributes the origin of oratory to the founders of cities and the makers of laws, who must needs have possessed the gift of eloquence. But why he thinks this the actual origin, I cannot understand, since there still exist certain nomad peoples without cities or laws, and yet members of these peoples perform the duties of ambassadors, accuse and defend, and regard one man as a better speaker than another. Chapter 3. The art of oratory, as taught by most authorities, and those the best, consists of 5 parts: invention, arrangement, expression, memory, and delivery of action, the 2 latter terms being used synonymously. But all speech expressive of purpose involves also a subject and words. If such expression is brief and contained within the limits of one sentence, it may demand nothing more. But longer speeches require much more. For not only what we say and how we say it is of importance, but also the circumstances under which we say it. It is here that the need of arrangement comes in. But it will be impossible to say everything demanded by the subject, putting each thing in its proper place, without the aid of memory. It is for this reason that memory forms the 4th department. But a delivery which is rendered unbecoming, either by voice or gesture, spoils everything, and almost entirely destroys the effect of what is said. Delivery, therefore, must be assigned the 5th place. Those, and Albutius is among them, who maintain that there are only 3 departments on the ground that memory and delivery, for which I shall give instructions in their proper place, are given us by nature, not by art, may be disregarded, although Thrasymachus held the same views as regards delivery. Some have added a 6th department, subjoining judgment to invention, on the ground that it is necessary first to invent, and then to exercise our judgment. For my own part, I do not believe that invention can exist apart from judgment, since we do not say that a speaker has invented inconsistent, two-edged, or foolish arguments, but merely that he has failed to avoid them. It is true that Cicero in his Rhetorica includes judgment under invention, but in my opinion, judgment is so inextricably mingled with the first 3 departments of rhetoric, for without judgment neither expression nor arrangement are possible, that I think that even delivery owes much to it. I say this with all the greater confidence, because Cicero, in his Partitiones Oratoriae, arrives at the same 5-fold division of which I have just spoken. For after an initial division of oratory into invention and expression, he assigns matter and arrangement to invention, words and delivery to expression, and makes memory a 5th department, common to them all and acting as their guardian. Again, in the Orator, he states that eloquence consists of 5 things, and in view of the fact that this is a later work, we may accept this as his more settled opinion. Others, who seem to me to have been no less desirous than those mentioned above to introduce some novelty, have added order, although they had already mentioned arrangement, as though arrangement was anything else than the marshalling of arguments in the best possible order. Dion taught that oratory consisted only of invention and arrangement, but added that each of these departments was twofold in nature, being concerned with words and things, so that expression comes under invention and delivery under arrangement, while memory must be added as a fifth department. The followers of Theodorus divide invention into two parts, the one concerned with matter and the one with expression, and then add the three remaining departments. Hermagoras places judgment, division, order, and everything relating to expression under the heading of economy, a Greek word meaning the management of domestic affairs, which is applied metaphorically to oratory and has no Latin equivalent. A further question arises at this point, since some make memory follow invention in the list of departments, while others make it follow arrangement. Personally, I prefer to place it fourth, for we ought not merely to retain in our minds the fruits of our invention in order that we may be able to arrange them, or to remember our arrangement in order that we may express it, but we must also commit to memory the words which we propose to use, since memory embraces everything that goes to the composition of a speech. There are also not a few who have held that these are not parts of rhetoric, but rather duties to be observed by the orator, for it is his business to invent, arrange, express, etc. If, however, we accept this view, we leave nothing to art. For although the orator's task is to speak well, rhetoric is the science of speaking well. Or, if we adopt another view, the task of the artist is to persuade, while the power of persuasion resides in the art. Consequently, while it is the duty of the orator to invent and arrange, invention and arrangement may be regarded as belonging to rhetoric. At this point, there has been much disagreement as to whether these are parts or duties of rhetoric, or, as Athenaeus believes, elements of rhetoric, which the Greeks call stoicheia. But they cannot correctly be called elements, for in that case we should have to regard them merely as first principles, like the moisture, fire, matter, or atoms of which the universe is said to be composed. Nor is it correct to call them duties, since they are not performed by others, but perform something themselves. We must therefore conclude that they are parts. For since rhetoric is composed of them, it follows that since a whole consists of parts, these must be parts of the whole which they compose. Those who have called them duties seem to me to have been further influenced by the fact that they wished to reserve the name of parts for another division of rhetoric, for they asserted that the parts of rhetoric were panegyric, deliberative, and forensic oratory. But if these are parts, they are parts rather of the material than of the art. For each of them contains the whole of rhetoric, since each of them requires invention, arrangement, expression, memory, and delivery. Consequently, some writers have thought it better to say there are three kinds of oratory. Those whom Cicero has followed seem to me to have taken the wisest course in terming them kinds of causes. End of chapter 3. Book 3, chapters 4 and 5 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. There is, however, a dispute as to whether there are three kinds or more. But it is quite certain that all the most eminent authorities among ancient writers, following Aristotle, who merely substituted the term public for deliberative, have been content with the threefold division. Still, a feeble attempt has been made by certain Greeks and by Cicero in his De Oratore to prove that there are not merely more than 3, but that the number of kinds is almost past calculation. And this view has almost been thrust down our throats by the greatest authority of our own times. Indeed, if we place the task of praise and denunciation in the 3rd division, on what kind of oratory are we to consider ourselves to be employed, when we complain, console, pacify, excite, terrify, encourage, instruct, explain obscurities, narrate, plead for mercy, thank, congratulate, reproach, abuse, describe, command, retract, express our desires and opinions, to mention no other of the many possibilities? As an adherent of the older view, I must ask for indulgence, and must inquire what was the reason that led earlier writers to restrict a subject of such variety to such narrow bounds. Those who think such authorities in error hold that they were influenced by the fact that these 3 subjects practically exhausted the range of ancient oratory. For it was customary to write panegyrics and denunciations, and to deliver funeral orations, while the greater part of their activities was devoted to the law courts and deliberative assemblies. As a result, they say, the old writers of textbooks only included those kinds of oratory which were most in vogue. The defenders of antiquity point out that there are 3 kinds of audience: one which comes simply for the sake of getting pleasure, a second which meets to receive advice, a third to give judgment on causes. In the course of a thorough enquiry into the question, it has occurred to me that the tasks of oratory must either be concerned with the law courts or with themes lying outside the law courts. The nature of the questions into which enquiry is made in the courts is obvious. As regards those matters which do not come before a judge, they must necessarily be concerned either with the past or the future. We praise or denounce past actions. We deliberate about the future. Again, everything on which we have to speak must be either certain or doubtful. We praise or blame what is certain, as our inclination leads us. On the other hand, where doubt exists, in some cases we are free to form our own views, and it is here that deliberation comes in, while in others we leave the problem to the decision of others, and it is on these that litigation takes place. Anaximenes regarded forensic and public oratory as genera, but held that there were 7 species: exhortation, dissuasion, praise, denunciation, accusation, defense, inquiry, or, as he called it, exetastikon. The first 2, however, clearly belong to deliberative, the next to demonstrative, the 3 last to forensic oratory. I say nothing of Protagoras, who held that oratory was to be divided only into the following heads: question and answer, command and entreaty, or, as he calls it, euchole. Plato, in his Sophist, in addition to public and forensic oratory, introduces a 3rd kind, which he styles prosomiletike, which I will permit myself to translate by conversational. This is distinct from forensic oratory, and is adapted for private discussions, and we may regard it as identical with dialectic. Isocrates held that praise and blame find a place in every kind of oratory. The safest and most rational course seems to be to follow the authority of the majority. There is, then, as I have said, one kind concerned with praise and blame, which, however, derives its name from the better of its 2 functions, and is called laudatory. Others, however, call it demonstrative. Both names are believed to be derived from the Greek, in which the corresponding terms are encomiastic and epidatic. The term epidatic seems to me, however, to imply display rather than demonstration, and to have a very different meaning from encomiastic. For although it includes laudatory oratory, it does not confine itself thereto. Will anyone deny the title of epideictic to panegyric? But yet panegyrics are advisory in form, and frequently discuss the interests of Greece. We may therefore conclude that, while there are three kinds of oratory, all three devote themselves in part to the matter at hand, and in part to display. But it may be that Romans are not borrowing from Greek when they apply the term demonstrative, but are merely led to do so because praise and blame demonstrate the nature of the object with which they are concerned. The second kind is deliberative, the third forensic oratory. All other species fall under these three genera. You will not find one in which we have not to praise or blame, to advise or dissuade, to drive home or refute a charge, while conciliation, narration, proof, exaggeration, extenuation, and the molding of the minds of the audience by exciting or allaying their passions are common to all three kinds of oratory. I cannot even agree with those who hold that laudatory subjects are concerned with the question of what is honorable, deliberative with the question of what is expedient, and forensic with the question of what is just. The division thus made is easy and neat rather than true, for all three kinds rely on the mutual assistance of the other, for we deal with justice and expediency in panegyric, and with honor in deliberations, while you will rarely find a forensic case, in part of which, at any rate, something of those questions just mentioned is not to be found. Chapter 5. Every speech, however, consists at once of that which is expressed and that which expresses, that is to say, of matter and words. Skill in speaking is perfected by nature, art, and practice, to which some add a fourth department, namely, imitation, which I, however, prefer to include under art. There are also three aims which the orator must always have in view. He must instruct, move, and charm his hearers. This is a clearer division than that made by those who divide the task of oratory into that which relates to things and that which concerns the emotions, since both of these will not always be present in the subjects which we shall have to treat. For some themes are far from calling for any appeal to the emotions, which, although room cannot always be found for them, produce a most powerful effect wherever they do succeed in forcing their way. The best authorities hold that there are some things in oratory which require proof, and others which do not, a view with which I agree. Some, on the other hand, as for instance Celsus, think that the orator will not speak on any subject unless there is some question involved in it. But the majority of writers on rhetoric are against him, as is also the threefold division of oratory, unless indeed to praise what is allowed to be honorable and to denounce what is admittedly disgraceful are no part of an orator's duty. It is, however, universally agreed that all questions must be concerned either with something that is written or something that is not. Those concerned with what is written are questions of law. Those which concern what is not written are questions of fact. Hermagoras calls the latter rational questions, the former legal questions, for so we may translate logikon and nomikon. Those who hold that every question concerns either things or words mean much the same. It is also agreed that questions are either definite or indefinite. Indefinite questions are those which may be maintained or impugned without reference to persons, time, or place, and the like. The Greeks call them theses, Cicero propositions, others general questions relating to civil life, others again questions suited for philosophical discussion, while Athenaeus calls them parts of a cause. Cicero distinguishes two kinds, the one concerned with knowledge, the other with action. Thus, is the world governed by providence is a question of knowledge, while should we enter politics, is a question of action. The first involves three questions: whether a thing is, what it is, and of what nature. For all these things may be unknown. The second involves two: how to obtain power and how to use it. Definite questions involve facts, persons, time, and the like. The Greeks call them hypotheses, while we call them causes. In these, the whole question turns on persons and facts. An indefinite question is always the more comprehensive, since it is from the indefinite question that the definite is derived. I will illustrate what I mean by an example. The question, should a man marry, is indefinite. The question, should Cato marry, is definite, and consequently may be regarded as a subject for a deliberative theme. But even those which have no connection with particular persons are generally given a specific reference. For instance, the question, ought we to take a share in the government of our country, is abstract, whereas, ought we to take part in the government of our country under the sway of a tyrant, has a specific reference. But in this latter case, we may say that a person is tacitly implied, for the mention of a tyrant doubles the question, and there is an implicit admission of time and quality. But all the same, you would scarcely be justified in calling it a cause or definite question. Those questions which I have styled indefinite are also called general. If this is correct, we shall have to call definite questions special questions. But in every special question, the general question is implicit, since the genus is logically prior to the species. And perhaps even in actual causes, wherever the notion of quality comes into question, there is a certain intrusion of the abstract. Milo killed Claudius. He was justified in killing one who lay in wait for him. Does this raise the general question as to whether we have the right to kill a man who lies in wait for us? What again of conjectures? May not they be of a general character, as for instance, what was the motive for the crime? Hatred? Covetousness? Or, are we justified in believing confessions made under torture? Or, which should carry greater weight, evidence or argument? As for definitions, everything that they contain is undoubtedly of a general nature. There are some that hold that even those questions which have reference to persons and particular cases may at times be called theses, provided only they are put slightly differently. For instance, if Orestes be accused, we shall have a cause, whereas if it is put as question, namely, was Orestes rightly acquitted, it will be a thesis. To the same class as this last belongs the question, was Cato right in transferring Marcia to Hortensius? These persons distinguish a thesis from a cause as follows. A thesis is theoretical in character, while a cause has relation to actual facts, since in the former case we argue merely with a view to abstract truth, while in the latter we have to deal with some particular act. Some, however, think that general questions are useless to an orator, since no profit is to be derived from proving that we ought to marry or to take part in politics, if we are prevented from so doing by age or ill health. But not all general questions are liable to this kind of objection. For instance, questions such as, is virtue an end in itself? Or, is the world governed by providence? Cannot be countered in this way. Further, in questions which have reference to a particular person, although it is not sufficiently merely to handle the general question, we cannot arrive at any conclusion on the special point until we have first discussed the general question. For how is Cato to deliberate whether he personally is to marry, unless the general question whether marriage is desirable is first settled? And how is he to deliberate whether he should marry Marcia, only it is proved that it is the duty of Cato to marry? There are, however, certain books attributed to Hermagoras which support this erroneous opinion. though whether the attribution is spurious or whether they were written by another Hermagoras is an open question. For they cannot possibly be by the famous Hermagoras, who wrote so much that was admirable on the art of rhetoric, since, as is clear from the first book of the Rhetorica of Cicero, he divided the material of rhetoric into theses and causes. Cicero objects to this division, contends that theses have nothing to do with an orator, and refers all this class of questions to the philosophers. But Cicero has relieved me of any feeling of shame that I might have in controverting his opinion, since he has not only expressed his disapproval of his Rhetorica, but in the Orator, the De Oratore, and the Topica, instructs us to abstract such discussions from particular persons and occasions, because we can speak more fully on general than on special themes, and because what is proved of the whole must also be proved of the part. In all general questions, however, the essential basis is the same as in a cause or definite question. It is further pointed out that there are some questions which concern things in themselves, while others have a particular reference. An example of the former will be the question, should a man marry? Of the latter, should an old man marry? Or again, the question whether a man is brave will illustrate the first, while the question whether he is braver than another will exemplify the second. Apollodorus defines a cause in the following terms. I quote the translation of his pupil Valgius. A cause is a matter which in all its parts bears on the question at issue. Or again, a cause is a matter of which the question in dispute is the object. He then defines a matter in the following terms. A matter is a combination of persons, circumstances of place and time, motives, means, incidents, acts, instruments, speeches, the letter, and the spirit of the law. Let us then understand a cause in the sense of the Greek hypothesis, or subject, and a matter in the sense of the Greek peristasis, or collection of circumstances. But some, however, have defined a cause in the same way that Apollodorus defines a matter. Isocrates, on the other hand, defines a cause as some definite question concerned with some point of civil affairs or a dispute in which definite persons are involved, while Cicero uses the following words. A cause may be known by its being concerned with certain definite persons, circumstances of time and place, actions and business, and will relate either to all or at any rate to most of these. End of chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Since every cause, then, has a certain essential basis on which it rests, before I proceed to set forth how each kind of cause should be handled, I think I should first examine a question that is common to all of them, namely, what is meant by basis, whence it is derived, and how many and of what nature such bases may be. Some, it is true, have thought that they were peculiar merely to forensic themes, but their ignorance will stand revealed when I have treated of all three kinds of oratory. That which I call the basis, some style the constitution, others the question, and others again that which may be inferred from the question, while Theodorus calls it the most general head, kephalion genikotaton, to which everything must be referred. These different names, however, all mean the same thing, nor is it of the least importance to students by what special name things are called, as long as the thing itself is perfectly clear. The Greeks called this essential basis stasis, a name which they hold was not invented by Hermagoras, but, according to some, was introduced by Naucrates, the pupil of Isocrates, according to others by Topyrus of Clatomene, although Aeschines, in his speech against Ctesiphon, seems to employ the word when he asks the jury not to allow Demosthenes to be irrelevant, but to keep him to the stasis or basis or case. The term seems to be derived from the fact that it is on it that the first collision between the parties to the dispute takes place, or that it forms the basis or standing of the whole case. So much for the origin of the name. Now for its nature. Some have defined the basis as being the first conflict of the causes. The idea is correct, but the expression is faulty. For the essential basis is not the first conflict which we may represent by the clauses, "You did such and such a thing," and "I did not do it." It is rather the kind of question which arises from the first conflict, which we may represent as follows: "You did it." "I did not." "Did he do it?" Or, "You did this." "I did not do this." "What did he do?" It is clear from these examples that the first sort of question depends on conjecture, the second on definition, and that the contending parties rest their respective cases on these points. The basis of these questions will therefore be of a conjectural or definitive character, respectively. Suppose it should be asserted that sound is the conflict between two bodies. The statement would, in my opinion, be erroneous, for sound is not the actual conflict, but a result of the conflict. The error is, however, of small importance, for the sense is clear, whatever the expression. But this trivial mistake has given rise to a very serious error in the minds of those who have not understood what was meant. For, on reading that the essential basis was the first conflict, they immediately concluded that the basis was always to be taken from the first question, which is a grave mistake. For every question has its basis, since every question is based on assertion by one party and denial by another. But there are some questions which form an essential part of causes, and it is on these that we have to express an opinion, while others are introduced from without, and are, strictly speaking, irrelevant, although they may contribute something of a subsidiary nature to the general contention. It is for this reason that there are said to be several questions in one matter of dispute. Of these questions, it is often the most trivial which occupies the first place, for it is a frequent artifice to drop those points in which we place least confidence as soon as we have dealt with them. Sometimes we make a free gift of them to our opponents, while sometimes we are content to use them as a step to arguments which are of greater importance. A simple cause, however, although it may be defended in various ways, cannot have more than one point on which a decision has to be given, and consequently the basis of the cause will be that point which the orator sees to be the most important for him to make, and on which the judge sees that he must fix all his attention. For it is on this that the cause will stand or fall. On the other hand, questions may have more bases than one. A brief example will show what I mean. When the accused says, "Admitting that I did it, I was right to do it," he makes the basis one of quality. But when he adds, "But I did not do it," he introduces an element of conjecture. But denial of the facts is always the stronger line of defense, and therefore I conceive the basis to reside in that which I should say if I were confined to one single line of argument. We are right, therefore,
in speaking of the first conflict of causes in contradiction to the conflict of questions. For instance, in the first portion of his speech on behalf of Rabirius Postumus, Cicero contends that the action cannot lie against a Roman knight, while in the second he asserts that no money ever came into his client's hands. Still, I should say that the basis was to be found in the latter, as being the stronger of the two. Again, in the case of Milo, I do not consider that the conflict is raised by the opening questions, but only when the orator devotes all his powers to prove that Claudius lay in wait for Milo, and was therefore rightly killed. The point on which, above all, the orator must make up his mind, even although he may be going to take up various lines of argument in support of his case, is this: what is it that he wishes most to impress upon the mind of the judge? But although this should be the first point for his consideration, it does not follow that it should be the first that he will make in his actual speech. Others have thought that the basis lay in the first point raised by the other side in its defense. Cicero expresses this view in the following words: "The argument on which the defense first takes its stand with a view to rebutting the charge." This involves a further question as to whether the basis can only be determined by the defense. Cornelius Celsus is strongly against this view, and asserts that the basis is derived not from the denial of the charge, but from him who affirms his proposition. Thus, if the accused denies that anyone has been killed, the basis will originate with the accuser, because it is the latter who desires to prove. If, on the other hand, the accused asserts that the homicide was justifiable, the burden of proof has been transferred, and the basis will proceed from the accused and be affirmed by him. I do not, however, agree, for the contrary is nearer to the truth, that there is no point of dispute if the defendant makes no reply, and that consequently the basis originates with the defendant. But in my opinion, the origin of the basis varies and depends on the circumstances of the individual case. For instance, in conjectural causes, the affirmation may be regarded as determining the basis, since conjecture is employed by the plaintiff rather than the defendant, and consequently some have styled the basis originated by the latter negative. Again, in any syllogism, the whole of the reasoning proceeds from him who affirms. But on the other hand, he who in such cases denies appears to impose the burden of dealing with such basis upon his opponent. For if he says, "I did not do it," he will force his opponent to make use of conjecture, and again, if he says, "The law is against you," he will force him to employ the syllogism. Therefore, we must admit that a basis can originate in denial. All the same, we are left with our previous conclusion, that the basis is determined in some cases by the plaintiff, in some by the defendant. Suppose the accuser to affirm that the accused is guilty of homicide. If the accused denies the charge, it is he who will determine the basis. Or again, if he admits that he has killed a man, but states that the victim was an adulterer and justifiably killed, and we know that the law permits homicide under these circumstances, there is no matter in dispute, unless the accuser has some answer to make. Suppose the accuser does answer, however, and deny that the victim was guilty of adultery. It will be the accuser that denies, and it is by him that the basis is determined. The basis, then, will originate in the first denial of facts, but that denial is made by the accuser and not the accused. Again, the same question may make the same person either accuser or accused. He who has exercised the profession of actor is under no circumstances to be allowed a seat in the first 14 rows of the theatre. An individual who had performed before the praetor in his private gardens, but had never been presented on the public stage, has taken his seat in one of the 14 rows. The accuser, of course, affirms that he has exercised the profession of an actor. The accused denies that he has exercised the profession. The question then arises as to the meaning of the exercise of the profession of actor. If he is accused under the law regarding the seats in the theatre, the denial will proceed from the accused. If, on the other hand, he is turned out of the theatre and demands compensation for assault, the denial will be made by the accuser. The view of the majority of the writers on this subject will, however, hold good in most cases. Some have evaded these problems by saying that a basis is that which emerges from affirmations and denials, such as, "You did it," "I did not do it," or "I was justified in doing it." But let us see whether this is the basis itself, or rather that in which the basis is to be found. Hermagoras calls a basis that which enables the matter in question to be understood, and to which the proofs of the parties concerned will also be directed. My own opinion has always been that, whereas there are frequently different bases of questions in connection with a cause, the basis of the cause itself is its most important point on which the whole matter turns. If anyone prefers to call the general question or general head of the cause, I shall not quarrel with him, any more than I have done hitherto if he produced a different technical term to express the same thing, although I know that whole volumes have been written on such disputes. I prefer, however, to call it the basis. There is the greatest possible disagreement among writers about this as about everything else, but in this case, as elsewhere, they seem to me to have been misled by a passion for saying something different from their fellow teachers. As a result, there is still no agreement as to the number and names of bases, nor as to which are general and which special. To begin with, Aristotle lays down that there are 10 categories on which every question seems to turn. First, there is ousia, which Plautus calls essence, the only available translation. Under this category, we inquire whether a thing is. Secondly, there is quality, the meaning of which is self-evident. Third comes quantity, which was subdivided by later philosophers as dealing with two questions as to magnitude and number. Next, relation, involving questions of competence and comparison. This is followed by when and where. Then come doing, suffering, and possessing, which, for example, are concerned with a person's being armed or clothed. Lastly comes keistai, or position, which means to be in a certain position, such for instance as being warm, standing, or angry. Of these categories, the first 4 concern basis. The remainder concern only certain topics for argument. Others make the number of categories to be 9. Person, involving questions concerning the mind, body, or external circumstances, which clearly has reference to the means by which we establish conjecture or quality. Time, or chronos, from which we get questions such as whether a child is born a slave, if his mother delivered of him while assigned to her creditors. Place, from which we get such disputes as to whether it is permissible to kill a tyrant in a temple, or whether one who has hidden himself at home can be regarded as an exile. Then comes time in another sense, called kairos by the Greeks, by which they refer to a period of time, such as summer or winter. Under this heading come problems such as that about the man who held high revel in a time of pestilence. Action, or praxis, to which they refer questions as to whether an act was committed wittingly or unwittingly, by accident or under compulsion, and the like. Number, which falls under the category of quantity, under which come questions such as whether the state owes Thrasybulus 30 talents for ridding it of the same number of tyrants. Cause, under which heading come a large number of disputes, whenever a fact is not denied, but the defense pleads that the act was just and reasonable. Tropos, or manner, which is involved when a thing is said to have been done in one way when it might have been done in another. Under this category come cases of such as that of the adulterer who is scourged with thongs or starved to death. Opportunity for action, the meaning of which is too obvious to need explanation or illustration. The Greeks, however, call it ergon aphormai. These authorities, like Aristotle, hold that no question can arise which does not come under one of these heads. Some subtract two of them, namely number and opportunity, and substitute for what I have called action, things, or in Greek, pragmata. I have thought it sufficient to notice these doctrines, for fear someone might complain of their omission. Still, I do not consider that bases are sufficiently determined by these categories, nor that the latter cover every possible kind of topic, as will be clear to any that read carefully what I have to say on both points. For there will be found to be many topics that are not covered by these categories. I find it stated in many authors that some rhetoricians only recognize one kind of basis, the conjectural, but they have not mentioned who these rhetoricians are, nor have I been able to discover. They are, however, stated to have taken this view on the ground that all our knowledge is a matter of inference from indications. On this line of reasoning, they might regard all bases as qualitative, because we inquire into the nature of the subject in every case. But the adoption of either view leads to inextricable confusion, nor does it matter whether one recognizes only one kind of basis or none at all, if all causes are of the same nature. Conjectura is derived from connicere, to throw together, because it implies the concentration of the reason on the truth. For this reason, interpreters of dreams and all other phenomena are called conjectores, conjecturers. But the conjectural basis has received more names than one, as will appear in the sequel. Some have recognized only two bases. Archidemus, for instance, admits only the conjectural and definitive, and refuses to admit the qualitative, since he held that questions of quality take the form of what is unfair, what is unjust, what is disobedience, which he terms questions about identity and difference. A different view was held by those who likewise only admitted two bases, but made them the negative and juridical. The negative basis is identical with that which we call the conjectural, to which some give the name of negative absolutely, others only in part, these latter holding that conjecture is employed by the accuser, denial only by the accused. The juridical is that known in Greek as dikaiologikos, but just as Archidemus would not recognize the qualitative basis, so these reject the definitive which they include in the juridical, holding that in these questions we have to inquire whether it is just that the act with which the accused is charged should be called sacrilege or theft or madness. Pamphilus held this opinion, but subdivided quality into several different species. The majority of later writers have classified bases as follows, involving, however, no more than a change of names, those dealing with ascertained facts and those dealing with matters where there is doubt. For a thing must either be certain or uncertain. If it is uncertain, the basis will be conjectural. If certain, it will be some one of the other bases. Apollodorus says the same thing when he states that a question must either lie in things external, which give play to conjecture, or in our own opinions. The former he calls pragmatikos, the latter perienoias. The same is said by those who employ the terms aproleptos and proleptikos, that is to say, doubtful and presumptive, by this latter term meaning those facts which are beyond a doubt. Theodorus agrees with them, for he holds that the question is either as to whether such and such a thing is really so, or is concerned with the accidents of something, which is an admitted fact. That is to say, it is either periousias or perisymbebekoton. For in all these cases, the first basis is conjectural, while the second belongs to one of the other classes. As for these other classes of bases, Apollodorus holds that there are two, one concerned with quality and the other with the names of things, that is to say, a definitive basis. Theodorus makes them four, concerned with existence, quality, quantity, and relation. There are some, too, who make questions of identity and difference come under the head of quality, others who place it under the head of definition. Posidonius divides them into two classes, those concerned with words and those concerned with things. In the first case, he thinks that the question is whether a word has any meaning. If so, what is its meaning? How many meanings has it? And how does it come to mean what it means? In the latter case, we employ conjecture, which he calls kataistesin, or inference from perception, quality, definition, which he calls katenoian, or rational inference, and relation. Hence also comes the division into things written and unwritten. Even Cornelius Celsus stated that there were two general bases, one concerned with the question whether a thing is, the other with the question of what it is. He included definition under the first of these, because inquiry may equally be made as to whether sacrilege has been committed when a man denies that he has stolen anything from a temple, and when he admits that he has stolen private money from a temple. He divides quality into fact and the letter of the law. Under the head of the letter of the law, he places four classes, excluding questions of competence. Quantity and intention he places under the head of conjecture. There is also another method of dividing bases into two classes. According to this, disputes are either about substance or quality, while quality is treated either in its most general sense or in its special senses. Substance is dealt with by conjecture, for in inquiring into anything we ask whether it has been done, is being done, or is likely to be done, and sometimes also consider its intention. This method is preferable to that adopted by those who style the conjectural basis a basis of fact, as though we only inquired into the past and what has actually been done. The consideration of quality under its most general aspect rarely comes up in the courts. I refer to questions such as whether that is honorable which is generally praised. With regard to the special aspects of quality, questions sometimes occur about some common term, such as whether sacrilege has been committed when a man has stolen private money from a temple, or about some act with a definite name, when there is no doubt either as to the commission or the nature of the act. Under this heading come all questions about what is honorable, just, or expedient. These bases are said to contain others as well, because quantity is sometimes concerned with conjectural bases, as in the question whether the sun is bigger than the earth, and sometimes with qualitative bases, as in the question what reward or punishment it would be just to assign to some particular person. While questions of competence undoubtedly are concerned with quality and definition with questions of competence. Further contradictory laws and the ratiocinative basis or syllogism and the majority of questions dealing with the letter of the law and intention are based on equity, with the exception that this last question sometimes admits of conjecture, as for instance concerning the intentions of the legislator. Ambiguity, however, must always be explained by conjecture, because as it is clear that the words admit of two interpretations, the only question is as to the intention. A large number of writers recognize general bases. Cicero adopts them in his Orator, and holds that everything that can form the subject of dispute or discussion is covered by the three questions, whether it is, what it is, and of what kind it is. The names of these three bases are too obvious for mention. The same view is asserted by Patroclus. Marcus Antonius stated that there were three bases in the following words: "The things which form the ground of every speech are few, and are as follows: Was a thing done or not done? Was it just or unjust? Was it good or bad?" But since when we are said to have been justified in doing anything, this does not merely mean that our action was legal, but further implies that it was just, those who follow Antonius attempt to differentiate these bases with greater exactness. They therefore call them conjectural, legal, and juridical, a division which meets with the approval of Virginius as well. These they then subdivided into species, placing definition under the head of the legal basis, together with all others which are concerned with the letter of the law, such as that of contradictory laws or antinomia, that which rests on the letter of the law and on meaning or intention, which the Greeks call katareton kai dianoian, and metalepsis, to which letter we give various names, styling it the translative, transsumptive, or transpositive basis. The syllogism, which we call the ratiocinative or deductive basis, and those which turn on ambiguity or amphibolia. I mention these because they are called bases by most writers, though some prefer to call them legal questions. Athenaeus laid down that there were four bases: the protreptike stasis, or paroremetike, that is, the hortative, which is peculiar to deliberative themes; the syntelike, which is shown to be the conjectural, not so much from the name itself, but from what follows; the hypalactike, or definitive, for it consists in a change of terms; and the juridical, to which he gives the name employed by other Greek writers. For, as I have said, there is a great variety in the names employed. There are some who, arguing from its meaning of change, hold that hypalactike is the translative basis, which is concerned with competence. Others, Cecilius and Theon, for instance, hold that there are the same number of bases, but make them of a different kind, namely, those covered by the questions whether a thing is, what it is, of what kind it is, and how great it is. Aristotle, in his Rhetoric, states that all inquiry turns on the questions whether a thing is, of what kind it is, how great it is, and of how many parts it consists. In one place, however, he recognizes the force of definition as well, saying that certain points are defended on the following lines: I took it, but did not steal it. I struck him, but did not commit an assault. Cicero, again, in his Rhetorica, makes the number of bases to be four, namely, those concerned with facts, names, kinds, and legal action. That is to say, conjecture is concerned with fact, definition with names, quality with kinds, and law with action. Under this latter head of law, he includes questions of competence. But in another passage, he treats legal questions as a species of action. End of Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 2 of On the Education of an Orator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Education of an Orator by Quintiliano, translated by H.E. Butler. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 2. Some writers have held that there are 5 bases: the conjectural, definitive, qualitative, quantitative, and relative. Theodorus also, as I have said, adopts the same number of general heads: whether a thing is, what it is, of what kind it is, how great it is, and to what it refers. The last he considers to be chiefly concerned with comparison, since better and worse, greater and less, are meaningless terms, unless referred to some standard. But questions of relation, as I have already pointed out, enter also into translative questions, that is, questions of competence, since in cases such as, has this man a right to bring an action, or is it fitting that he should do such and such a thing, or against this man, or at this time, or in this manner? For all these questions must be referred to a certain standard. Others hold that there are 6 bases: conjecture, or genesis, quality, particularity, or idiotes, by which word they mean definition, quantity, or axia, comparison, and competence, for which a new term has been found in metastasis. I call it new when applied to a basis, for Hermagoras employs it to describe a species of juridical question. Others think that there are 7, while refusing to recognize competence, quantity, or comparison, in place of which they substitute 4 legal bases, completing the 7 by the addition of those 3 which they call rational. Others again make 8 by the addition of competence to the above-mentioned 7. Some, on the other hand, have introduced a fresh method of division, reserving the name of basis for the rational, and giving the name of questions to the legal, as I mentioned above, since in the former the problem is concerned with facts, in the latter with the letter of the law. Some, on the contrary, reverse this nomenclature, calling the legal questions basis and the rational grounds questions. But others have thought that there are only 3 rational bases, covered by the questions whether a thing is, what it is, and of what kind it is. Hermagoras is alone in thinking that there are 4, namely conjecture, particularity, competence, and quality. To the latter he appends the phrase katasymbebekos, according to its accidents, illustrating his meaning by putting a case where it is enquired whether a man happened to be good or bad. He then subdivides quality into 4 species. First, that which is concerned with things to be sought or avoided, which belongs to deliberative oratory. Secondly, those concerned with things in general, without reference to persons, and may be illustrated by questions such as whether he is free who is claimed as a slave and waiting the trial of his case, whether riches beget insolence, and whether a thing is just or good. Lastly, there is the juridical species, under which practically the same questions arise, but in relation to certain definite persons, as for instance, when it is asked whether that particular man has done well or ill. I am aware that another explanation is given by Cicero in the first book of his Rhetorica of the species known as practical, where he says that it is the department under which we consider what is right according to civil usage and equity. This department is regarded by us as the personal sphere of the lawyer. But I have already mentioned what his opinion was about this particular word. The Rhetorica are simply a collection of school notes on rhetoric which he worked up into this treatise while quite a young man. Such faults as they possess are due to his instructor. In the present instance, he may have been influenced by the fact that the first examples given by Hermagoras of this species are drawn from legal questions, or by the fact that the Greeks call interpreters of the law pragmatikoi. But for these early efforts, Cicero substituted his splendid De Oratore, and therefore cannot be blamed for giving false instruction. I will now return to Hermagoras. He was the first rhetorician to teach that there was a basis concerned with competence, although the elements of this doctrine are found in Aristotle, without, however, any mention of the name. The legal questions were, according to Hermagoras, of 5 kinds. First, the letter of the law and its intention. The names which he gives to these are kataheton and hypexairesis, that is to say, the letter of the law and the exceptions thereto. The first of these classes is found in all writers, but the term exception is less in use. The number is completed by the ratiocinative basis, and those dealing with ambiguity and contradictory laws. Albutius adopts this classification, but eliminates competence, including it under the juridical basis. Further, he holds that in legal questions there is no ratiocinative basis. I know that those who are prepared to read ancient writers on rhetoric more carefully than I have will be able to discover yet more on this subject, but I fear that I may have been too lengthy even in saying what I have said. I must admit that I am now inclined to take a different view from that which I once held. It would perhaps be safer for my reputation if I were to make no modification in views which I not only held for so many years, but of which I expressed my open approbation. But I cannot bear to be thought guilty of concealment of the truth as regards any portion of my views, more especially in a work designed for the profit of young men of sound disposition. For Hippocrates, the great physician, in my opinion, took the most honorable course in acknowledging some of his errors to prevent those who came after from being led astray, while Cicero had no hesitation about condemning some of his earlier works in books which he published later. I refer to his condemnation of his Lucullus and Catullus in the books of rhetoric which I have already mentioned. Indeed, we should have no justification for protracting our studies if we were forbidden to improve upon our original views. Still, none of my past teaching was superfluous, for the views which I am now going to produce will be found to be based on the same principles, and consequently no one need be sorry to have attended my lectures, since all that I am now attempting to do is to collect and rearrange my original views, so that they may be somewhat more instructive. But I wish to satisfy everybody, and not to lay myself open to the accusation that I have allowed a long time to elapse between the formation and publication of my views. I used to follow the majority of authorities in adhering to 3 rational bases, the conjectural, qualitative, and definitive, and to 1 legal basis. These were my general bases. The legal basis I divided into 5 species, dealing with the letter of the law and intention, contradictory laws, the syllogism, ambiguity, and competence. It is now clear to me that the 4th of the general basis may be removed, since the original division which I made into rational and legal basis is sufficient. The 4th, therefore, will not be a basis, but a kind of question. If it were not, it would form one of the rational bases. Further, I have removed competence from those which I called species, for I often asserted, as all who have attended my lectures will remember, and even those discourses which were published against my will, included the statement that the basis concerned with competence hardly ever occurs in any dispute under such circumstances that it cannot more correctly be given some other name, and that consequently some rhetoricians exclude it from their list of bases. I am, however, well aware that the point of competence is raised in many cases, since in practically every case in which a party is said to have been ruled out of court through some error of form, questions such as the following arise: whether it was lawful for this person to bring an action, or to bring it against some particular person, or under a given law, or in such a court, or at such a time, and so on. But the question of competence as regards persons, times, legal actions, and the rest, originates in some pre-existent cause. The question turns, therefore, not on competence itself, but on the cause with which the point of competence originates. You ought to demand the return of a deposit, not before the praetor, but before the consuls, as the sum is too large to come under the praetor's jurisdiction. The question then arises whether the sum is too large, and the dispute is one of fact. You have no right to bring an action against me, as it is impossible for you to have been appointed to represent the actual plaintiff. It then has to be decided whether he could have been so appointed. You ought not to have proceeded by interdict, but to have put in a plea for possession. The point in doubt is whether the interdict is legal. All these points fall under the head of legal questions. For do not even those special pleas, in which questions of competence make themselves most evident, give rise to the same species of question as those laws under which the action is brought, so that the enquiry is really concerned with the name of a given act, with the letter of the law and its meaning, or with something that requires to be settled by argument? The basis originates from the question, and in cases of competence, it is not the question concerning which the advocate argues that is involved, but the question on account of which he argues. An example will make this clearer. You have killed a man. I did not kill him. The question is whether he has killed him. The basis is the conjectural. But the following case is very different. I have the right to bring this action. You have not the right. The question is whether he has the right, and it is from this that we derive the basis. For whether he is allowed the right or not depends on the event, not on the cause itself, and on the decision of the judge, not on that on account of which he gives such a decision. The following is a similar example. You ought to be punished. I ought not. The judge will decide whether he should be punished, but it is not with this that the question or the basis is concerned. Where then does the question lie? You ought to be punished, for you have killed a man. I did not kill him. The question is whether he killed him. I ought to receive some honor. You ought not. Does this involve a basis? I think not. I ought to receive some honor for killing a tyrant. You did not kill him. Here there is a question and a basis as well. So, too, you are not entitled to bring this action. I have. Involves no basis. Where then is it to be found? You have no right to bring this action, because you have been deprived of civil rights. In this case, the question is whether he has been so deprived, or whether loss of civil rights debars a person from bringing an action. Here, on the other hand, we find both questions and bases. It is therefore to kinds of causes, not to bases, that the term competence applies. Other kinds of cause are the comparative and the recriminatory. But, it is urged, the case I have a right, you have not, is similar to you have killed a man, I was justified in so doing. I do not deny it, but this does not make it a basis, for these statements are not propositions until the reasons for them are added. If they were propositions as they stand, the case could not proceed. Horatius has committed a crime, for he has killed his sister. He has not committed a crime, since it was his duty to kill her for mourning the death of an enemy. The question is whether this was a justifiable reason, and the basis is one of quality. So too as regards competence. You have no right to disinherit, since a person who has been deprived of civil rights is not allowed to take legal action. I have the right, since disinheriting is not a legal action. The question here is, what is legal action? And we shall arrive at the conclusion that the son's disinheritance is unlawful by use of the syllogism. The case will be similar with all the rational and legal bases. I am aware that there have been some who placed competence among rational bases, using as illustrations cases such as, I killed a man under orders from my general. I gave the votive offerings in a temple to a tyrant under compulsion. I deserted owing to the fact that storms or floods or ill health prevented me from rejoining. That is to say, it was not due to me, but some external cause. From these writers I differ even more widely, for it is not the nature of the legal action itself which is involved in the question of competence, but the cause of the act, and this is the case in almost every defense. Finally, he who adopts this line of defense does not thereby abandon the qualitative basis, for he states that he himself is free from blame, so that we really should differentiate between two kinds of quality, one of which comes into play when both the accused persons and his act are defended, and the other when the accused person alone is defended. We must therefore accept the view of the authorities followed by Cicero, to the effect that there are three things on which enquiry is made in every case. We ask whether a thing is, what it is, and of what kind it is. Nature itself imposes this upon us. For first of all, there must be some subject for the question, since we cannot possibly determine what a thing is, or of what kind it is, until we have first ascertained whether it is, and therefore the first question raised is whether it is. But even when it is clear that a thing is, it is not immediately obvious what it is. And when we have decided what it is, there remains the question of its quality. These 3 points, one ascertained, there is no further question to ask. These heads cover both definite and indefinite questions, for no legal problem can be settled save by the aid of definition, quality, and conjecture. Those, however, who are engaged in instructing the ignorant will find it useful at first to adopt a slightly less rigid method. The road will not be absolutely straight to begin with, but it will be more open and will provide easier going. I would have them, therefore, learn above all things that there are 4 different methods which may be employed in every case, and he who is going to plead should study them as first essentials. For, to begin with the defendant, far the strongest method of self-defense is, if possible, to deny the charge. The second best is when it is possible to reply that the particular act with which you are charged was never committed. The third and most honorable is to maintain that the act was justifiable. If none of these lines of defense are feasible, there remains the last and only hope of safety. If it is impossible either to deny the charge or justify the account, we must evade the charge with the aid of some point of law, making it appear that the action has been brought against us illegally. Hence arise the questions of legal action or competence. For there are some things which, although not laudable in themselves, are yet permitted by law. Witness the passage in the 12 tables authorizing creditors to divide up a debtor's body among themselves, a law which is repudiated by public custom. There are also certain things which, although equitable, are prohibited by law. Witness the restrictions placed on testamentary disposition. The accuser likewise has 4 things which he must keep in mind. He must prove that something was done, that a particular act was done, that it was wrongly done, and that he brings his charge according to law. Thus every cause will turn on the same sorts of questions, though the parts of plaintiff and defendant will sometimes be interchanged. For instance, in the case of a claim for a reward, it will be the plaintiff's task to show that what was done was right. These 4 schemes or forms of action, which I then called general basis, fall into 2 classes, as I have shown, namely the rational and the legal. The rational is the simpler, as it involves nothing more than the consideration of the nature of things. In this connection, therefore, a mere mention of conjecture, definition, and quality will suffice. Legal questions necessarily have a larger number of species, since there are many laws and a variety of forms. In the case of one law, we rely on the letter, in others on the spirit. Some laws we force to serve our turn, when we can find no law to support our case. Others we compare with one another, and on others we put some novel interpretation. Thus, from these 3 bases, we get 3 resemblances of bases, sometimes simple, sometimes complex, but all having a character of their own, as, for instance, when questions of the letter of the law and its intention are involved, for these clearly come under conjecture or quality, or again, where the syllogism is involved, for this is specially connected with quality, or whether contradictory laws are involved, for these are on the same footing as the letter of the law and intention, or yet again in cases of ambiguity, which is always resolved by conjecture. Definition also belongs to both classes of questions, namely those concerned with the consideration of facts and those concerned with the letter of the law. All these questions, although they come under the 3 bases, yet since, as I have mentioned, they have certain characteristic features of their own, require to be pointed out to learners, and we must allow them to be called legal bases or questions or minor heads, as long as it is clearly understood that none of them involve any other questions than the 3 I have mentioned. As regards questions of quantity, number, relation, and, as some have thought, comparison, the case is different. For these have no connection with the complexities of the law, but are concerned with reason only. Consequently, they must always be regarded as coming under conjecture or quality, as, for instance, when we ask with what purpose, or at what time or place, something was done. But I will speak of individual questions when I come to handle the rules for division. This much is agreed to by all writers, that one cause possesses one basis, but that as regards secondary questions related to the main issue of the trial, there may frequently be a number in one single cause. I also think there is at times some doubt as to which basis should be adopted when many different lines of defense are brought to meet a single charge. And, just as in regard to the complexion to be given to the statement of the facts of the case, that complexion is said to be the best which the speaker can best maintain, so in the present connection I may say that the best basis to choose is that which will permit the orator to develop a maximum of force. It is for this reason that we find Cicero and Brutus taking up different lines in defense of Milo. Cicero says that Claudius was justifiably killed because he sought to waylay Milo, but that Milo had not designed to kill him, while Brutus, who wrote his speech merely as a rhetorical exercise, also exults that Milo has killed a bad citizen. In complicated causes, however, 2 or 3 bases may be found, or different bases. For instance, a man may plead that he did not do one thing, and that he was justified in doing another. Or, to take another similar class of case, a man may deny 2 of the charges. The same thing occurs when there is a question about something which is claimed by a number of persons, who may, all of them, rely on the same kind of plea, for instance, on the right of the next of kin, or may put in different claims, one urging that the property was left him by will, another that he is next of kin. Now, whenever a different defense has to be made against different claimants, there must be different bases, as, for example, the well-known controversial theme: wills that are made in accordance with law shall be valid. When parents die intestate, their children shall be the heirs. A disinherited son shall receive none of his father's property. A bastard, if born before a legitimate son, shall be treated as legitimate, but if born after a legitimate son, shall be treated merely as a citizen. It shall be lawful to give a son in adoption. Every son given in adoption shall have the right to re-enter his own family if his natural father has died childless. A father of 2 legitimate sons gave one in adoption, disinherited the other, and acknowledged the bastard, who was born to him later. Finally, after making the disinherited son his heir, he died. All 3 sons lay claim to the property. Notrus is the Greek word for a bastard. Latin, as Cato emphasized in one of his speeches, has no word of its own, and therefore borrows the foreign term. But I am straying from the point. The son who was made heir by the will finds his way barred by the law. A disinherited son shall receive none of his father's property. The basis is one resting on the letter of the law and intention, and the problem is whether he can inherit by any means at all. Can he do so in accordance with the intention of his father, or in virtue of the fact that he was made heir by the will? The problem confronting the bastard is twofold, since he was born after the 2 legitimate sons, and was not born before a legitimate son. The first problem involves a syllogism. Are those sons who have been cast out from their own family to be regarded as though they had never been born? The second is concerned with the letter of the law and intention, for it is admitted that he was not born before any legitimate son, but he will defend his claim by appealing to the intention of the law, which he will maintain to imply that the bastard, born when there was no legitimate son in the family, should rank as legitimate. He will dismiss the letter of the law, pointing out that in any case the position of a bastard is not prejudiced by the fact that no legitimate son was born after him, and arguing as follows: suppose that the only son is a bastard, what will his position be? Merely that of a citizen? And yet he was not born after any legitimate son. Or will he rank as a son in all respects? But he was not born before the legitimate sons. As it is impossible to stand by the letter of the law, we must stand by its intentions. It need disturb no one that one law should originate 2 bases. The law is twofold, and therefore has the force of 2 laws. To the son who desires to re-enter the family, the disinherited's first reply is: even though you are allowed to re-enter the family, I am still the heir. The basis will be the same as in the claim put forward by the disinherited son, since the question at issue is whether a disinherited son can inherit. But the disinherited and the bastard will object: you cannot re-enter the family, for our father did not die childless. But in this connection, each will rely on his own particular question. For the disinherited son will say that even a disinherited man does not cease to be a son, and will derive an argument from that very law which denies his claim to the inheritance, namely, that it was unnecessary for a disinherited son to be excluded from possession of his father's property if he had ceased to be one of the family. But now, since in virtue of his rights as son, he would have been his father's heir if he had died intestate, the law is brought to bar his claim. And yet, the law does not deprive him of his position as son, but only of his position as heir. Here the basis is definitive, as turning on the definition of a son. Again the bastard, in his turn, will urge that his father did not die childless, employing the same arguments that he had used in putting forward his claim that he ranked as a son, unless indeed he too has recourse to definition, and raises the question whether he said bastards are not sons. Thus, in one case we shall have either two special legal bases, namely the letter of the law and intention, with the syllogism and also definition, or those three which are really the only basis strictly so called, conjecture as regards the letter of the law and intention, quality in the syllogism, and definition which needs no explanation. Further, every kind of case will contain a cause, a point for the decision of the judge, and a central argument. For nothing can be said which does not contain a reason, something to which the decision of the judge is directed, and finally something which, more than aught else, contains the substance of the matter at issue. But as these vary in different cases, and are as a rule explained by writers on judicial causes, I will postpone them to the appropriate portion of my work. For the present, I shall follow the order which I prescribed by my division of causes into three classes. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. I will begin with the class of causes which are concerned with praise and blame. This class appears to have been entirely divorced by Aristotle, and following him by Theophrastus, from the principal side of oratory, which they call pragmatike, and to have been reserved solely for the delectation of audiences, which indeed is shown to be its peculiar function by its name, which implies display. Roman usage, on the other hand, has given it a place in the practical tasks of life. For funeral orations are often imposed as a duty on persons holding public office, or entrusted to magistrates by decree of the Senate. Again, the award of praise or blame to a witness may carry weight in the courts, while it is also a recognized practice to produce persons to praise the character of the accused. Further, the published speeches of Cicero, directed against his rivals in the election to the consulship, and against Lucius Piso, Clodius, and Curio, are full of denunciation, and were, notwithstanding, delivered in the Senate as formal expressions of opinion in the course of debate. I do not deny that some compositions of this kind are composed solely with a view to display, as for instance panegyrics of gods and heroes of the past, a consideration which provides the solution of a question which I discussed a little while back, and proves that those are wrong who hold that an orator will never speak on a subject unless it involves some problem. But what problem is involved by the praise of Jupiter Capitolinus, a stock theme of the sacred Capitoline contest, which is undoubtedly treated in regular rhetorical form? However, just as panegyric applied to practical matters requires proof, so too a certain semblance of proof is at times required by speeches composed entirely for display. For instance, a speaker who tells how Romulus was the son of Mars and reared by the she-wolf will offer as proofs of his divine origin the facts that, when thrown into a running stream, he escaped drowning, that all his achievements were such as to make it credible that he was the offspring of the god of battles, and that his contemporaries unquestionably believed that he was translated to heaven. Some arguments will even wear a certain semblance of defense. For example, if the orator is speaking in praise of Hercules, he will find excuses for his hero having changed raiment with the Queen of Lydia, and submitted to the tasks which legend tells us she imposed upon him. The proper function, however, of panegyric is to amplify and embellish its themes. This form of oratory is directed in the main to the praise of gods and men, but may occasionally be applied to the praise of animals, or even of inanimate objects. In praising the gods, our first step will be to express our veneration of the majesty of their nature in general terms. Next, we shall proceed to praise the special power of the individual god and the discoveries whereby he has benefited the human race. For example, in the case of Jupiter, he shall extol his power as manifested in the governance of all things. With Mars, we shall praise his power in war. With Neptune, his power over the sea. As regards inventions, we shall celebrate Minerva's discovery of the arts, Mercury's discovery of letters, Apollo's of medicine, Ceres of the fruits of the earth, Bacchus of wine. Next, we must record their exploits as handed down from antiquity. Even gods may derive honor from their descent, as for instance is the case with the sons of Jupiter, or from their antiquity, as in the case of the children of Chaos, or from their offspring, as in the case of Latona, the mother of Apollo and Diana. Some again may be praised because they were born immortal, others because they won immortality by their valor, a theme which the piety of our sovereign has made the glory even of these present times. There is greater variety required in the praise of men. In the first place, there is a distinction to be made as regards time between the period in which the objects of our praise lived and the time preceding their birth. And further, in the case of the dead, we must also distinguish the period following their death. With regard to things preceding a man's birth, there are his country, his parents, and his ancestors, a theme which may be handled in two ways. For either it will be creditable to the object of our praise not to have fallen short of their fair fame of their country and of their sires, or to have ennobled the humble origin by the glory of their achievements. Other topics to be drawn from the period preceding their birth will have reference to omens or prophecies foretelling their future greatness, such as the oracle which is said to have foretold that the son of Thetis would be greater than his father. The praise of the individual himself will be based on his character, his physical endowments, and external circumstances. Physical and accidental advantages provide a comparatively unimportant theme, which requires variety of treatment. At times, for instance, we extol beauty and strength in honorific terms, as Homer does in the case of Agamemnon and Achilles. At times again, weakness may contribute largely to our admiration, as when Homer says that Tydeus was small of stature, but a good fighter. Fortune, too, may confer dignity, as in the case of kings and princes, for they have a fairer field for the display of their excellences. But, on the other hand, the glory of good deeds may be enhanced by the smallness of their resources. Moreover, the praise awarded to external and accidental advantages is given, not to their possession, but to their honorable employment. For wealth and power and influence, since they are the sources of strength, are the surest test of character, for good or evil. They make us better, or they make us worse. Praise awarded to character is always just, but may be given in various ways. It has sometimes proved the more effective course to trace a man's life and deeds in due chronological order, praising his natural gifts as a child, then his progress at school, and finally the whole course of his life, including words as well as deeds. At times, on the other hand, it is well to divide our praises, dealing separately with the various virtues, fortitude, justice, self-control, and the rest of them, and to assign to each virtue the deeds performed under its influence. We shall have to decide which of these two methods will be the more serviceable, according to the nature of the subject, but we must bear in mind the fact that what most pleases an audience is the celebration of the deeds which our hero was the first or only man, or at any rate one of the very few to perform. And to these we must add any other achievements which surpassed hope or expectation, emphasizing what was done for the sake of Julius rather than what he performed on his own behalf. It is not always possible to deal with the time subsequent to our hero's death. This is due not merely to the fact that we sometimes praise him while still alive, but also that there are but few occasions when we have a chance to celebrate the award of divine honors, posthumous votes of thanks, or statues erected at the public expense. Among such themes of panegyric, I would mention monuments of genius that have stood the test of time. For some great men like Menander have received ampler justice from the verdict of posterity than from that of their own age. Children reflect glory on their parents, cities on their founders, laws on those who made them, arts on their inventors, and institutions on those that first introduced them. For instance, Numa first laid down rules for the worship of the gods, and Publicola first ordered that the lictors' rods should be lowered in salutation to the people. The same method will be applied to denunciations as well, but with a view to opposite effects. For humble origin has been a reproach to many, while in some cases distinction has merely served to increase the notoriety and unpopularity of vices. In regard to some persons, as in the story of Paris, it has been predicted that they would be the cause of destruction to many. Some, like Thersites and Iris, have been despised for their poverty and mean appearance. Others have been loathed because their natural advantages were nullified by their vices. The poets, for instance, tell us that Nireus was a coward, and Plaisthenes a debauchee. The mind, too, has as many vices as virtues, and vice may be denounced, as virtue may be praised, in two different ways. Some have been branded with infamy after death, like Melius, whose house was leveled with the ground, or Marcus Manlius, whose first name was banished from his family for all generations to come. The vices of the children bring hatred on their parents. Founders of cities are detested for concentrating a race which is a curse to others, as, for example, the founder of the Jewish superstition. The laws of Gracchus are hated, and we abhor any loathsome example of vice that has been handed down to posterity, such as the criminal form of lust which a Persian is said to have been the first to practice on a woman of Samos. And even in the case of the living, the judgment of mankind serves as a proof of their character, and the fairness or foulness of their fame proves the orator's praise or blame to be true. Aristotle, however, thinks that the place and subject of panegyrics or denunciations make a very considerable difference, for much depends on the character of the audience and the generally received opinion, if they are to believe that the virtues of which they approve are preeminently characteristic of the person praised, and the vices which they hate of the person denounced. For there can be little doubt as to the attitude of the audience, if that attitude is already determined prior to the delivery of the speech. It will be wise, too, for him to insert some words of praise for his audience, since this will secure their goodwill, and wherever it is possible, this should be done in such a manner as to advance his case. Literature will win less praise at Sparta than at Athens, endurance and courage more. Among some races the life of a freebooter is accounted honorable, while others regard it as a duty to respect the laws. Frugality might perhaps be unpopular with the Sybarites, whilst luxury was regarded as crime by the ancient Romans. Similar differences of opinion are found in individuals. A judge is most favorable to the orator whose views he thinks identical with his own. Aristotle also urges a point, which at a later date Cornelius Celsus emphasized almost to excess, to the effect that, since the boundary between vice and virtue is often ill-defined, it is desirable to use words that swerve a little from the actual truth, calling a rash man brave, a prodigal generous, a mean man thrifty, or the process may, if necessary, be reversed. But this the ideal orator, that is to say, a good man, will never do, unless perhaps he is led to do so by consideration for the public interest. Cities are praised after the same fashion as men. The founder takes the place of the parent, and antiquity carries great authority, as for instance in the case of those whose inhabitants are said to be sprung from the soil. The virtues and vices revealed by their deeds are the same as in private individuals. The advantages arising from site or fortifications are, however, peculiar to cities. Their citizens enhance their fame, just as children bring honor to their parents. Praise, too, may be awarded to public works, in connection with which their magnificence, utility, beauty, and the architect or artist must be given due consideration. Temples, for instance, will be praised for their magnificence, walls for their utility, and both for their beauty or the skill of the architect. Places may also be praised. Witness the praise of Sicily in Cicero. In such cases we consider their beauty and utility. Beauty calls for notice in places by the sea, in open plains and pleasant situations. Utility in healthy or fertile localities. Again, praise in general terms may be awarded to noble sayings or deeds. Finally, things of every kind may be praised. Panegyrics have been composed on sleep and death, and physicians have written eulogies on certain kinds of food. While therefore I do not agree that panegyric concerns only questions regarding what is honorable, I do think that it comes, as a rule, under the heading of quality, although all three bases may be involved in panegyric, as it was observed by Cicero that all were actually used by Gaius Caesar in his denunciation of Cato. But panegyric is akin to deliberative oratory, inasmuch as the same things are usually praised in the former as are advised in the latter. End of chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. I am surprised that deliberative oratory also has been restricted by some authorities to questions of expediency. If it should be necessary to assign one single aim to deliberative, I should prefer Cicero's view, that this kind of oratory is primarily concerned with what is honorable. I do not doubt that those who maintain the opinion first mentioned adopt the lofty view that nothing can be expedient which is not good. That opinion is perfectly sound, so long as we are fortunate enough to have wise and good men for counselors. But, as we most often express our views before an ignorant audience, and more especially before popular assemblies, of which the majority is usually uneducated, we must distinguish between what is honorable and what is expedient, and conform our utterances to suit ordinary understandings. For there are many who do not admit that what they really believe to be the honorable course is sufficiently advantageous, and are misled by the prospect of advantage into approving courses of the dishonorable nature, of which there can be no question, witness the Numantine Treaty and the surrender of the Caudine Forks. Nor does it suffice to restrict deliberative oratory to the basis of quality, which is concerned with questions of honor and expediency, for there is often room for conjecture as well. Sometimes, again, definition is necessary, or legal problems require handling. This is especially the case when advice has to be given on private matters, where there is some doubt of the legality of the course under consideration. Of conjecture I shall speak more fully a little later on. Returning to definition for the moment, we find it in the question raised by Demosthenes, whether Philip should give or restore Hellenicis, and to that discussed by Cicero in the Philippics as to the nature of a tumultus. Again, does not the question raised in connection with the statue of Servius Sulpicius as to whether statues should be erected only in honor of those ambassadors who perish by the sword, bear a strong resemblance to the questions that are raised in the law courts. The deliberative department of oratory, also called the advisory department, while it deliberates about the future, also inquires about the past, while its functions are twofold and consist in advising and dissuading. Deliberative oratory does not always require an exordium, such as is necessary in forensic speeches, since he who asks an orator for his opinion is naturally well disposed to him. But the commencement, whatever be its nature, must have some resemblance to an exordium. For we must not begin abruptly, or just at the point where the fancy takes us, since in every subject there is something which naturally comes first. In addressing the Senate or the people, the same methods apply as in the law courts, and we must aim, as a rule, at acquiring the goodwill of our audience. This need cause no surprise, since even in panegyric we seek to win the favor of our hearers, when our aim is praise, pure and simple, and not the acquisition of any advantage. Aristotle, it is true, holds, not without reason, that in deliberative speeches we may often begin with a reference either to ourselves or to our opponent, borrowing this practice from forensic oratory, and sometimes producing the impression that the subject is of greater or less importance than it actually is. On the other hand, he thinks that in demonstrative oratory the exordium may be treated with the utmost freedom, since it is sometimes drawn from irrelevant material, as for example in Isocrates' Praise of Helen, or from something akin to the subject, as for instance in the Panegyricus of the same author, when he complains that more honor is given to physical than to moral excellence, or as Gorgias in the speech delivered at the Olympic Games praises the founders of the great national games. Sallust seems to have imitated these authors in his Jugurthine War and in the introduction to his Catiline, which has no connection with his narrative. But it is time for me to return to deliberative oratory, in which, even when we introduce an exordium, we must content ourselves with a brief prelude, which may amount to no more than a mere heading. As regards the statement of facts, this is never required in speeches on private subjects, at least as regards the subject on which an opinion has to be given, because everyone is acquainted with the question at issue. Statements as to external matters which are relevant to the discussion may, however, frequently be introduced. In addressing public assemblies, it will often be necessary to set forth the order of the points which have to be treated. As regards appeals to the emotions, these are specially necessary in deliberative oratory. Anger has frequently to be excited or assuaged, and the minds of the audience have to be swayed to fear, ambition, hatred, reconciliation. At times, again, it is necessary to awaken pity, whether it is required, for instance, to urge that relief should be sent to a besieged city, or we are engaged in deploring the overthrow of an allied state. But what really carries weight in deliberative speeches is the authority of the speaker. For he who would have all men trust his judgment as to what is expedient and honorable should both possess and be regarded as possessing genuine wisdom and excellence of character. In forensic speeches, the orator may, according to the generally received opinion, indulge his passion to some extent, but all will agree that the advice given by a speaker should be in keeping with his moral character. The majority of Greek writers have held that this kind of oratory is entirely concerned with addressing public assemblies, and have restricted it to politics. Even Cicero himself deals chiefly with this department. Consequently, those who propose to offer advice upon peace, war, troops, public works, or revenue must thoroughly acquaint themselves with two things: the resources of the state and the character of its people, so that the method employed in tendering their advice may be based at once on political realities and the nature of their hearers. This type of oratory seems to me to offer a more varied field for eloquence, since both those who ask for advice and the answers given to them may easily present the greatest diversity. Consequently, there are 3 points which must be specially borne in mind in advice or dissuasion. First, the nature of the subject under discussion. Secondly, the nature of those who are engaged in the discussion. And thirdly, the nature of the speaker who offers them advice. As to the subject under discussion, its practicability is either certain or uncertain. In the latter case, this will be the chief, if not the only point for consideration, for it will often happen that we shall assert first that something ought not to be done, even if it can be done, and secondly, that it cannot be done. Now, when the question turns on such points as to whether the isthmus can be cut through, the Pontine marshes drained, or a harbor constructed at Ostia, or whether Alexander is likely to find land beyond the ocean, we make use of conjecture. But even in connection with things that are undoubtedly feasible, there may at times be room for conjecture, as for instance in questions seems as whether Rome is ever likely to conquer Carthage, whether Hannibal will return to Africa if Scipio transports his army thither, or whether the Samnites are likely to keep faith if the Romans lay down their arms. There are some things, too, which we may believe to be both feasible and likely to be carried into effect, but at another time or place, or in another way. When there is no scope for conjecture, our attention will be fixed on other points. In the first place, advice will be asked either on account of the actual thing on which the orator is required to express his views, or on account of other causes which affect it from without. It is on the actual thing that the Senate, for instance, debates, when it discusses such questions as whether it is to vote pay for the troops. In this case, the material is simple. To this, however, may be added reasons for taking action, or the reverse, as, for example, if the Senate should discuss whether it should deliver the Fabii to the Gauls when the latter threaten war, or Gaius Caesar should deliberate whether he should persist in the invasion of Germany when his soldiers on all sides are making their wills. These deliberative themes are of a twofold nature. In the first case, the reason for deliberation is the Gallic threat of war, but there may still be a further question as to whether even without such a threat of war, they should surrender those who, contrary to the law of nations, took part in a battle when they had been sent out as ambassadors, and kill the king with whom they had received instructions to treat. In the second case, Caesar would doubtless never deliberate on the question at all, but for the perturbation shown by his soldiers. But there is still room for enquiry whether, quite apart from this occurrence, it would be wise to penetrate into Germany. But it must be remembered that we shall always speak first on that subject which is capable of discussion, quite apart from the consequences. Some have held that the 3 main considerations in any advisory speech are honor, expediency, and necessity. I can find no place for the last. For, however great the violence which may threaten us, it may be necessary for us to suffer something, but we are not compelled to do anything, whereas the subject of deliberation is primarily whether we shall do anything. Or, if by necessity they mean that into which we are driven by fear of worse things, the question will be one of expediency. For example, if a garrison is besieged by overwhelmingly superior forces, and, owing to the failure of food and water supplies, discusses surrender to the enemy, and it is urged that it is a matter of necessity, the words, "otherwise we shall perish," must needs be added. Consequently, there is no necessity arising out of the circumstances themselves, for death is a possible alternative. And, as a matter of fact, the Saguntines did not surrender, nor did those who were surrounded on the raft of Opitergium. It follows that in such cases also the question will be either one of expediency alone, or of a choice between expediency and honor. But, it will be urged, if a man would beget children, he is under the necessity of taking a wife. Certainly, but he who wishes to become a father must needs be quite clear that he must take a wife. It appears to me, therefore, that where necessity exists, there is no room for deliberation, any more than where it is clear that a thing is not feasible. For deliberation is always concerned with questions where some doubt exists. Those, therefore, are wiser who make the third consideration for deliberative oratory to be to dunaton, or possibility, as we translate it. The translation may seem clumsy, but it is the only word available. That all these considerations need not necessarily obtrude themselves in every case is too obvious to need explanation. Most writers, however, say that there are more than 3. But the further considerations which they would add are really but species of the 3 general considerations just mentioned. For right, justice, piety, equity, and mercy, for thus they translate to hemeron, with any other virtues that anyone may be pleased to add, all come under the heading of that which is honorable. On the other hand, if the question be whether a thing is easy, great, pleasant, or free from danger, it comes under questions of expediency. Such topics arise from some contradiction. For example, a thing is expedient, but difficult, or trivial, or unpleasant, or dangerous. Some, however, hold that at times deliberation is concerned solely with the question whether a thing is pleasant, as for instance, when discussion arises as to whether a theatre should be built or games instituted. But in my opinion, you will never find any man such a slave to luxury as not to consider anything but pleasure when he delivers an advisory speech. For there must needs be something on every occasion that takes precedence of pleasure. In proposing the erection of a theatre, the orator will consider the advantages to be derived from relaxation from toil, and the unbecoming and undesirable struggle for places which will arise if there is no proper accommodation. Religion, too, has its place in the discussion, for we shall describe the theatre as a kind of temple for the solemnization of a sacred feast. Often again we shall urge that honor must come before expediency, as for instance when we advise the men of Opitergium not to surrender to the enemy, even though refusal to do so means certain death. At times, on the other hand, we prefer expediency to honor, as when we advise the arming of slaves in the Punic War. But even in this case, we must not openly admit that such a course is dishonorable. We can point out that all men are free by nature and composed of the same elements, while the slaves in question may perhaps be sprung from some ancient and noble stock, and in the former case, when the danger is so evident, we may add other arguments, such as that they would perish even more cruelly if they surrendered, should the enemy fail to keep faith, or Caesar, a more probable supposition, prove victorious. But in such a conflict of principles, it is usual to modify the names which we give them. For expediency is often ruled out by those who assert not merely that honor comes before expediency, but that nothing can be expedient that is not honorable, while others say that what we call honor is vanity, ambition, and folly, as contemptible in substance as it is fair in sound. Nor is expediency compared merely with inexpediency. At times we have to choose between 2 advantageous courses after comparison of their respective advantages. The problem may be still more complicated, as for instance when Pompey deliberated whether to go to Parthia, Africa, or Egypt. In such a case, the enquiry is not which of the 2 courses is better or worse, but which of 3 or more. On the other hand, in deliberative oratory, there will never be any doubt about circumstances wholly in our favor, for there can clearly be no doubt about points against which there is nothing to be said. Consequently, as a rule, all deliberative speeches are based simply on comparison, and we must consider what we shall gain and by what means, that it may be possible to form an estimate whether there is more advantage in the aims we pursue or greater discipline advantage in the means we employ to that end. A question of expediency may also be concerned with time. For example, it is expedient but not now, or with place, it is expedient but not here, or with particular persons, it is expedient but not for us, or not as against these, or with our method of action, it is expedient but not thus, or with degree, it is expedient but not to this extent. But we have still more often to consider personality with reference to what is becoming, and we must consider our own as well as that of those before whom the question is laid. Consequently, though examples are of the greatest value in deliberative speeches, because reference to historical parallels is the quickest method of securing assent, it matters a great deal whose authority is adduced and to whom it is commended. For the minds of those who deliberate on any subject differ from one another, and our audience may be of two kinds. For those who ask us for advice are either single individuals or a number, and in both cases the factors may be different. For when advice is asked by a number of persons, it makes a considerable difference whether they are the Senate or the people, the citizens of Rome or Fidenae, Greeks or barbarians, and in the case of single individuals, whether we are urging Cato or Gaius Marius to stand for office, whether it is the elder Scipio or Fabius who is deliberating on his plan of campaign. Further, sex, rank, and age must be taken into account, though it is character that will make the chief difference. It is an easy task to recommend an honorable course to honorable men, but if we are attempting to keep men of bad character to the paths of virtue, we must take care not to seem to upbraid a way of life unlike our own. The minds of such an audience are not to be moved by discoursing on the nature of virtue, which they ignore, but by praise, by appeals to popular opinion, and if such vanities are of no avail, by demonstration of the advantage that will accrue from such a policy, or more effectively perhaps, by pointing out the appalling consequences that will follow the opposite policy. For quite apart from the fact that the minds of unprincipled men are easily swayed by terror, I am not sure that most men's minds are not more easily influenced by fear of evil than by hope of good, for they find it easier to understand what is evil than what is good. Sometimes we urge good men to adopt a somewhat unseemly course, while we advise men of poor character to take a course into which the object is the advantage of those who seek our advice. I realize the thought that will immediately occur to my reader. Do you then teach that this should be done, or think it right? Cicero might clear me from blame in the matter, for he writes to Brutus in the following terms, after setting forth a number of things that might honorably be urged on Caesar. Should I be a good man to advise this? No, for the end of him who gives advice is the advantage of the man to whom he gives it. But, you say, your advice is right. Certainly, but there is not always room for what is right in giving advice. However, this is a somewhat abstruse question, and does not concern deliberative oratory alone. I shall therefore reserve it for my 12th and concluding book. For my part, I would not have anything done dishonorably. But for the meantime, let us regard these questions as at least belonging to the rhetorical exercises of the schools, for knowledge of evil is necessary to enable us the better to defend what is right. For the present, I will only say that if anyone is going to urge a dishonorable course on an honorable man, he should remember not to urge it as being dishonorable, and should avoid the practice of certain declaimers who urge Sextus Pompeius to piracy just because it is dishonorable and cruel. Even when we address bad men, we should gloss over what is unsightly, for there is no man so evil as to wish to seem so. Thus Sallust makes Catiline speak as one who is driven to crime not by wickedness, but by indignation, and Varius makes Atreus say, My wrongs are past all speech, and such shall be the deeds they force me to. How much more has this pretense of honor to be kept up by those who have a real regard for their own good name? Therefore, when we advise Cicero to beg Antonius for mercy, or even to burn the Philippics if Antonius promises to spare him on that condition, we shall not emphasize the love of life in our advice, for if that passion has any force with him, it will have it none the less if we are silent. But we shall exhort him to save himself in the interest of the state, for he needs some such reason as that to preserve him from feeling shame at entreating such a one as Antony. Again, if we urge Gaius Caesar to accept the crown, we shall assert that the state is doomed to destruction unless controlled by a monarchy. For the sole aim of the man who is deliberating about committing a criminal act is to make his act appear as little wicked as possible. It also makes a great deal of difference who it is that is offering the advice, for if his past has been illustrious, or if his distinguished birth or age or fortune excite high expectations, care must be taken that his words are not unworthy of him. If, on the other hand, he has none of these advantages, he will have to adopt a humbler tone. For what is regarded as liberty in some is called license in others. Some receive sufficient support from their personal authority, while others find that the force of reason itself is scarce sufficient to enable them to maintain their position. Consequently, I regard impersonation as the most difficult of tasks, imposed as it is in addition to the other work involved by a deliberative theme. For the same speaker has on one occasion to impersonate Caesar, on another Cicero or Cato. But it is a most useful exercise, because it demands a double effort, and is also of the greatest use to future poets and historians, while for orators, of course, it is absolutely necessary. For there are many speeches composed by Greek and Latin orators for others to deliver, the words of which had to be adapted to suit the position and character of those for whom they were written. Do you suppose that Cicero thought in the same way or assumed the same character when he wrote for Cnaeus Pompeius and when he wrote for Titus Ampius and the rest? Did he not rather bear in mind the fortune, rank, and achievements of each single individual, and represent the character of all to whom he gave a voice, so that, though they spoke better than they could by nature, they still might seem to speak in their own persons? For a speech which is out of keeping with the man who delivers it is just as faulty as the speech which fails to suit the subject to which it should conform. It is for this reason that Lysias is regarded as having shown the highest art in the speeches which he wrote for uneducated persons, on account of their extraordinary realism. In the case of declaimers, indeed, it is of the first importance that they should consider what best suits each character, for they rarely play the role of advocates in their declamations. As a rule, they impersonate sons, parents, rich men, old men, gentle or harsh of temper, misers, superstitious persons, cowards and mockers, so that hardly even comic actors have to assume more numerous roles in their performances on the stage than these in their declamations. All these roles may be regarded as forming part of impersonation, which I have included under deliberative themes, from which it differs merely in that it involves the assumption of a role. It is sometimes introduced even with controversial themes, which are drawn from history and involve the appearance of definite historical characters as pleaders. I am aware also that historical and poetical themes are often set for the sake of practice, such as Priam's speech to Achilles, or Sulla's address to the people on his resignation of the dictatorship. But these will fall under one or other of the three classes into which I have divided causes. For entreaty, statement, and argument, with other themes already mentioned, are all of frequent occurrence in forensic, deliberative, or demonstrative subjects, according as circumstances demand, and we often introduce fictitious speeches of historical persons whom we select ourselves. Cicero, for instance, in the Procailio, makes both Appius Siccus and her brother Claudius address Claudia, the former rebuking her for her immorality, the latter exhorting her thereto. In scholastic declamations, the fictitious themes for deliberative speeches are often not unlike those of controversial speeches, and are a compromise between the two forms, as for instance when the theme set is a discussion in the presence of Gaius Caesar of the punishment to be meted out to Theodotus, for it consists of accusation and defense, both of them peculiar to forensic oratory. But the topic of expediency also enters into the case, in such questions as whether it was to Caesar's advantage that Pompeius should be slain, whether the execution of Theodotus would involve the risk of a war with the king of Egypt, whether such a war would be highly inopportune at such a critical moment, would prove dangerous and be certain to last a long time. There is also a question of honor. Does it befit Caesar to avenge Pompeius' death? Or is it to be feared that an admission that Pompeius did not deserve death will injure the cause of the Caesarian party? It may be noted that discussions of such a kind may well occur in actual cases. Declaimers have, however, often been guilty of an error as regards deliberative themes which has involved a series of consequences. They have considered deliberative themes to be different and absolutely opposed to forensic themes, for they have always affected abrupt openings, an impetuous style, and a generous embellishment, as they call it, in their language, and have been especially careful to make shorter notes for deliberative than for forensic themes. For my part, while I realize that deliberative themes do not require an exordium, for reasons which I have already stated, I do not, however, understand why they should open in such a wild and exclamatory manner. When a man is asked to express his opinion on any subject, he does not, if he is sane, begin to shriek, but endeavors, as far as possible, to win the assent of the man who is considering the question by a courteous and natural opening. Why, I ask, in view of the fact that deliberations require moderation above all else, should the speaker on such themes indulge in a torrential style of eloquence kept at one high level of violence? I acknowledge that in controversial speeches the tone is often lowered in the exordium, the statement of facts, and the argument, and that if you subtract these three portions, the remainder is more or less of the deliberative type of speech. But what remains must likewise be of a more even flow, avoiding all violence and fury. With regards to magnificence of language, deliberative declaimers should avoid straining after it more than others, but it comes to them more naturally. For there is a preference among those who invent such themes for selecting great personages, such as kings, princes, senators, and peoples, while the theme itself is generally on a grander scale. Consequently, since the words are suited to the theme, they acquire additional splendor from the magnificence of the matter. In actual deliberations, the case is different, and consequently Theophrastus laid it down that, in the deliberative class of oratory, the language should, as far as possible, be free from all affectation. In stating this view, he followed the authority of his instructor, although, as a rule, he is not afraid to differ from him. For Aristotle held that the demonstrative type of oratory was the best suited for writing, and that the next best was forensic oratory. His reason for this view was that the first type is entirely concerned with display, while the second requires art, which will even be employed to deceive the audience if expedience should so demand, whereas advice requires only truth and prudence. I agree with this view as regards demonstrative oratory. In fact, all writers are agreed on this point. But as regards forensic and deliberative themes, I think that the style must be suited to the requirements of the subject which has to be treated. For I notice that the Philippics of Demosthenes are preeminent for the same merits as his forensic speeches, and that the opinions expressed by Cicero before the Senate or the people are as remarkable for the splendor of their eloquence as the speeches which he delivered in accusing or defending persons before the courts. And yet Cicero says of deliberative oratory that the whole speech should be simple and dignified, and should derive its ornament rather from the sentiments expressed than the actual words. As regards the use of examples, practically all authorities are with good reason agreed that there is no subject to which they are better suited, since, as a rule, history seems to repeat itself, and the experience of the past is a valuable support to reason. Brevity and copiousness are determined not so much by the nature as by the compass of the subject. For, just as in deliberations the question is generally less complicated, so in forensic cases it is often of less importance. Anyone who is content to read not merely speeches, but history as well, in preference to growing gray over the notebooks of the rhetoricians, will realize the truth of what I say. For in the historians, the speeches delivered to the people and the opinions expressed in the Senate often provide examples of advice and dissuasion. He will find an avoidance of abrupt openings in deliberative speeches, and will note that the forensic style is often the more impetuous of the two, while in both cases the words are suited to the matter, and forensic speeches are often shorter than deliberative. Nor will he find in them those faults into which some of our declaimers fall, namely, a coarse abuse of those who hold opposite opinions, and a general tendency to speak in such a way as to make it seem that the speaker's views are in opposition to those of the persons who ask his advice. Consequently, their aim seems to be invective rather than persuasion. I would have my younger readers realize that these words are penned for their special benefit, that they may not desire to adopt a different style in their exercises from that in which they will be required to speak, and may not be hampered by having to unlearn what they have acquired. For the rest, if they are ever summoned to take part in the councils of their friends, or to speak their opinions in the Senate, or advise the emperor on some point on which he may consult them, they will learn from practice what they cannot, perhaps, put to the credit of the schools. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapters 9 to 11 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. I now come to the forensic kind of oratory, which presents the utmost variety, but whose duties are no more than two, the bringing and rebutting of charges. Most authorities divide the forensic speech into 5 parts: the exordium, the statement of facts, the proof, the refutation, and the peroration. To these, some have added the partition into heads, proposition and digression, the 2 first of which form part of the proof. For it is obviously necessary to propound what we are going to prove, as well as to conclude. Why then, if proposition is a part of a speech, should not conclusion be also? Partition, on the other hand, is merely one aspect of arrangement, and arrangement is a part of rhetoric itself, and is equally distributed through every theme of oratory and their whole body, just as are invention and style. Consequently, we must regard partition not as one part of a whole speech, but as a part of each individual question that may be involved. For what question is there in which an orator cannot set forth the order in which he is going to make his points? And this, of course, is the function of partition. But how ridiculous it is to make each question an aspect of proof, but partition which is an aspect of a question, a part of the whole speech. As for digression, egressio, now more usually styled excessus, if it lie outside the case, it is merely an accessory or ornament of that portion of the case from which digression is made. For if anything that lies within the case is to be called part of it, why not call argument, comparison, commonplace, pathos, illustration parts of the case? On the other hand, I disagree with those who, like Aristotle, would remove refutation from the list on the ground that it forms part of the proof, for the proof is constructive and the refutation destructive. Aristotle also introduces another slight novelty in making proposition, not statement of facts, follow the exordium. This, however, he does because he regards proposition as the genus and statement of facts as the species, with the result that he holds that, whereas the former is always and everywhere necessary, the latter may sometimes be dispensed with. It is, however, necessary to point out, as regards these 5 parts which I have established, that which has to be spoken first is not necessarily that which requires our first consideration. But above all, we must consider the nature of the case, the question at issue, and the arguments for and against. Next, we must consider what points are to be made and what refuted, and then how the facts are to be stated. For the statement of facts is designed to prepare the way for the proofs, and must needs be unprofitable, unless we have first determined what proofs are to be promised in the statement. Finally, we must consider how best to win the judge to take our view. For we cannot be sure, until we have subjected all the parts of the case to careful scrutiny, what sort of impression we wish to make upon the judge. Are we to mollify him or increase his severity, to excite or relax his interest in the case, to render him susceptible to influence, or the reverse? I cannot, however, approve the view of those who think that the exordium should actually be written last. For though we must collect all our material and determine the proper place for each portion of it, before we begin to speak or write, we must commence with what naturally comes first. No one begins a portrait by painting or modeling the feet, and no art finds its completion at the point where it should begin. Otherwise, what will happen if we have not time to write our speech? Will not the result of such a reversal of the proper order of things be that we shall be caught napping? We must therefore review the subject matter in the order laid down, but write our speech in the order in which we shall deliver it. Chapter 10. Every case in which one side attacks and the other defends consists either of one or more controversial questions. In the first case, it is called simple. In the second, complex. An example of the first is when the subject of inquiry is a theft or an adultery taken by itself. In complex cases, the several questions may all be of the same kind, as in cases of extortion, or of different kinds, as when a man is accused at one and the same time of homicide and sacrilege. Such cases no longer arise in the public courts, since the praetor allots different charges to different courts in accordance with a definite rule, but they still are of frequent occurrence in the imperial or senatorial courts, and were frequent in the days when they came up for trial before the people. Private suits, again, are often tried by one judge, who have to determine many different points of law. There are no other species of forensic causes, not even when one person brings the same suit on the same grounds against two different persons, or two persons bring the same suit against one, or several against several, as occasionally occurs in lawsuits about inheritances. Because, although a number of parties may be involved, there is still only one suit, unless indeed the different circumstances of the various parties alter the questions at issue. There is, however, said to be a third and different class, the comparative. Questions of comparison frequently require to be handled in portions of a cause, as for instance in the centumviral court, when after other questions have been raised, the question is discussed as to which of two claimants is the more deserving of an inheritance. It is rare, however, for a case to be brought into court on such grounds alone, as in divinations which take place to determine who the accuser shall be, and occasionally when two informers dispute as to which has earned the reward. Some again have added a fourth class, namely mutual accusation, which they call anticategoria. Others, however, regard it as belonging to the comparative group, to which indeed the common case of reciprocal suits on different grounds bears a strong resemblance. If this latter case should also be called anticategoria, for it has no special name of its own, we must divide mutual accusation into two classes, in one of which the parties bring the same charge against each other, while in the other they bring different charges. The same division will also apply to claims. As soon as we are clear as to the kind of cause on which we are engaged, we must then consider whether the act that forms the basis of the charge is denied or defended, or given another name, or excepted from that class of action. Thus we determine the basis of each case. Chapter 11. As soon as these points are ascertained, the next step, according to Hermagoras, should be to consider what is the question at issue, the line of defense, the point for the judge's decision, and the central point, or, as others call it, the foundation of the case. The question, in its more general sense, is taken to mean everything on which two or more plausible opinions may be advanced. In forensic subjects, however, it must be taken in two senses. First, in the sense in which we say that a controversial matter involves many questions, thereby including all minor questions. Secondly, in the sense of the main question on which the case turns. It is of this with which the basis originates that I am now speaking. We ask whether a thing has been done, what it is that has been done, and whether it was rightly done. To these, Hermagoras and Apollodorus and many other writers have given the special name of questions. Theodorus, on the other hand, as I have already said, calls them general heads, while he designates minor questions or questions dependent on these general heads as special heads. For it is agreed that question may spring from question, and species be subdivided into other species. This main question, then, they call the zetema. The line of defense is the method by which an admitted act is defended. I see no reason why I should not use the same example to illustrate this point that has been used by practically all my predecessors. Orestes has killed his mother. The fact is admitted. He pleads that he was justified in so doing. The basis will be one of quality. The question whether he was justified in his action. The line of defense that Clytemnestra killed her husband, Orestes' father. This is called the aition, or motive. The point for the decision of the judge is known as krinomenon, and in this case is whether it was right that even a guilty mother should be killed by her son. Some have drawn a distinction between aition and aitia, making aition mean the cause of the trial, namely the murder of Clytemnestra, aitia the motive urged in defense, namely the murder of Agamemnon. But there is such lack of agreement over these two words that some make aitia the cause of the trial and aition the motive of the deed, while others reverse the meanings. If we turn to Latin writers, we find that some have given these causes the name of initium, the beginning, and ratio, the reason, while others give the same name to both. Moreover, cause seems to spring from cause, or as the Greeks say, aition ex aitiu, as will be seen from the following. Clytemnestra killed Agamemnon because he had sacrificed their daughter and brought home a captive woman as his paramour. The same authors think that there may be several lines of defense to one question. For instance, Orestes may urge that he killed his mother because driven to do so by oracles. But the number of points for the decision of the judge will be the same as the number of alleged motives for the deed. In this case, it will be whether he ought to have obeyed the oracles. But one alleged motive may also, in my opinion, involve several questions and several points for the decision of the judge, as for instance, in the case when the husband caught his wife in adultery and slew her, and later slew the adulterer who had escaped in the marketplace. The motive is but one. He was an adulterer. But there arises questions and points for decision by the judge whether it was lawful to kill him at that time and at that place. But just as, although there be several questions, each with its special basis, the basis of the case is but one, namely that to which all else is referred, even so, the real point for the decision of the judge is, strictly speaking, that on which judgment is given. As for the synechron, the central argument, as I have mentioned it is called by some, or the foundation, as it is called by others, or as Cicero styles it, the strongest argument of the defender and the most relevant to the decision of the judge, some regard it as being the point after which all inquiry ceases, others as the main point for adjudication. The motive of the deed does not arise in all controversial cases. For how can there be a motive for the deed when the deed is denied? But when the motive for the deed does come up for discussion, they deny that the point for the decision of the judge rests on the same ground as the main question at issue, and this view is maintained by Cicero in his Rhetorica and Partitiones. For, when it has been asserted and denied that a deed was done, the question whether it was done is resolved by conjecture, and the decision of the judge and the main question rest on the same ground, since the first question and the final decision are concerned with the same point. But when it is stated and denied that Orestes was justified in killing his mother, considerations of quality are introduced. The question is whether he was justified in killing her, but this is not yet the point for the decision of the judge. When then does it become so? She killed my father. Yes, but that did not make it your duty to murder your mother. The point for the decision of the judge is whether it was his duty to kill her. As regards the foundation, I will put it in the words of Cicero himself. The foundation is the strongest argument for the defense, as for instance, if Orestes were ready to say that the disposition of his mother towards his father, himself and his sisters, the kingdom, the reputation of the race and the family, were such that it was the peculiar duty of her children to punish her. Others again use illustrations such as the following: he who has spent his patrimony is not allowed to address the people, but he spent it on public works. The question is whether every one that spends his patrimony is to be prohibited, while the point for decision is whether he who spent it in such a way is to be prohibited. Or, again, take the case of the soldier Orontius, who killed the tribune Lucius for assaulting his honor. The question is whether he was justified in so doing. The line of defense, that the murdered man made an assault upon his honor. The point for the decision of the judge, whether it was right that a man should be killed uncondemned or a tribune by a soldier. Some even regard the basis of the question as being different from the basis of the decision. The question as to whether Milo was justified in killing Claudius is one of quality. The point for the decision of the judge, namely whether Claudius lay in wait for Milo, is a matter of conjecture. They also urge that a case is often diverted to the consideration of some matter irrelevant to the question, and that it is on this matter that judgment is given. I strongly disagree. Take the question whether all who have spent their patrimony are to be prohibited from addressing the people. This question must have its point for decision, and therefore the question and the point for decision are not different, but there are more than one question and more than one point for decision in the case. Again, in the case of Milo, is not the question of fact ultimately referred to the question of quality? For if Claudius lay in wait for Milo, it follows that he was justifiably killed. But when the case is shifted to some other point far removed from the original question, even in this case, the question will be found to reside in the point for decision. As regards these questions, Cicero is slightly inconsistent with himself. For in the Rhetorica, as I have already mentioned, he followed Hermagoras, while in the Topica he holds that the krinomenon, or disputed point, is originated by the basis, and in addressing the lawyer Trebatius on this subject, he calls it the point at issue, and describes the elements in which it resides as central arguments or foundations of the defense which hold it together, and the removal of which cause the whole defense to fall to the ground. But in the Partitiones Oratoriae, he gives the name of foundation to that which is advanced against the defense, on the ground that the central argument, as it logically comes first, is put forward by the accused, and the point for the decision of the judge arises from the question jointly raised by the central argument and the line of defense. The view, therefore, of those who make the basis the central argument and the point for the decision of the judge identical is at once more concise and nearer to the truth. The central argument, they point out, is that the removal of which makes the whole case fall to the ground. In this central argument, they seem to me to have included both the alleged causes, that Orestes killed his mother and that Clytemnestra killed Agamemnon. The same authorities have likewise always held that the basis and the point for the decision of the judge are in agreement. Any other opinion would have been inconsistent with their general views. But this affectation of subtlety in the invention of technical terms is mere laborious ostentation. I have undertaken the task of discussing them solely that I might not be regarded as having failed to make sufficient enquiry into the subject which I have chosen as my theme. But it is quite unnecessary for an instructor proceeding on less technical lines to destroy the coherence of his teaching by attention to such minute detail. Many, however, suffer from this drawback, more especially Hermagoras, who, although he labors these points with such anxious diligence, was a man of penetrating intellect, and in most respects deserves our admiration, so that even where we must needs blame him, we cannot withhold a certain meed of praise. But the shorter method, which for that very reason is also by far the most lucid, will not fatigue the learner by leading him through a maze of detail, nor destroy the coherence of his eloquence by breaking it up into a number of minute departments. For he who has a clear view of the main issue of a dispute, and divines the aims which his own side and his opponents intend to follow, and the means they intend to employ, and it is to the intentions of his own side that he must pay special attention, will, without a doubt, be in possession of a knowledge of all the points which I have discussed above. And there is hardly anyone, unless he be a born fool, without the least acquaintance with the practice of speaking, who does not know what is the main issue of a dispute, or, as they call it, the cause or central argument, and what is the question between the parties, and the point on which the judge has to decide, these three being identical. For the question is concerned with the matter in dispute, and the decision of the judge is given on the point involved in the question. Still, we do not keep our attention rigidly fixed on such details, but the desire to win praise by any available means, and the sheer delight in speaking, make us wander away from the subject, since there is always richer material for eloquence outside the strict theme of the case, inasmuch as the points of any given dispute are always few, and there is all the world outside, and in the one case we speak according to our instructions, in the other on the subject of our own choice. We should teach not so much that it is our duty to discover the question, the central argument, and the point for the decision of the judge, an easy task, as that we should continually keep our attention on our subject, or, if we digress, at least keep looking back to it, lest in our desire to win applause, we should let our weapons drop from our grasp. The school of Theodorus, as I have said, groups everything together under heads, by which they mean several things. First, they mean the main question, which is to be identified with the basis. Secondly, they mean the other questions dependent on the main question. Thirdly, the proposition and the statement of the proofs. The word is used as we use it when we say, it is the head of the whole business, or, as Menander says, kephalai honestin. But generally speaking, anything which has to be proved will be a head of varying degrees of importance. I have now set forth the principles laid down by the writers of textbooks, though I have done so at a greater length than was necessary. I have also explained what are the various parts of forensic causes. My next book, therefore, shall deal with the exordium. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. End of On the Education of an Orator, Volume 1, by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler.